All through the second week of August, Bitcoin stayed above my recorded price on the 24th of July 2022 and only went down once from the price recorded the day before. Like the week before, its prices seemed stable and gaining in price, with a few small setbacks. On August the 7th, 2022, Bitcoin had a recorded price of $22,957.69, up 530.82 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022 of $22,426.87, but down 222.24 from $23,179.93 from the recorded price from the day before on the 7th of June 2022. On August the 8th, 2022, the price recorded was $23,258.23, up 931.36 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, and also up 400.54 from the price recorded the day before. On August the 9th, 2022, the recorded price taken on or around midnight Central Standard Time was $23,784.95, up 1,358.08 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022 of $22,426.87, and up 426.72 from the recorded price on August the 8th, 2022, the day before. On August the 10th, 2022, the price recorded for Bitcoin was $22,936.55, up 509.68 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, but down 648.40 from the price recorded the day before. On August the 11th, 2022, the recorded price was $24,528.91, up 2,102.04 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, and up 1,592.36 from the recorded price from the day before on August the 10th, 2022. On August the 12th, 2022, the price recorded was $23,950.08, up 1,523.21 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, and up 578.83 from the price recorded the day before. On August the 13th, 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was $24,864.24, up 2,737.37 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, and also up 914.16 from the recorded price of $23,950.08 from the day before on August 12, 2022.
Moreover, the Egyptians, describing the world from the same idea, engraved the circumference of a circle, of the color of the sky and of fire, and a hawk-shaped serpent stretched across the middle of it, and the whole shape is like our theta, representing the circle as the world, and signifying by the serpent which connects it in the middle the good daemon. Zoroaster, also the Magian, in the sacred collection of Persian records, says in express words, "And God has the head of a hawk. He is the first, incorruptible, eternal, uncreated, without parts, most unlike all else, the controller of all good, who cannot be bribed, the best of all the good, the wisest of all wise. And he is also a father of good laws and justice, self-taught, natural, and perfect, and wise, and the sole author of the sacred power of nature." The same also is said of him by Ostanes in the book entitled Octateuch. From Tal thus, as is said above, all received their impulse towards physiological systems, and having built temples they consecrated in the shrines the primary elements represented by serpents, and in their honor celebrated festivals, and sacrifices, and mystic rites, regarding them as the greatest gods, and rulers of the universe. So much concerning serpents. Such then is the character of the theology of the Phoenicians, from which the word of salvation in the gospel teaches us to flee with averted eyes, and earnestly to seek the remedy for this madness of the ancients. It must be manifest that these are not fables and poets' fictions containing some theory concealed in hidden meanings, but true testimonies, as they would themselves say, of wise and ancient theologians, containing things of earlier date than all poets and historians, and deriving the credibility of their statements from the names and history of the gods still prevailing in the cities and villages of Phoenicia, and from the mysteries celebrated among each people, so that it is no longer necessary to search out violent physical explanations of these things, since the evidence which the facts bring with them of themselves is quite clear.
Such then is the theology of the Phoenicians, but it is now time to pass on and examine carefully the case of the Egyptians. Herennius Philo of Byblos is the subject of a notice in the Suda, which states that he was a grammarian born in Nero's time who lived to such an advanced age that he was still composing works in the reign of Hadrian. His name, like that of Flavius Josephus, could imply the patronage of a Roman family. We may suppose that, like Porphyry and Maximus of Tyre, he was a Phoenician by origin who had adopted the tongue and culture of the Greeks. Philo's most famous labor was to translate from his native language the works of a certain Sanchuniathon, for whose writings and biography he was perhaps the only source. The existence of this figure, or at least the veracity of Philo's account of him, has always been doubted and frequently denied, but modern research has shown that he bears a name which might have belonged to a Phoenician, and that many of the ingredients of the work attributed to him are of high antiquity and native provenance. Thus Philo must have employed a Phoenician source, on which he would have no reason to bestow a fictitious name. It need hardly be said, however, that a belief in the existence of a document from the hand of Sanchuniathon does not oblige us to credit the early date that Philo assigns to him, or the veracity of all that is asserted on his behalf. It has been said by Orientalists that the name Sanchuniathon cannot have been current at an epoch so early as that to which Philo appeals. It is evident to all that there is much in the present version of the history that was written to solicit the taste of Hellenistic readers, and must therefore be the translator's contribution.
On this passage, Gessner founded a charge of forgery against our author, whom he supposed to have introduced the verse in order to show that the Orphic poem taught the existence of the one true God. And even Codworth strangely fell into the same error. Intellectual System, IV 17. Fortunately, Eusebius, while refuting Porphyry, has given us his own interpretation of the verses, showing at considerable length, 102a through 108a, that they represented the world as a great animal to which the name of Zeus is applied, his mind being nothing else than the ether. Compare Valkenaer, Valkkenaer, diatribe, diatrib, de, Aristobulo, aristobulo, xxvi. After quoting Porphyry again in the physical theologies of Greece and Egypt, 108b through 117b or d, Eusebius himself exposed their contradictions and absurdities in 5 remaining chapters of the book, 118a through 127c. In the second group of 3 books, IV to VI, he passes on from the mythical and physical systems of Greek theology to the political forms of religion upheld and enforced by laws of the several states. Books IV and V are only occupied with discussions of the oracles and their pretending prophecies and healings, which are attributed both by Eusebius and by the witnesses whom he quoted to the activity of evil demons. The evidence of these subjects is for the most part taken from Porphyry's work on the philosophy to be derived from oracles, fragments of which are preserved by Eusebius, and his extant of well-known work on abstinence from animal food. The last 9 chapters are devoted to the subject of human sacrifices. The chief witnesses being Porphyry, Dionysius, and Halicarnassus, and Diodorus Siculus. In Book V, the nature and operation of demons, the incantations by which they may be controlled, in their regard for the images in which they are supposed to be presented or present, are described in extracts from Plutarch on the cessation of oracles, from Porphyry's work already mentioned, and from his Epistle of Nebo. The latter half of the book is occupied by most interesting and witty satire upon the oracles for the work of Oenomas, Oenomas, entitled The Detection of Impostors. Book XI is devoted to the subject of fate and free will in connection with astrology, the evidence being supplied by Porphyry, Oenomas, I'm just going to call her Oenomas, Oenomaus, Diogenes, Diogenes, Dionianus, Alexander of Aphrodisias, Aphrodiasias, Bardesanes, the Syrian, and Origen. In the 6th chapter, we have a good specimen of the clear argumentative style of Eusebius himself. With much force and earnestness, he defends the freedom of the will against the fatalism of pagan religion, and especially of the Stoic philosophy. By the independence with which he maintains the cause of liberty, morality, and duty, it is evident that no such teaching as that of Pelagius has had as yet disturbed men's mind, or called forth the decisions of the Church on the doctrines of grace. Dictionnaire des Sciences Philosophiques, II 340. The next group consisted of books XII through IX, deals with the religion of the Hebrews. Of book XII, the first half, 298d through 322d, is the work of Eusebius himself, describing the lives and religion of the patriarchs and the doctrines of Moses and the prophets of divine providence, on God as the first cause of the universe and on the Word as the second cause. In the latter half of the book, the same subjects are illustrated from Jewish and Christian authors: Philo, Dionysius of Alexandria, Origen, and Methodius. Beck, VII, consists of the history of the Septuagint as described by Aristeas, of quotations concerning the Exodus and the law from Philo, Josephus, and Eleazar the high priest, on the biblical anthropomorphism from Aristobulus, and 2 accounts of the Essenes from Philo, followed by his views of creation and of providence. Book IX contains the testimony of heathen writers who have made mention of the Jews, a 3rd account of the Essenes by Porphyry, quotations by Josephus from Hecataeus of Abdera, Clercus the Peripatetic, 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 Chlorillus the poet, Abydenus, author of the Assyrian history, the Civil, and others on the deluge and Tower of Babel. The remaining 26 chapters of the book are chiefly occupied by several important extracts from the work of Alexander Polyhistor concerning the Jews, which include long passages from the lambic poems of Theodotus and Ezekiel on events in Jewish history, the spurious letters of Solomon to Vaphrys, king of Egypt, and Saran, which is Hiram of Tyre, with descriptions of Jerusalem and other matters by various authors. In the next group, books X to XII, Eusebius gives examples from Clement, Porphyry, and Diodorus of the pleasms of Greek authors, both from each other and, as they argue, from the much older scriptures of the Hebrews. The testimony to their antiquity is drawn from chronography of Africanus and from Tatian, Clement, and Josephus. In Book XI, Eusebius proposes to show the argument of Plato as the representative of Greek philosophy with the Hebrew scriptures, adopting a threefold division of ethics, dialectic, and physics. He notices the moral teachings of the sacred writers, their literacy methods, accurate reasoning, and correct use of significant names, their knowledge of the natural world, and their contemplations of the true being of things unseen, with chapter 1 through 9. He then quotes the comments of Numenius in his sayings, "What else is Plato than Moses, speaking Attic Greek?" and Plutarch's treatises on the EIO of Delphi 10 and 11. Other points of comparison are the ineffable nature of God, his unity, the second cause as contemplated by Philo, Plotinus, Numenius, and Amelius, the third divine power of the Psi-Platonic eponymus, chapters 12 through 30. The nature of the good and of the ideas as stated by Plato in the Republic and Timaeus is illustrated by quotations from Numenius, Philo, and Clement of Alexandria, 21 through 25. The existence of evil power, the immortality of the soul, and the divine image as taught in the Alcibiades of Phaedo and illustrated by Porphyry's answer to Boethus on the soul, the creation of the world and the heavenly bodies and goodness of God's work, their changes and dissolution, the resurrection of the dead, and the final judgment are all brought into comparison and illustrated from Timaeus, Republic Politicus, and Phaedo, and from fragments of Plutarch on the soul. In the book XII, the comparison of Plato with the Hebrew Scriptures is continued on the simple instructions of children, the need of faith, the qualification of rules are described in the laws in Gorgias and the Republic, chapters 1 through 9. The picture of the just man and his fate in the Republic, paradise in the Garden of Zeus, and the origin of mankind, male and female, in the Symposium, the deluge, the right foundation of law.
Across the whole ancient world, people used a broad array of techniques and disciplines to make themselves attentive to what they thought to be hidden information buried in the events unfolding around them. These practices, classified in Greek as the disciplines of Mantic and in Latin as Divinatio, were utterly common. They were not, for the most part, considered esoteric or occult. The ancients understood that the universe had certain inclinations built into it, which were more or less closely tied to the inclinations of the gods. Like the weather, these were a part of the ancient atmosphere, and throughout the Greek and Roman sources we find people trying to gauge the prevailing winds. They perceived messages in a wide variety of signs, but nearly all of the most prominent and durable of the Greek and Roman systems make use of animals. Aeschylus's overview of the classical terrain, put into the mouth of Prometheus, announces where humans might look to find these hidden indicators, and he gives animals the balance of attention. And I marked out the many ways of divination, and among dreams I first discerned which are destined to come true, and I explained to them words overheard by chance and chance meetings. The flight of crook-taloned birds I distinguished carefully, which by nature are auspicious, which sinister, and each has a particular mode of life. Some are hostile to each other, and they have affections and favorable positionings in groups, and the smoothness of their entrails, and what color the gall must have to please the gods, also the speckled symmetry of the liver lobe, and the thigh bones, wrapped in fat,
And by burning the long loin I set mortals on the right path in an art that is difficult and murky. In the functionally infinite range of potential vocabulary for the divine language, it does not simply stand to reason that animals would emerge as such a prominent category. The grounds for this are doubtless manifold. Since prehistory, people were accustomed to making life-critical decisions based on the behaviors of animals in the food supply, and such attentiveness may have become acculturated in stylized and systematized forms. Such a link is already made by Democritus, 5th century BC, who explained divination by entrails as an indication of whether fields will be barren or productive. Other possible reasons for the interest in animals can be adduced. It was a part of ancient law that many animals possessed a certain quickness and acuity of perception that made them able to sense things that humans were not yet able to. The non-discursive modes of thought in which divination is understood to engage align with the instinctive thought processes of non-human animals, where discursivity is non-existent. Ancient observers make such connections explicit. Finally, modes of divination that focus on animals would have provided a means to reconcile two large pieces of human identity that Greeks and Romans typically separated. They configure the world of non-human animals, with which humans' creaturely natures are aligned, to be instrumental to, and not antithetical to, the human intellect, which most ancient observers set apart from our corporeal, animal qualities and align with the divine. Such a focus on animals as a medium to reach the divine accords with a congruent focus in the fundamental religious practice of sacrifice, with which divination is often paired. Most ancient observers classified divination in two main forms, artificial and natural. In the first category, messages are observed in significant phenomena in the world outside the observer, the meaning of which is determined using empirical methods. The observer correlates the present observation with past records, to see whether it bodes well or ill. In this variety, divine signs are regularly found in animal behaviors and the structures of their bodies or parts. The flight paths of birds, the twitching of entrails, odd actions of large mammals, or the feeding behaviors of chickens are all considered significant over time. According to the second kind of divination, the inward, natural variety, a human being receives a direct inspiration through dreams, visions, or inspired oracular pronouncements, via a distinctive kind of cognitive activity. Even in this variety, centered as it is on subjective human experience, the theme of animals also surfaces. A rich and multivalent tradition of philosophical commentary on divination consistently links it with the creaturely side of the human being. Thinkers often draw connections between divinatory insight and animal instinct. The prominence of women as oracles, Pythias and Sibyls, whom Greek men typically marked as being closer to animal nature, is a noteworthy preliminary indication. One school of thought, the Stoics, achieves a grand unified theory of divine signs via understanding the cosmos as a whole to be a single living animal. Instinctive animal behaviors as signs. Of the animals that are potentially signs in the classical world, birds take pride of place. In an early indication of this, Hesiod sums up the works and days, his almanac of how to live, with a final sentence that places bird reading on a paratactic footing with everything else he has talked about. A man is happy and lucky who knows all these things and does his work without offending the deathless gods, who discerns the omens of birds and avoids transgression. The Greek term for bird of prey, oinos, becomes elided with the idea of any kind of divine sign. Euripides' comes to mean to read omens generally. Already in Homer's time, birds were looked to in the most important of the divination systems. Calchas is equally a mantis, a seer, and the most skilled of the bird interpreters by far. That bird divination is often understood to be distinctively Greek has contributed to an underdeveloped study of its Near Eastern antecedents. But an interest in birds as divine signs is in evidence in Babylonia, Assyria, and among the Hittites. An early 5th century inscription from Ephesus expresses rules for bird divination in the distinctive protasis, apodosis style, if this, then that, characteristic of thousands of Near Eastern divinatory tablets. Why the ancients found birds important is impossible to say with certainty. It is often remarked by scholars, but less often by ancient testimony, that their proximity to the sky put them closer to the divine. Their simple capacity to defy gravity would also have been a potential source of raw wonder, as well as their oral richness, made even more poignant by their appearance and disappearance in conjunction with the seasons. The speed and impulsiveness of their actions is also probably a factor. Birds of prey are especially important. Their eating of meat deepens their association with the world of animals, down to the level of the sinews, and this may reflect an ongoing importance of corporeal and visceral natures in divinatory practices. Some have suggested that the choice of this class of birds is associated with divination by entrails. Tixtispacy was not present in Homer, when birds of prey were already favored, rules out a straightforward dependency. But it may still be the case that each of these practices reveals a related, deeper habit of divinatory thought, in which insight emerges from the most rudimentary features of organisms. The following are the most important birds, along with the gods, if any, with which they were traditionally associated: the eagle, Zeus; falcon, Apollo; hawk, raven; crow, owl; Athena, hen, heron, and vulture. While figures such as Calchas and Tiresias are legendary for their acumen, the Greek technique of bird reading never resided exclusively with any formal or informal social or political group. Anyone was authorized to read birds, and the ability to do so correctly correlated more closely with social standing than official position. This sets Greek bird reading in contrast with both prior Near Eastern and later Roman parallel forms, in which the procedure is surrounded by a large bureaucracy. The significant elements are flight path and cries, and, in the poetic tradition especially, a whole range of more exotic happenings, often involving prey, a snake, another bird, even a fawn. The categories of right and left are the most prominent. They can on occasion be lined up with east and west, which would mean a normative northward facing. The evidence does not highlight this, suggesting instead that the most relevant data is not cardinal geography but their position with respect to the observer. Typically, some recently initiated or proposed course of action is thought to be endorsed or rejected by the appearance of a bird omen. Observers look for positive or negative readings along a binary scale, with natural behaviors and the right-hand side aligned with positive signs and unnatural or left-hand orientation taken as negative indicators. A hermeneutic system in bird reading never quite becomes reduced to consistent rules, a heterogeneity it has in common with nearly all other divinatory systems. Among the Romans, divination from birds is equally prominent. A summary of the auspices survives in the lexicon of Festus, speaks of 5 kinds. Of the 3 most important, 2 varieties focus on birds. In addition to signs from thunder and lightning, humans were particularly interested in avian flight patterns and cries, in the feeding patterns of specially kept chickens. The remaining 2 types, auspices taken ex quadrupedibus, were seen in the odd behaviors of mammals, on which more in a moment, and those ex diris, sc scenes, drew conclusions from odd coincidences and accidents of any kind. As was the case with Greek, the proper Latin term for the observation of birds, auspicium, from avis plus specio, comes to mean observation of divine signs in general. Among the Romans, in contrast to the Greeks, a strong social institution, in the form of a collegium of augurs, grows up around the auspices to regulate and perpetuate the techniques, and deliver authoritative interpretations. The duty actually to perform the associated rituals fell to other magistrates. All matters of civic consequence required that the augurs be consulted. Holding the office was a mark of high social and political stature. Even Cicero, whose views on divination were extensive, complex, and full of doubts, nevertheless venerated the office as a repository of social capital, and himself held it for a time. Birds whose song was significant were known as arsines, and those whose flight were called alitz. It is useful to divide divination in a Roman context into 2 classes, one that officially and formally seeks out omens, impetrative, and a second that reads unsolicited omens, oblative. Oblative category is familiar from the Greek materials, where the typical bird sign arrives spontaneously. The Romans' impetrative versions are strikingly more developed than the Greeks. In official state functions, when considering or commencing any course of action, auspices were taken to determine whether the gods favored it. The person charged to carry out auspices ex avibus would mark out a sacred quadrant of the sky using a wand, lituus, then pitch a tent in a position to observe the heavens. The whole area was then made sacred by a ritual. The seat and the designated region of the sky were known as the templum. After the ceremony began, any birds, or lightning, appearing in this screen were understood to be a divine omen. Every military camp established a templum for official use, and the city of Rome itself maintained a permanent one on the top of the Capitoline Hill. The region of the sky was important enough that any building that occluded a part of it could be ordered to be torn down. For auguries taken extra pudius, the Romans observed how a select group of chickens ate their grain. If they ate greedily, such that grain fell from their mouths, it was considered a positive sign. The reading was negative if they refused to come out of their cages, did not eat, made a cry, beat their wings, or flew away. Sound and force of the grain hitting the ground was of particular interest. The ceremonial chickens were kept in cages for the purpose, and were tended by a special expert in such matters known as a Pilarius. The Romans understood divine signs as rendering judgment on the timing, not the content, of the action proposed. The ceremony could be repeated to achieve the desired message. Signs were valid for one day only, and the judgment they rendered could be supplanted by another ceremony on the next day. Roman auspices did not indicate the future, only divine approval or disapproval for the proposed course of action. The kinds of bird behavior observed, especially impulsive, darting movements and sounds, are of a piece with a certain brittleness to the procedure, made all the more so under the weight of the heavy systematization that the Roman custom supported. The auspices required strict silence, silentium, and anything that broke it or otherwise disturbed the ceremony was called a defect, vitium, that could render the sign void. These aspects underscore a strong degree of impetuousness to the knowledge retrieved, opening up a further association, at a larger structural level, between divinatory knowledge and animal instinct. There is further interest shown in a range of different animals and their behaviors, which are either signs themselves or are closely connected with divination. In examples of the latter, Apollodorus records a legend that the famous Greek seer Melampus gained his acute power to understand the significance of bird cries from having snakes lick his ears. Gammus is made capable of speaking prophetically when two snakes feed him with bees' honey as an infant. Socrates reports a legend that swans sing louder just before their deaths as if prescient of their fates. Dogs and other creatures were noted to be aware of coming weather conditions. Lines between such behaviors and divination are often murky. Among the Romans, strange births of all kinds could be divine signs. Over this class the professional haruspices, the particular expertise. Animals with deformities are important, particularly those with too many limbs or feet. A prominence is given to those that cross species, especially humans with non-humans, as, for example, in the case of women giving birth to other species of animals, to offspring that are mixtures of humans and animals born to a different species. Coincidences and strange behaviors involving four-footed animals, ex quadrupedibus, made up another category of auspices for the augurs to consider. Suetonius relates that as Caesar's death approached, a herd of horses that he turned to the wild by the Rubicon in dedication to the river refused to graze and wept copiously. Cicero relates many comparable anecdotes in his De Divination, as when, for example, a general and his horse accidentally fall, or mice are observed to have eaten through shields for battle, or a mule, a creature sterile by nature, gives birth, or a monkey goes berserk and upsets a lot-drawing ceremony. Structure of animal parts as signs. Entrails. Observers in classical antiquity also saw divine signs in the movements, color, size, shape, and texture of the internal organs of the animals they sacrificed to the gods. Divination from entrails is not disconnected from divination from birds. That birds of prey are favored as sign-givers already highlights the connection with animal meat, and Greek tragedians make the link with ecstasis.
everybody. Welcome to our weekly Minds Roundtable live stream with Roger Hanson. My name is Tan, and we have on the stream Pico's Dave and Karma Love joining us. So it's going to be an exciting live stream. We got more people than 2 people last time, so welcome everybody.
And that's because you guys definitely failed to communicate effectively.
Oh, we'll get it.
Of course. We're here now. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Okay, since this will be, Dave has been on Roger's live stream a couple of times. Karma, have you introduced yourself to the stream?
Just now? Well, I just say hello. So hi,
yeah,
guys.
do a quick intro, your background, how long have you joined? Since this is a Minds Roundtable, quick intro on your history with the Mind. When you joined, how long have you been, how active you've been on the platform, things like that.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I joined Minds in like June, and I've been just more so absorbing. Like there was a lot of useful information being posted for a very long time, so that was the main gist of it. To be honest, I never really started opening up until Roger did a stream about the Sumerians, and if I'm saying it wrong, I apologize. But anyway, once it started with that, hey, there's some weirdness. Does anyone else hear that?
Yeah, that's just static. It's been coming through.
Oh, okay. It was like it was really obnoxious. That's what I was wondering. But so yeah, it's really, really, really loud. And
The window's coming from my side. Let me mute myself and see if you can hear it still.
okay, it's not there now.
Yeah, it's
No, I didn't hear anything. And even when you were talking, there was no sound. Even after I said it, there was none. I was just bringing it because if everyone can hear it, then everyone can hear it. That's the only reason I said something. But anyway, so yeah, I was on here and I was just like learning stuff. And then like I hear it again. And then I talked to, and he did that chat, and he was really like cool and nice. And so I just kind of, I would like to say clung to him, but like his information is definitely very useful. Learn a lot on his streams. So it got to the point to where I know also too, people get the more support they have, then they can have, you know what I mean, they get benefits. There's essentials, and so I started showing up just to basically help him kind of, you know what I mean, just so he could do his thing, because it's useful information, even the stuff I don't understand, like the games and stuff like that. I still listen, because why not? He was cool, so just support the platform. Eventually I'm going to start doing my shows. I do shows, but I don't do them here, so I was eventually going to start doing this here. I just haven't yet.
Okay, cool. I see that you post some, you have some decent post
Like
history on your channels. Yeah. What's your like what is your what's your posting schedule kind of like, or do you have a schedule?
Okay, so for me, I based off of the synchronicity. So I usually, and on Minds, I haven't been doing it as much, but when I post other places, it's usually based on the synchronicity. It has to be some type of sync. But I'm just now focusing to incorporate Minds, because at first I literally was just using it for the information I was learning. And then when I started getting involved with like Roger, I was like, oh wait, you know what? Maybe I'll incorporate Minds into my thing. And like I just started getting more, just like looking into it. Not really anything to where it's like, yes, Minds, but it is now. And like I said, recently, just because I felt as though I was reading, you guys were talking about like tokens and all this other stuff, and money's cool. So sometimes anyway. So I was just like, okay, I'll just at least make the attempt. So it'll be like synchronicities, 222s, 111s, 1111, 1010. There's so many synchronicities, 234, 1234. Just you name it. It's just, but for Minds, I have yet to decide the time if I'm going to do it simultaneous, like at all times, at the same time on all my platforms. I really think that's not lame, but the only reason I feel like it's lame is because there's so many synchronicities, and then I can hit so many different points based on. So it's just like it's in the works. But yeah, it'll be a time strategically, but I have yet to determine the time strategic for Minds.
You tell us when, and I guarantee you I'll help support you. I'll get on there and freaking start talking to you. And
Yeah.
Oh, you mean for like the shows? I was just talking about like the affirmations and stuff. See, with the shows, I'll probably just gonna do my pre-records that I already have because I have a lot. I do energy reads. I don't do tarot because I don't believe in tarot, but I have made my own energy cards, and I use the energy cards in order to assess energy properly. And I mean, it resonates this time. It resonates
well,
at times as well, but usually it's someone.
if you have the courage to get on camera and stuff, I'd be willing to give you like an hour or so on my channel where you could just do your own show.
Yeah. Like talk about what you're doing on your channel and things like that. I was just curious because I
That'll
don't
be
have a.
lit. Yeah, thank you. That's awesome. I definitely would like to do it like, you know what I mean, when I'm better prepared. I could do like I don't even have a white candle. It was a full moon, so I did the full moon last night, and so now my white candle is used for the full moon energy and it's burning down. I have to clean the cards with white candle, but I did do a reading last night, so I'm gonna post that, and I was considering posting it on mine, and I'll let you know. We can like whenever's a good time for you, and I can just attempt to plan accordingly. I'm moving this weekend, so right now I'm a little busy.
Well, I mean, just tell me when, like once a week, whenever you want to do one episode. And it doesn't have to really be you. You can, like, take a looping video of a candle and put it in the
And you
background.
can start doing the live streaming or the like video or video podcasting / live streaming like Roger's doing. I
Yeah.
could get you some money if the money's interesting to you.
But see, that's what I was thinking about doing just because he's been doing this. I never realized I could do that here. At first, I thought it was more like X. And like, I thought it was more like that to where I could only post like those type of posts. And then I started seeing you guys doing this. And I'm like, wait a minute. Like, I'm literally learning as I go. And it's not something like I started getting into it when you got, like I said, after Roger. Like, after Roger was so cool the first time I was on his show, like I'll check the chats now. Like before it was kind of just like, I don't know what these people are talking about, or I'll just read it as I go. And that was mainly it. Like you're not relating to me, so it doesn't matter. But then when I started being involved, you guys were relating to me. So I was like, oh, okay, now I check it. You know what I mean? I check it simultaneously with me checking X or checking Instagram. But you know what I mean? It's just the truth. And so I'll do that now, and I want to figure out how to do it. So yeah, I'll let you guys know when I'm better prepared. I definitely think it's going to start this month, like in the next week or so, because that's what I have on my schedule. So I'll just make vocal about it.
Now,
Okay.
I do want to mention something to you, okay? And I keep telling everybody on here, it's not a bad thing to get Minds Plus. Don't let people try to dissuade you from that because it really does pay out. It's a pretty good setup. So, like, if you want to get serious about this stuff, it's $60. I mean, and you got an entire year.
$60 a year.
It's
Yeah.
only $60 a year. Oh, I can
Yeah.
manage that. I can manage it, but I just
But you do
Well,
have to wait for $100 to cash out.
Oh, I want to ask you, Roger. Since Plus is the nice thing, but I think Pro will get you even more payback. Have you looked into that at all?
Yeah, I was talking to Moose about it, and to be honest, I mean, like, once I get like set up with a server and stuff like that, that might be a good option, something to do. You know what I mean? But I really, benefit-wise, I don't see really the big advantage of having Pro other than having your own website. And then, like, right there.
No. I thought not. You don't necessarily have to your own website. It'll give you your own subdomain off of minds.com. So it'll be like rogerhanson.minds.com. That'll be your website, and
Yeah, but-
you can customize that site. It's basically your channel, but you have more
But
customization.
there's still things that you have to take into consideration. I mean, like, yeah, they'll host me, give me my host name and stuff, but does it have to still represent Minds? You know what I mean? Like, when when I go and I post something, am I going to be able to post it on a website that's mine, or is it going to be something that represents just mine? You know, because I'd want to be able to freaking have people on Google be able to find my stuff on their search engines, and then I'd have to have people
And
on,
not just mine,
you know what I
but
mean?
he's saying both.
So, I
Well,
mean,
Minds.com right now is already indexed by Google. So any
well, the encryption thing is what I'm talking about. That's where it all gets kind of tricky. 'Cause,
what
like,
encryption?
well,
Encryption, the end-to-end encryption is only on chat, not on the main
well,
site.
if I take my content and I try to share it, like say on Facebook, okay,
Yeah.
all the people on Facebook is gonna see is an emblem of Minds, and it's gonna say join Minds to see this post. Basically, you gotta click on it, go in and join your account.
Oh, I see. It's up to you though. Some when you post it, you have the options of making it like publicly available and or only logged in user can view, or only private, only you can see, or things like that. You
Yeah.
have control when you post. But look at Moose Pro channel. He has a pro, and he has a pro channel, and it looks like it's off of off of minds.com, but I don't know if it's his own.
How much do you get paid? If you don't, if this is okay and it's okay, like for per post, like what is the like? Let's be realistic. And I mean, because I was thinking about even signing up. I remember, like, they have like Twitter, but it's not Twitter Blue. It's like X, whatever it is now. But it's like it costs money, and you have to have 500 followers. Like, I'm nowhere near 500 followers, so I'm just wondering,
Who?
like,
Oh, what?
Oh, you
I'm here
automatic
now. I was talking about that before, but I'm asking you here.
you automatically start making money once you get Minds Plus or Minds Pro. Like you don't have a minimum for doing it.
Amount of followers, right? So it is
Right.
No, you don't need a minimum
I
following.
got you.
Yeah.
That's why.
Also, Roger, so with Pro, you get paid for traffic as well, right? For people visiting your page.
Yeah.
You don't get that with Plus.
I get that with Plus too.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I see.
I
Okay.
do.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I was getting ready to pull that up on my extra channel or on my
Mhm.
screen share
Okay.
thing here. This is what I made just for last month.
Okay.
Okay, I made $30.14.
But there's nothing for page views though.
Well, hold on a minute. The page views. Okay, I gotta get on the right tab so I can go on. So I've got Minds content for $31.24. Boost Partners is for $15. Page views is 0 because Minds is greedy and don't want to give up the show.
But that's what I'm saying though. If you have a Pro account, that would change.
Now on my analytics for just regular Minds, okay, for my page views, I can find out how much my earnings was for page views, and that's 0 too. But it tells me that I made $1.14 on August 31st. Yeah, for August.
How many page view did you have in the past month? Can you see that?
I had.
Page or traffic?
I mean, that's a good question. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, page views. I had 823 page views.
800 in a month.
Yeah,
Okay.
and total page views is on all your channel assets. A page view is registered when a unique page is
It sounds.
used
Excuse
and
me.
does not include
Excuse me,
feeds.
guys. It's
Yeah.
really choppy.
Oh, it is.
On the stream?
You guys sound like.
in 3 years, I've only seen a bat go after one of these orbs, and the bat that did it got within about maybe 2 feet distance of it, and it did an immediate 360-degree turn and went back the way it came from. I figure the orb has probably got some electrical, discharge or some kind of shielding around it. No, the most incredible thing that's happened to me as far as the orbs go, I have an orb that it's in a bunch of my videos. It's the only one that's visible without infrared. You do not need infrared to see it. I've seen it with my naked eye one time, and it's dark. Doesn't show up very well, but it can come up and flash you right in the face. And it's the fastest thing that you've ever seen. You've never seen anything this fast. And it's got a sense of humor. But one night I was sitting on the back of the truck, and I film off you know what an LMTV is?
No, not really.
It's a big troop transfer military truck. It's a military truck that sits, I forget, 18 people in the back, 3 in the front. It weighs 16,000 pounds. Well, it's way off the ground, so I put a recliner up in the bed of this truck, and that's what I record off of because it's stable, and then it keeps me out of the mosquitoes. I hate putting on bug spray. Man, I get it in my eye all the time. I hate that.
Yeah.
And then you smell. So the truck, with it being a diesel truck, the mosquitoes don't like it anyway, so I might get 1 or 2 mosquitoes, come flying up, and that's about it. But I'm sitting on the truck just filming the orbs one night. Something hits the truck and it shakes it. The whole entire truck shakes. It shook me. And I'm thinking, at the time, I said, well, must be one of the dogs hit it in the yard, Mm-hmm. And then I realized that, hey, this truck, you can't move this truck. And then I got to looking at the video, and I rewound it. I captured the orb just before it struck the truck. You can actually see it hitting. So I thought about it, and we took a metal detector. We thought, man, we got a miniature Roswell out here in the yard. They're going to be little pieces of UFO out here somewhere in the ground because it struck it so hard, There wasn't a mark on the truck. There ain't nothing in the yard. We found every beer tab from 1970 out there. And, the only thing I can figure out, it's got a force field around it. So about a week later, I captured a video of it, real close, playing around in my face. I mean, it's real fast. And you can clearly see there's like a shell on the outside, and the orb is on the inside. So it's almost, you can see the shielding on the orb. So that was what it was, but I think it was a demonstration. I don't think it was an accident because it couldn't drive, I don't think it lost its way and just rammed into the truck. I think it's intentional.
Yeah.
No. I was thinking about that too, but at the time I had a friend of mine that said, you know what? We could try to capture that thing and we could knock it down, maybe with a shotgun and electrify it somehow, And I'm like, dude, I don't think you might want to do that. It was probably about that time frame to where that thing ran into the side of the truck, and probably that was a demonstration showing me that you're not going to do anything to me. So
yeah. Now I popped up that I thought I did. I popped up that second one on your account for that on X. And I believe I've got
it's coming directly overhead.
I know, here it is. Let me stop that one real quick. It's the second one that you showed on X. I'm going to put that up real quick because I know you wanted to show that one too. I was only able to get the first one going, so.
Well, that's okay.
But that one right there, I just looked over it and I didn't realize I hadn't switched the OBS over to it, so.
Yep.
I figured I'd let everybody see what this is. This one is actually pretty interesting because when you were just talking, I could see like
big orb with a mark on it right here. Well, he's really close. You can keep up with him.
And see, this brings me. It reminds me
Another
of
one
the
of the dark
stories
spot
I've heard
right
about over in over
feather.
here in what do they call that? The forest right next
Just
to us
hanging
in
out.
Missouri, Cape Girardeau.
Yeah.
It goes
Yeah.
right over my head.
Because they have a lot of sightings of orbs over there too. I'm having a brain fart. I can't even remember it. And it's like
Well,
right next to me.
my orb, the one that hangs out with me, it's always something different every week. Something will change. There'll be a new UFO will show up. This week it's been the symbols on the orb, and then now I have these blue UFOs. I mean, they're pure blue, but none of
Big
them
orb
have
with a
come down
mark
low
on it,
enough yet.
right?
I can
Here.
see them. They're probably sitting at 30,
Well, he's really
40,000 feet
close.
going across.
Keep up
None
with
of them have come down close yet, but it's a matter of time. They probably will. Everything else does, so I
another
don't
one
know
with a
why
dark spot
they
right
wouldn't.
there. Is that filler?
But I've got a compilation of intervention, or what do you call it when you're sitting there?
Just hanging out.
It'll flash you, and you flash it
It
back, and
goes
then
right
back
over
and
my
forth.
head.
Oh,
I've got thousands of those too.
no, that reminds me. When you were talking about that earlier, it reminds me of what's his name, Doctor. What's his? I forgot his.
Greer?
Yeah, Greer. He talks
Yeah.
about doing meditation and stuff like that. Do you think that stuff is possible when it comes to it, like being able to talk to these?
I don't know. They had a get together. The CE5 people did, and it looked like, what do you think? 40
Big
people
orb
in
with a
that
mark on it
video,
right
honey?
here.
Yeah.
Probably around 40 people
Well, he's
met out
really
here on the
close.
beach somewhere. I think it was
Keep
North
up with
Carolina. And, between all that meditating stuff, the only thing I seen, it could have been a ship
another one with a
sliding
dark
out there
spot
blinking
right
at them.
Yeah.
I mean, literally.
Is that filler?
If you got that many people meditating, I want that thing to put down 3 landing gears and land in the sand next to me and get out and,
Just hanging out.
hey, we come in peace,
It goes
Yeah.
right over
And
my head.
I walk out the door. The moment I walk out the door, they're already there. I don't have to wait on them. And then it's kind of like the first year I was doing it, I would be out there till 11 to 12, 1 o'clock in the morning filming this stuff. And they were showing up at 1 o'clock in the morning. They were showing up at 12 o'clock. And then after a while, it was like I don't know, maybe they realized that I was kind of tired out there, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can get away with it. I can go out there and stay till 10 o'clock. I'm good to go. And it's been that way for a long time now. If I stay past 10 or 11, won't hardly see anything at all. Nothing. They've already done their thing in an hour and a half, and they're gone. And I'm back in the house watching TV, downloading videos, whatever. So at least they're nice about it.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was asking you about with like keeping track with a watch and everything when that happens. Because I mean, the real question I'm wanting to ask is, do you think that maybe at some point they've freaking abducted you and put you back where you were?
No, I got an experience when I was a kid. If you remember the Pascagoula, Mississippi incident back in 1973, you remember that?
Yeah.
Well, we lived in Memphis at the time, and I think I was about 5 or 6 years old. I wasn't very old, but I was terrified of the dark. I used to run into the bed, and I'd cover myself up with them covers, and I'd go to sleep. I didn't care if it was burning up in the house or not. I had to, just didn't like the dark at all. And one night, I just sat down in the bed, hadn't even got the covers up yet. And I looked at the window next to me, and there was a little, it was just like somebody was playing a cartoon projector on the window. And the window was literally right next to the bed. I mean, I could reach over and touch the bed. The bed was pushed all the way up into the wall. And the window's right there, and I ain't even laid down yet. And there's a little dang teddy bear cartoon going on right there, about 8 inches tall, and it just looked really clear. The clarity of it was something back then I didn't know how to describe it. Nowadays, it was a laser hologram. That was exactly what it was. And I looked at that, and I was thinking, what in the hell is a cartoon bear doing on my window like that? So I look over at it, and the next thing I know, there's somebody sitting on the foot of the bed, wearing white. Could have been Jesus for all I know. All I know, they had a white robe. It was a man. And I was like a little bit taken back by that, but then the curiosity of that teddy bear, I looked back at the teddy bear again, and teddy bear was gone, and I looked, and the guy was gone too. So the next morning was when they had that abduction, was all over the news. And I remember the TV reporter asking one of those guys if they'd been drinking, and the guy looked at the reporter and said, "No, ma'am, we ain't been drinking, but we had a few drinks after that."
Yeah.
And I remember that was all over the news at the time, and there was UFO sightings. The police were chasing after them in Memphis and Mississippi too. You know, Memphis is just right across the river, same area. And you know, I never did. I remember that for years and years and years. Still remember it like it was yesterday. But I never really thought about it. You know what I mean? Think about the experience that I had back then because I was so young. But I knew it happened, and I knew it was real, and it wasn't some imaginary thing. But the thing that I missed was it was about the same time frame as I started getting these migraine headaches. And they were so horrific, I couldn't pay attention in school. I just was just horrible. And I get these headaches, and it would hurt so bad I would throw up. I'd go lay in the bedroom. Mom would close the curtains down where no light could get in, and I would go into just about a coma for about 3 hours. And I'd wake up. My head didn't hurt anymore, but man, I could eat out the whole kitchen. If it was sweets or anything in the kitchen, I could eat the whole refrigerator, literally. And that went on until I was probably about 16 years old. And I just never put two and two together. And I know that, hell, I had to take remedial math and all that stuff in high school because I really couldn't add, subtract, or multiply. When I was a sophomore, I couldn't do it. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, I got brains and remembered everything. Now, I can't explain that. I mean, I'm still the same way. I remember just about everything. And I became a aircraft mechanic in the Air Force, and flying status, the whole 9 yards. And I was a crew chief. Great job, best job in the Air Force, as far as I'm concerned. You could get on the airplane and fly anywhere in the world. You didn't know where your plane was going to go. It could go to Australia next week, or be in England, or Germany. It was just all over the world, all over the United States. And here I am, 20-year-old kid, and I'm flying all over the world and getting paid for it. And I never did have any experiences with anything while I was in there. But when I moved down there, oh boy, yep, that's when I started really seeing stuff and paying attention to stuff. And actually, when I was younger, I found a landing spot where a saucer went down. It had crusted up the soil to where the soil, you know how they describe it, it turns the soil into where it won't absorb moisture. Mm-hmm. Nothing grew in a circle for 6 years, but you know, I found it by accident when I was deer hunting in Tennessee, and I never put two and two together what that was. And I looked at the dirt, and it was such a mystery why it didn't grow any plants. And now we own the property. The property at the time was it belonged to the bank. The bank got it back in a foreclosure, I guess, and we own it now. But it grows grass. But I think Dad finally got tired of looking at it. And probably took the backhoe and scooped the dirt up and got some fresh dirt growing on top of it where it grows something, because it wouldn't grow anything. It was weird. I thought maybe a piece of equipment had dumped out the diesel fuel in the soil. Maybe that was why nothing would grow. And I was picking up the dirt, crumbling it around, and smelling it. And that wasn't the case. It was just a mystery.
Doing a sound test real quick to make sure everything's going. And I'm starting out with kick sounds. Okay, getting ready to get everything started up. Doing a sound test real quick to make sure that sounds good. Create broadcast and share. Or in post. Create broadcast and share. Or sounds good. Okay, let's get to Rumble now. See how that's working out. Or Rumble sounds good. Alright, so now we go to YouTube. See how that's working out. YouTube sounds good as well. So it sounds like everything is up and running. I have Skype opened up for talk. If anybody wants to get on and be a part of the conversation, let me know. And if you're not on Skype or on Discord, then I can share the information with you in chat. Just say something in chat and I can post it there. I forgot to share this on Discord as well, so I'll get in there and get that done. Got 15 or 12 minutes until the hour, and that's when I am going to start the show, so I'm just setting up right now. But other than posting the times and everything on Skype and Discord, I do it on minds.com too, but other than that I usually don't get too caught up in it. And let's see here. Alright. Alright, so let me go ahead and get back on there. I posted everything on those contacts there. I guess I could share the link to this on in the chats. Let me go ahead and maybe get that going. Links. Oh shit. Boy, oh boy. So I posted the links in, or the link to the Skype into Kick, Rumble, and YouTube. I keep hitting inspect when I'm actually wanting to paste, so it's taking me a little bit of time. So if anybody wants to come into Skype and be a part of the conversation, they're more than welcome to. Today is going to be part 2 to the Dyatlov Pass incident that happened in Russia, the former Soviet Union. And if anybody wants to have a conversation about that, they are more than welcome to show up. I've got 9 minutes to go, so I am going to step away, get my coffee, and I will be back here in a minute and ready to go. Okay, I am back. Yeah, I have 4 minutes to go, but I figured I would get back on here and everything. I ended up getting everything up and running. It's been an interesting week. I ended up having a loss of electricity and stuff for the week, so things got a little bit hectic. It's like I said, I'm not starting until the top of the hour, so at that point I'll do my countdown and start recording. Put out the links if anybody wanted to join on Skype. You're more than welcome. I don't really make a habit of doing that. It's just whenever I remember to, I add them into the chat. So you guys are more than welcome to join if you want to. Appreciate any comments or feedback or anything like that. You're more than welcome to leave comments in the chat or in the comment section. I don't know for sure if they allow you to make comments in the comment section while the stream's going on. Not that experienced with the whole live chat thing. I'm a lot better than what I was when I first started, but not up to par, I guess you could say. Today I am doing the stream on Kick. I'm doing it on Rumble, X, and on YouTube. I was doing it on Odyssey, but I'm going to start backing off on doing streams for Odyssey unless it's Minds.com related. Usually most of the people that goes on Minds are they support Odyssey, but haven't been having very much luck when it comes to getting support on Odyssey, so I decided that I'm going to just limit it to my streams that pertain to Minds.com. So just to let everybody know, I've been trying to put it out there and everything. I've been trying to keep things somewhat separated, like with Wonderful World of Weirdness. That's actually just that actually something that John Clark started, and he's had a YouTube channel and a Facebook channel, and he started doing Odyssey too. So, and then I took over at the beginning of last year. So I've been trying to kind of keep it separate from, just exclusively on Minds or exclusively on YouTube. So that's basically what I gotta do. That cat's meowing. Hold on a minute. Okay, so here we are. Let's see now. We are at the hour. I'm going to do my countdown, and here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello everybody, and welcome to another episode of WoW Talk. I'm Roger Hanson, and today we are going to continue where we left off last week with the Dyatlov Pass incident that happened in the former Soviet Union, Russia, back in the early 1900s. It's like I said, this is probably one of the biggest mysteries of the 20th century, if not the biggest mystery. Now, there was another incident that happened there, but I believe that was in the late 1800s with Nikola Tesla, where they there's speculations that he created a ray gun, the Tesla ray gun, and there was a whole bunch of trees and landscape there that had been knocked down without any explanation. It's not in the same region, but it is in Siberia, so that's the reason why I say this could be of the 20th century, because I'm not too sure if that happened in the 20th century or not. So, but that's what this is. This is going to be about the Dyatlov Pass. Last week I went through and I discussed the whole thing behind the indigenous culture that was there. They're the ones that was brought, that they were, there was allegations made that they could have possibly been involved with the deaths of these explorers, survivalists that ended up dying there at Dyatlov Pass, and they were the Munsee tribes. Now, the accusations that were made about them was eventually, let go of, but they did make accusations about them because they were an indigenous tribe, and they practiced paganism. And there was a situation that happened before that about with the Munsee and the Conti concerning their beliefs, and it was outlawed to practice it in the Soviet Union during that time, which caused problems with the Conti. Now the Conti ended up fighting against the Soviet Union, so there was a lot of hatred going on there between the Soviets and the Conti tribes. Now the Manti, I believe that they took the peaceful way out, and they're the ones who eventually were suspected of being a part of it. But eventually, those suspicions were laid to rest. Now, I went through a lot on that, so I'm not going to get too much into it, but I did want to bring it back up because after I had done last week's episode, I went and I did my Ancient Histories stream, and I was doing all of the research and pulling everything back together, or pulling everything up on that, and it concerned Mount Fuji, and it just seemed odd because and it wasn't planned either, but like with this one, it has to do with the Dyatlov Pass incident, and the mountain that they were at was in English it would be called the Dead Mountain, and these tribes, the Mansi and the Conti, they worshipped at this mountain. Now later on, and mind you, like I said, I didn't plan this. This just happened. It also I started doing research on Mount Fuji because I've been wanting to do something concerning the suicide forest. So what I decided to do is, instead of just focusing on the suicide forest, I would point out Mount Fuji, because Mount Fuji, or the suicide forest, is just right there below Mount Fuji. So I went in there and I started doing the research, and I just found a whole lot of pagan there's a whole lot of paganism that could be involved with the things going on Mount Fuji, which, by the way, is worshipped by mountain worshippers. So that makes two mountain worshippers that I actually pulled up and wanted to do a show about. And I thought that was kind of interesting how that happened and played out. So basically what I am doing now is trying to figure out what's going on here. Actually, I think I'm having problems with my internet again, which is not cool. Supposedly everything's holding up, but I am having a weak signal. I'm gonna have to go ahead and double check and make sure everything's fine. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like everything's still going. So, but anyhow, with that all being said, it was just weird how it worked out. Now we got through there and we started discussing the actual remains, what was found whenever the search parties went out looking for this party of, mind you, experienced survivalists. These weren't amateurs; these were well experienced survivalists, and they were actually out there on their expedition so that they could earn their Class 3 certification as I believe they call it tourists, but it's basically their Class 3 for being a survivalist. And in the Soviet Union at that time, that was the highest level of certification that you could get there. So these were very well trained survivalists who knew their ways around. Now we went through some of the injuries and everything that these people were found to have had. I can go over some of the locations where they were found. The first group that was found within 1.5 kilometers away from the tent. Now, when they found the tent, and it was all, it looked as if somebody had cut the tent up from the inside. And what had happened is these survivalists had literally left the tent and split up into different directions, half clothed, with clothes missing, in the middle of Siberia, which, if you know anything about Siberia, you know that that's a bad thing. And this is during the winter time too, when snow was on the ground and everything. Well, the first group that was found 1.5 kilometers away. All right, and they wore minimal clothing, and they were found either barefooted or wearing only socks. Autopsies revealed hypothermia as the cause of death for these individuals. Now, after that, 2 months later, the remaining hikers were discovered in a ravine that was approximately 75 miles away from the others. Now, I was told a different story. I was told that the first group was only 2 of them, and they were found like 1.5 kilometers away, and then there's another group that was found of 2 that was found just a little bit farther off. But I'm not for sure how that actually what played out. So I want to do more research into that. But I was told that 2 groups were actually found before the third group was found 75 meters away. Now these were the ones that was kind of strange. And me and Mark, when he was here, we had this conversation about the condition that these bodies were found in. Now, according to what they said, that there were 2 of the people who were in this thing who suffered from broken ribs. Now, the terrain that's in that area where they were camped at didn't have any cliffs that were high enough that would be capable of causing that much damage to rib cages whenever from a fall or anything. And you wouldn't be able to crush your entire rib cage in from falling over. You know what I mean? That just wouldn't happen. So that was one of the issues that was brought up, and Mark brought up he brought it up that it could have been the weight of the snow. Now that's I don't know for sure if the weight of the snow could do that within a matter of 2 months. It's a good theory, you know. But then the other thing that came up that was pretty strange was there was one of the members of the expedition. Her name was Dubinina, and she had missing. Her eyes were missing, and her tongue was missing. Now, when they found her, her face was down into running water, like a little ravine, and they said that the water could have caused the eyes to dissolve. But then it went even further and said that with the tongue, though, it wouldn't have happened with the tongue. There was no way that water could have been responsible for her tongue dissolving. That's when Mark brought up the fact that it could have frozen and broken into pieces, which that would make sense too. But then you have to take into consideration that there would still be fragments of her tongue still somewhere in her mouth, and that led both again to another topic that maybe it could have been a fouled up investigation. You know, that they went out there, they didn't do a proper investigation, and they didn't find all the evidence that they needed to find, which I can see that as being true too, because it's like back when I was younger, I remember finding out about Citizen X, one of the worst serial killers in history, and it took them until the fall of the Soviet Union before that murder that those murder cases could be solved, you know, and it was just decades and decades where it went unsolved, and they just the way they did the investigation was horrible. So with that being taken into consideration, I could understand that as being a fouled up investigation. After that, that's when we decided to give it a break and come back and do the rest of part 2 of Dyatlov Pass. The Dyatlov Pass incident is what I called it. Now, with this one, what I wanted to get into was the fact that there were several anomalies at the site that added to the enigma. Now, there was traces of radiation that were found on some of the hikers' clothing. Now, witnesses at the hikers' funerals reported that the victim's skin had an unusual orange hue to it, and their hair appeared grayish. That's just witnesses that that gave their testimony basically of what they'd seen. That's probably not, solid evidence, but that is something that I did want to mention. Now, some of the bodies showed burns, they showed cuts and bruises, and these were cuts and bruises that were inconsistent with injuries typically caused by like an avalanche or exposure to the cold. These were deep cuts, deep wounds. Now, if I do understand you're out in the woods, you're out in the wild, it's cold, you're falling around, you'll get cuts and bruises. But if you take a look at the photos and all of the evidence that they showed the actual injuries, these were serious injuries that you just wouldn't get if you fell over or you bumped into something or you hit the ground, you know what I mean? These were like the knuckles themselves was where you could tell it looked like these people had been punching something, and when they punched it they were all the way to the bone, you know what I mean? And also, there's something else that I wanted to mention too that I didn't mention the last time. When they found these bodies, there was no signs of animals chewing on them or anything like that. These were not wounds that were inflicted on them after death. You could, and that was point blank stated in the investigation as well as afterwards. Like, animals didn't come up on them and start eating on their bodies or anything like that. These were actual cuts and abrasions that happened to them while they were alive. So that's something that I forgot to mention in the last one, but I am mentioning it now. So I am keeping an eye on the chats and everything, so if anybody has any comments they wish to make, I am able to see them, and I will be able to have a conversation with you in chat if you wish to have a conversation in chat. So with that being said, let me go ahead and continue with what I was saying. Now, this is where we ended up getting into getting to the end of the last one. Now, one of the most widely accepted theories is that an avalanche forced the hikers to flee the tent in the middle of the night. Okay, so this is something that I heard a lot of people discussing this say, and I agree with them. Okay, so what it is basically they come up with this avalanche idea, saying that these experienced hikers who know how to deal with being out in the wild, especially in Siberia, who are trained. Like I said, they're very well trained. Here's an avalanche, and they decide that they're going to get up and run out of the tent after cutting holes into the side of it, by the way. But they're going to run out of the tent in separate directions with clothing missing. Okay, it just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't fit what's being said there. So these experienced hikers decided that they're just going to get up and run in fear out of this tent in separate directions instead of trying to regroup because they hear an avalanche. It just doesn't fit. And I mentioned it before too, that if you go in and you look at some of the old photos and all of the videos, you'll see that they had these skiing sticks, where where you ski with the sticks and stuff. What they did is they stuck these sticks down as perimeters around the tent before all the incident happened. Now, it was brought up too that if an avalanche did come through, those sticks wouldn't have still been standing. They'd have been knocked over. And clearly, after the incident, when the search parties found the tent in the condition it was in, those sticks were still sticking up out of the snow. So in my opinion, that doesn't fit the profile. I mean, those sticks would clearly not have been still sticking up out of the snow when the search parties came to find them, and you can clearly see them there in the photos sticking up out of the snow. So that's my take on that. Now, the injuries, such as the broken ribs, they could be explained by the pressure of the heavy snow, is what they're saying. But I'm still kind of iffy about it. Okay. Now, critics have also pointed out that the lack of significant snow buildup on the tents and the absence of external injuries inconsistent with avalanche weakens this explanation. You know what I mean? So basically, like, the injuries that they would have been able to, or that they would have sustained because of an avalanche. They weren't there. You know what I mean? There was no evidence from the actual damage or the injuries on the bodies to show that an avalanche would have been the cause. Now the injuries that were on these people were very extensive, but they apparently weren't the kind of injuries that you would have gotten if an avalanche had come through, you know. So, and I mean, personally, I've heard it, I've seen the video footage and stuff like that, and the photos that were taken afterwards, and there's just no way that could have been an avalanche that caused that. So, I mean, that's just my opinion on it. So, now, after that, it comes to the theory. Now, with this theory, it suggests that strong, sudden winds, which are common in the area, could have caused panic among the hikers. If that was the case with like me or any other Joe Blow, I could believe that, but like these were well-trained individuals who were out there for class 3 certification as survivalists in Siberia. You know, they knew the dangers, the risks, they knew what they needed to do. I just don't see them getting scared by high winds and deciding that they're going to jump up and run in 3 different directions from the tent, you know. That just does not make sense to me whatsoever. So I really don't believe that. Now, the thing that really gets to me, I don't really want to stick on the high winds thing, because it's just for me it just doesn't match up. Like, they're trying to say that these high winds might have led them to believe that the tent was at risk, and it prompted them to flee hastily. I just don't see that, especially considering that there was cuts on the tent. Whether it was from the inside or the outside, it doesn't really matter when it comes to these high winds. Why would you take and cut winds or cut the tent and then run from it because you think high winds are coming? I mean, that's not really, that doesn't make sense to me. So I don't even want to go into that very deeply. It's really flimsy in my opinion. Now, after going over that, I do want to come back to what I had brought up a little while ago. Traces of radiation was found on the hikers' clothing. Okay. Now, the Soviets' military involvement has long been a focus on a lot of people who are into conspiracy theories. Some speculate that the hikers stumbled upon like a secret experiment, such as testing ground. They believe that it could have been testing for parachute mines, which they believe that was going on in the Soviet Union during that time, that there was secret testings for parachute mines where they'd parachute them out of airplanes, and these parachutes would explode, you know, in the air or maybe on the ground, and they believe that could have been what caused their deaths. Now, this also supports some of the claims that were made of glowing orbs that were seen in the sky around the time of the incident too, and that could possibly link the military activity. I also want to mention too that one of the survivalists was able to take quick shots off before whatever happened. And inside of the photos they were able to recover, they did find a white glowing objects out in the distance. It was very blurry, so they didn't really get a good look at what it was, but there was glowing inside of the photos that were taken. So this is one of the ideas that, or one of the theories that was brought up about the military involvement, that there could have been some kind of secret experiment that was taking place and they stumbled upon it and they were killed. The glowing orbs, it also fueled speculations about UFOs and or other paranormal phenomenon. Now, with me, from what I've been really learning about pagan beliefs too, I'm not saying that it did or it didn't happen, but this situation that happened there on a mountain called Dead Mountain and shamanism in that region, from mountain worshippers, there could have been something going on there too. I mentioned it before. I don't think that it was the Manti or the Monty or whatever, but it could have been the other group that may have done it, because there was a lot of bad blood between the Soviets and these people. So there is a chance that could have happened. You never know. It's if anybody has their feedback on that, let me know, and I will be more than happy to respond to it in the chat section or in the comment section later on. It is a pretty interesting way of looking at it if you take a look at it from the point of view of these people worship, they were mountain worshippers. They were pagans. They believed in shamanism, so there is a good chance of that. They were also into worshiping bears, so the whole crushed in chest thing, that's something that really sticks out to me, like something had thrown them maybe, or literally put them in a bear hug, and crushed their ribs. I also find it odd that, the last group that was found 75 kilometers away. So not only did they come out of this tent and split up into different directions, but one group was found 1.5 kilometers away, and then the last group that was found 75 kilometers away. That seems kind of odd to me. So it would, and why would those people who were 75 kilometers away decide that it was not safe to come back to the tent later on after? So there was something that actually happened at that tent where they said, no, we don't need to go there. Let's not go back to there. So that's something that really stuck out to me right there. So something did happen. It's just what, we'll never know. There's a good chance that we won't know. It really does stick out to me and make me wonder. It's a pretty fascinating thing to think about when you look at that. So now after that, there is also theories too about the Yeti. Some people believe that they could have encountered a Yeti or something of that kind. I haven't heard or been able to find anything that pertains to official or even any reports that say that a Yeti could have been involved with this. You know what I mean? There have been people that have brought it up, but I haven't really heard anything of old information that says that. So, you know, you never know. You never know. Maybe it could have been a Yeti. I have no clue. And there has been speculations about UFOs as well, and what's going on with all that. But that kind of, in situations like this, when you have people who believe in the paranormal and you have people who are into conspiracy, the UFO thing is always going to pop up. So you really never know, in my opinion. That's just the way I feel about that. You know, it always happens. So now, proponents of this theory suggest that the hikers may have encountered something otherworldly, leading to their sudden violent deaths. So they do believe that some type of alien ended up killing them, you know. So that's something there. Now another intriguing theory is that the infrasound generated by wind passing over the mountain could have caused psychological distress, including a state of panic among the hikers. Now, this could explain the irrational behavior, such as the fleeing the tent without proper clothing. I don't know how well that could stand up, you know. That right there, yeah, I don't know. Now maybe if they were like diving and they came up real fast out of the water, it could cause that, or if they submerged too fast, maybe that. But on a mountaintop with fast high winds, that's, I don't know, that is very, very it's a very interesting theory, but I don't know for sure if that could be the reasoning for irrational behavior. Now, maybe if a parachuted mine might have exploded close to them, compounded with the wind, the high winds. If high winds were even a part of the equation, you know, if that was even a part of it, then maybe in a combination of it. But I doubt that there would be parachuting mines at the same time as high winds moving through that pass at the same time. You know what I mean? It sounds pretty flimsy to me. So now another idea is that the group was attacked by a Yeti, okay, or some type of cryptid. That's what I just brought up. You know, I don't know for sure. Like I said about that, there have been reported sightings of Yeti, but I don't know if the Yeti sightings stretched all the way up to Siberia or not. So that's something that I was always under the impression that happened right more in the area of Mongolia and regions like that. I was never I never have heard of Yeti sightings ever taking place in Siberia, so maybe that's something that I could look for later on. So far, I haven't found anything that says Yeti was sighted in any part of Siberia, but you know, the claim has been made. Now, the theory was based on the severity of the injuries that the hikers had, you know, and also because of their apparent fear. Something caused it, a situation where they felt they had to cut the tent, and that right there if the cuts came from the inside, that means they would have been trying to cut at something outside of the tent, you know what I mean? And maybe that would have caused them to freak out and run in other directions. I would say that they could have been led to the areas where they ended up dying, but there's no gunshot wounds, you know what I mean? Or there's no sign that they were ever well, I guess just no gunshot wounds, nothing to show that they were forcibly told to go there. Besides that, why would there be like multiple areas? Why would one party be found 1.5 kilometers away and then the other one 75 kilometers? So that to me kind of debunks it on that one. So you know that whatever chased them away from there had to have been out of fear, you know what I mean? They knew that whatever was there they had to get away from. And I don't know, maybe it could have been a Yeti or some type of cryptid attack that caused it. Now, I did go through the severity of the damp stuff to them. So with that, I want to go back, make sure that I'm where I need to be first of all, because yeah, I want to go over some of these injuries. Now the injuries, when it comes to especially for the hikers, that the ones particularly that were found in the ravine, those were really severe and unusual for a scenario that involved hypothermia or an avalanche. Okay. Now, one of them, his name was Nikolai Thibeaux or Thibeaux Brignol. Now, his injuries, he had a severe skull fracture. Okay. Now, excerpts compared the force required to cause such an injury to that of a car crash. This level of trauma is not typically associated with an avalanche, as there were no external injuries or sign of crushing. So that was one of the things that was taking place. Then there was Lyudmila Dunanana. Now she was the one that I told you about with the tongue. Now she had several broken ribs. She had a missing tongue and eyes. They were missing. Now the missing tongue and eyes are often attributed to post-mortem scavenging of animals. However, the fractures to her ribs were so extreme that they could only be caused by an immense force akin to what might be experienced in a high-impact collision. So you have two people with a high-impact collision. Now, they also say for scavenging by animals, but I know that I've watched 2 documentaries on this, and both of these documentaries say that there was no evidence of animals scavenging the bodies before the search parties found them. Okay, so that's just not even a part of the equation, and you can clearly see that there's no bite wounds or anything on the bodies, because the videos that are put out on there are pretty extensive. They even have footage of the bodies where you can see what they look like when they were found. So if you're interested in checking that out, go for it. You know, you'll see what I'm talking about. This is probably one of the most strangest incidents I've ever read on, and I was really glad that it was suggested in Wow Talk, by the way, and I'm sorry that it took so long to get to this. So hopefully the guy who brought it up in chat hears this and he hears me say, I apologize for taking so long to do it, because I really did like this story, and yeah, I appreciate that. So the earlier the earlier discovered bodies, the ones that were found before the others that were 75 kilometers away, that they exhibited fewer traumatic injuries but showed signs of death from hypothermia. However, the fact that they fled the tent barefooted and inadequately clothed suggests that they were responding to like a dire and immediate threat, like something was happening and they had to get out of there. Now, the injuries that they had weren't as extensive. That is true. But their knuckles and the abrasions on them. Okay, these weren't abrasions that were caused because they ran into a tree or something. You know what I mean? Or they fell on the ground. These were deep wounds that were caused to them, and the knuckles looked like they had literally punched something to the point where freaking their knuckles were exposed and the meat was freaking peeling away from their knuckles. I mean, these were serious injuries, and that's something that I wanted to point out too. Now, the avalanche theory has been criticized for several reasons. It was a lack of avalanche evidence. Now, the rescuers didn't observe significant snow accumulation around the tent. There was absolutely not enough snow that was there, and it was like I told you about the ski sticks. They were still sticking up around the tent. And that was the thing that really stuck out to me. That told me right there that there's no way that this could have been the cause of an avalanche. The tent itself was partially standing, which would be unlikely if it had been hit by an avalanche strong enough to cause the injuries observed. You know, for the injuries that these people had taken, the avalanche that would have caused that would have also knocked that tent down. It wouldn't have been standing. So that is another thing that I didn't mention, but it is true. There's no way that tent could have been up. And this wasn't anything that was stoutly built. It was just an average tent. It was a pup tent, don't get me wrong. But it would have come down. Now, avalanches typically cause external injuries such as bruising or abrasions alongside fractures. In this case, many of the injuries were internal with no corresponding external trauma. So there was damage on the inside and not on the outside. The tent was cut open from the inside, suggesting panic. Recent investigations and theories have also suggested that maybe this tent wasn't cut from the inside either. I just recently, within the last couple of years, seen a documentary where a woman in Russia had done her investigation years after it had happened, and she said that the way that the stitching is on the tent and everything, and the way that it looked with the cutting, there was a way that it could have possibly been from the outside as well. It's been a while since I've seen it, but that's one thing I did want to point out. I thought I'd have time to pull up more information about that, but I've had some serious issues this week. Anything that could have gone wrong did go wrong. I ended up of all things, losing my electricity because of a snowstorm, which is kind of ironic, I guess. It came through North America. It was the big one they were just talking about. It started out in Kansas City. By the time it hit us in southern Illinois, it wasn't as strong, but it was able to cause ice covering the trees and causing blackouts all over the area. So I've been having a pretty interesting week, needless to say. So now if the hikers did believe that they were in an avalanche and it was imminent, they would likely have taken more clothes and footwear for fleeing, rather than leaving unprepared in sub-zero temperatures. Now, these, like I said, were very highly trained survivalists. You know what I mean? I don't see them doing that without there being a logical reason in that kind of situation. I really don't see that. So now in 2020 there was an investigation. It was reopened by the Russian government. It was attributed to the accident, and they attributed the accident to a slab avalanche, a smaller and more localized avalanche. However, even this explanation leaves several questions unanswered. Okay, there was traces of radiation found on the hikers, on the hikers' clothing that weren't explained. Now, while some people argued that this could have been related to their work in technical fields, it also adds a layer of mystery. I know that one of the people that was part of the expedition had previously been working in a facility that had a nuclear fallout. We always hear about, the one that happened in Ukraine all the time, but a lot of people aren't aware that also happened earlier in another incident that had happened. And they say that left fall off from the radiation at that area when he was working there could have been on the clothing that he was wearing when they were going on the expedition. And I know that they said that, but then there was 2 people that was found with radiation on them. There wasn't one person. And besides that, I don't think that level of radiation would have remained on him for the amount of time, because I believe it was well over a year before he went on this expedition. I'm not quite sure about that. So, but it does seem odd that after they did the radiation test, they did find radiation on 2 of them. Only one of the people that was involved in the expedition was actually working for a nuclear facility before the expedition. So that's what was really fishy about it to me. The footprints leading away from the tent suggest the group was moving at varying speeds and directions, inconsistent with an organized escape from an avalanche. The hikers' injuries and their state, in the state of their bodies suggests that they may have survived for hours after leaving the tent, which further complicates the avalanche hypothesis. So that's another thing that a lot of them don't want to take into consideration. Like, the bodies were found 75 kilometers away, so how was it that an avalanche was able to do that, and then they were able to get out of the tent with their with no socks or anything like that, and then make it 75 kilometers away? So that kind of throws the whole avalanche thing, down the sewer. And this all just seems, and it does, it's a recurring buildup of, military cover-up. Like, something has to be explained that they don't want the general public to know about, you know what I mean? And the oddest part is this new investigation took place in 2020, only 5 years ago. And they come back out with another, mini avalanche theory. Instead of it being a big avalanche theory, it's a mini avalanche theory. So it just keeps building up and building up. You know what I mean? Now, given the severity of the injuries and the lack of alignment with natural explanations, many researchers and enthusiasts have turned to other theories. Now, testing of parachute mines or other experimental devices could explain the concussion injuries without external trauma. So, if they were in the tent in these parachute mines did freaking go off nearby them, it could have caused an external trauma to them. So I don't know how true these parachute mine experiments really are. This is new to me. I actually heard about it through this right here, but before that I've never even thought about, the Soviets doing secret parachute mine experiments anywhere. I've never even thought of people doing that in the United States even, you know what I mean? Parachuting mines out. So it's something that I really do think I should probably check into to find out about it. It's just really odd. I've never even thought about that before. Now, the radiation and reports of glowing orbs in the sky also aligns with that theory as well. So, yeah, well, radiation, I don't know if mines would set off radiation levels, not unless they were radioactive. That's kind of, I don't know. Like I said, I would have to do a little bit more research into that, because I doubt that any just ordinary landmine that's being parachuted out of an airplane could emit radiation and cause that kind of trouble. Now, if these were landmines with radiation in it, that would be different, and even that way, with what I've known so far about radiation, it would have to have been some kind of dirty bomb. And you would think that a dirty bomb would have been picked up by a Geiger counter, so that right there, I don't know too much if that would stick, that's just my take on it. It's like I said, if you have any theories on that and you feel like discussing them, put them in the comment section. I'd be more than happy to hear it. I am, like I said before, I am keeping track on the chat, so if you guys do have something that you want to put your 2 cents on, say it, and I will say it on stream. So I am here, and I am reading the chat section, so you're more than welcome to leave a comment. I put the link inside there for the Skype. If you want to come in and you want to talk about it, you're more than welcome to. Just click on that. You don't have to sign in as an account. You can just go in as a guest and say your piece, stick around and talk about it if you want, or just say your piece and leave. It's up to you. Now, the whole thing about the theory involving infrasound or even paranormal phenomena, it's been it's been used to explain the hikers' irrational behavior and their unusual injuries. Now, I try not to put my input on a lot of that when it comes to the paranormal and paranormal phenomenons. The infrasound, I just don't know. That would be a lot. That's kind of like, and I know a lot of people use it as a joke these days, but it's kind of like, do you remember back in the 90s, in the early 2000s, when everybody used to joke about the speakers that were so loud it could blow the clothes off of women? They used to have it on there. It was big, it was kind of a funny joke that was around a lot of people who were into bass, and that's kind of like what they're talking about right there. That's really pushing it, is what I'm saying. For infrasound to be able to do that, it would take a lot of sound. It would have to be really, really big. So now there's also another thing that they said that it had to do with interpersonal conflict. That's something too that they mentioned, where these people could have been fighting against one another. Now, the thing of it is, though, that would make sense, but the only problem is there's two people that were found together. That was 1.5 kilometers away. Then there's two other ones that was just a little farther off, that were found together. And then after that, the remaining were all together, buried under snow 75 kilometers away from there. And they were found later on. Apparently, they had made it 75 kilometers away from the tent and were pretty much gathered together and froze to death, supposedly. But there was no inner conflict. They were actually grouped up. I mean, there was no one person by themselves. You know what I mean? So that's not really, in my opinion, very logical. The interpersonal conflict in the animal attacks was less supported by the evidence anyhow, but it has been floated to explain, the combination of injuries and the chaotic flight from the tent. So it has been used as to a certain degree as a possibility. You know what I mean? But it's not. To me personally, I don't feel as though it's a good enough explanation for it. The initial Soviet investigator concluded in May of 1959 that what attributed to the deaths was caused by natural forces, without specifying any further details. But later on, though, classified documents and subsequent inquiries have all failed to provide definitive answers, to what actually took place. Now, Yuri Krevinskinko, I'm really bad with Russian names, but his clothes were the ones that were reported to have elevated levels of radiation. This was puzzling because there was no immediate environmental sources of radiation in the area. They didn't find any that could have been emitted from parachute mines. And if there was like a dirty bomb that they were experimenting on, you'd still find radiation in the area, which they didn't find. Then we come to Alexander Kalavatov. He had similar traces of radiation that was detected on his clothes, though it was at a lesser extent than what Krevneskov's was. Now, the process of radiation, or the presence of radiation, has led to questions about whether the hikers were exposed to a radioactive source before or during the expedition. Yuri Krevinskinko had previously worked at the Merrick plant, and the Merrick plant is the one that eventually had a nuclear disaster, which isn't very much heard of. This was a big secret that the Soviet Union wanted to keep quiet, and they were able to keep it quiet for a while until they had the big one, but this one happened first, and this is what really adds on to the mystery, because it could have been a failed investigation, but it could have also been a cover-up because the Soviets didn't want it coming out what had happened at Merrick, the Merrick plant, and finding a body or two bodies with radiation on them, and one of the people that was a part of the expedition also by chance worked for Mayak, the Mayak plant. That could have caused problems with it. The Soviet nuclear facility that experienced one of the worst nuclear accidents in history, the Kishim disaster, and that was in 1957. This accident released significant amounts of radiation into the environment, and he was actually one of the employees who worked there. It's possible that Krevenishkov's involvement in the cleanup efforts is cleanup efforts or work at the plant is what led to some of the residual contamination on his clothing. However, the fact that the contamination was still detectable years later during the 1959 expedition, it raises questions about whether this was residual or from a new source, you know what I mean? Because this happened years after that, so why would that contamination still be on his clothes that far ahead of time? So was it because of that disaster, or was it from a new source? That's another question that has been brought up. Now, it is plausible that traces of radiation from his clothing were residual from his work at Mayak. However, this doesn't explain why Kalavatov's clothing also showed contamination unless he was similarly exposed. Okay, so that's what kind of throws that out the door, because it wasn't just him, it was the other guy that had the radiation too on his clothing. So you had two people who had nuclear radiation that was coming off of their clothes, which also brings us back to the UFO thing. And things of that nature. Or maybe a military experiment that they had stumbled into. It could have been anything. That's what's so mysterious about this situation. The plot thickens when you look into this stuff. So, one of the most prominent theories is that the hikers may have stumbled onto a site or of covert Soviet military testing. Now, that could be a site such as radioactive weapons or parachute mines. Now, radioactive weapons I could understand, but those whole parachute mines, my ear's itching. This whole parachute mines, if it was parachute mines, it would have to be something that had radiation coming off of it, in my opinion. That's just my take on it. This could explain both the radiation and the glowing orbs, like I said before. Some also suggest that the contaminated clothes might have come from materials reused or repurposed from industrial or military sites, and that isn't uncommon, or it wasn't uncommon in the Soviet Union. They have found cases where clothing that was used on these sites were actually repurposed and given out to people, you know what I mean? So I also wanted to make a note of the area around Dyatlov Pass. It's not known for significant natural radiation sources. But some have speculated that localized radiation deposits could exist. But this theory lacks strong geological evidence. There's absolutely no evidence that shows that there's any significant natural radiation sources in the area. The discovery of radiation led to a heightened scrutiny on the incident. Okay, some theorists argue that this detail points to state secrecy and military involvement, especially given the Soviet Union's reluctance to fully disclose the information. Now, it also raises suspicions that the government may have been involved in a cover-up. And I could see them wanting to cover this up, especially after the radiation was detected, because it did cause a problem. They have footage of the burial ceremonies, and when these people were actually put to rest, the turnout was amazing. A lot of Soviets showed up for this. This was something that was very serious to them, and a lot of people took it serious. Just put it to you that way. When they made the plaque, they set it up, and a lot of people still make pilgrimages to the site in memorial to these people's death. So this isn't just something bad that had happened. There's a lot of people who still believe that these people were wrong, and they actually make regular pilgrimages to this place. Just so you know that still does take place today. Now, in 2019, the Russian government did reopen the case. They focused on natural explanations. The official conclusion in 2020 attributed the incident to an avalanche and poor visibility during the hiker's escape. While this explanation addresses some aspects of the mystery, it has yet satisfied all the researchers or the public. And to me, I agree. I had this conversation, or I had a conversation with Jaffe on Minds Roundtable, and it's true. This is probably never going to be solved, but it's still something that's worth a good conversation. What's your thoughts on this? What's my thoughts on this? It does, you know, bring up questions, and it's just a good thing to have a conversation about, and to, um, you know, well, ha- what do you get from the whole story in the first place? What's so strange about it? It's it it doesn't really it really doesn't have to be solved. It just brings questions up in the individual, and it's something that people can actually have a conversation about. And that's one thing that I really um, do enjoy about this stuff. I do feel for the people who died in this situation, um, and I'm not saying that something like this is something that you should really get off on or nothing, because people did die from it, but it's a mystery. It's something that's worth looking at, and then telling yourself, look, man, weird stuff happens all the time. They're still talking about, Jack the Ripper. What happened with him? Who was the killer? There have been people that have been investigating that since the day it started, and they're still investigating it today. And that's what it's about. It's about trying to solve something. So it's like I said, if you guys have anything that you want to add to this, you can add it in the comment sections of this video. I will always answer you back, as long as it's not, anything that's out of place. Don't be a dick, you know what I mean? Be respectful. And if you have your feedback on what you think took place there, or if you have any questions concerning it, put them in the comment section. I love having conversations in the comment sections. I really do. I enjoy that more than I do the likes and subscribes and all that stuff. I would just love to have a good conversation. If you've ever noticed in the chat sections, I always have conversations when I'm on other people's shows. I love getting on the chat sections and just chatting away. So don't ever think you can't have a conversation with me, guys, because I love them. So with that being said, I guess I've covered this pretty good, and I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm going to test this audio to make sure that everything came out the way it was supposed to too. I'm just really glad that I was able to actually do this tonight. This has been a crazy week. I hope you guys did enjoy this. I'm kind of off guard right now. I have to get back into the routine and get everything back up. My whole week has just been, it's been interesting. Trying to get everything back and organized is something else. It's only 3 days that it's happened, but it still feels like it's like a year. Not even a year. I'd say about a month. Like everything's been off for a month. So I hope you guys enjoyed. I am 5 minutes away from being at an hour and 15 minutes on the recording, and I have covered everything that I wanted to bring up in the topic, or the talking points, so I'm good to go. Thank you for watching, and have a good night.
still, they hide these people so that way, because hey, you do this service for your quote unquote country, we fake your death for you, and you get to live happily ever after, and no one ever thinks to question it. Harvey Weinstein, him, all of these people, like, and it's so crazy because they say that they're going to do that. They tell you that that's what's going to happen, and then these people pop up dead, and it sounds like you're a crazy person. And I'm a crazy person because I'm telling them, like, oh wow, I can't believe they actually popped up dead. Because they tell you beforehand that this is how they're going to handle the situation, and then next thing you know, all of a sudden, and these people actually quote unquote die, but they don't really die. Like I said, there's no way. Like I can tell you whatever I would like for you to hear, but the truth of the matter is that I basically have this way of presenting data to work in my favor, even if I know for a fact that the true data is not at all work in my favor, and it would make me look like a crummy individual. You're not really going to do much about it because you're not going to question me if I tell you someone's dead. You're not going to ask me why all this stuff happens to people. Oh, these already dead. Same with 9/11 and these bombers. How did they have all the information? And like, this greater power really has like painted my entire soul, but not really because I already knew. But it's just giving me the factual information to go inside with what I already knew. And it's like they were finding like the identification and the passports of the people. How do you find the passport of somebody that was on a plane that was completely burned up? Like how does the passport drop somewhere with no type of indication of any type of singes or anything like that? And it just ironically shows up right where we needed to be able to identify. Like that's like, come on. And then these people, for them to all be trained by United States, that right there is indication number one that is nonsense, because every single one of them were trained to fly in the United States. They're like the United States are training suicide bombers. Like all of that stuff is the same exact. Like I said, with Osama bin Laden, they hit his body. They made it seem like, yeah, I mean, it's simple. It's simple to make a replica of clone. They're doing it now. They're doing it. And if anything, they use times like that to be able to do it quicker. To be able to, like, let me just test it. Let me see if this is going to work. Let me see how well I can fool people. You know what I mean? Like, and no one's really asking to see the burned up bodies. In fact, the body's burned up. There's nothing to see. So there's not really much to question.
Well, just so that you guys can sleep better at night, okay? On May 16th, 2014, the White House announced the CIA will no longer use vaccination programs as a cover for espionage. So,
why would we have no longer? Why do we have to?
So
right.
So freaking feel at ease. Your government's out to take care of you.
Oh yeah,
they
definitely.
got your back.
Lord of mercy, of course. As they always have, your best interest at the forefront, and no ulterior motives or hidden agendas whatsoever. I'm saying this.
Don't ask why we would have to enact this, or put this in on the books. So just understand that we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
From 2014 on, do not question what happened.
The only reason why they did that. The only reason why they did that was because there was like multiple attacks in Pakistan on vaccine areas, So they were getting hit, and they decided that they needed to make an official statement. That's what I'm thinking it is.
Your country is good on the cover up. Let me just tell you people's country is so good with the cover up. And I say you people because I will validate and I will always promote my
This is about unity. This is about unity here, man.
No, this is your country, not my country. I don't live here.
This is about coming together as one, not about our differences, but about us.
I will never agree with this. This country is so full of trash, and it gets to be so annoying.
It's
because
diversity.
They pretend that they're so legit and everything's for years.
Well,
they're doing it for me. They have to do it for me.
That government thing, man. I mean, people get suckered into it so much, and it's so easy for them to fall for, So that's all I'm gonna do when it comes to the vaccine. You guys want to start getting into COVID now?
I thought that was kind of touching the same thing.
Yeah, I'm actually. I gotta get heading. So,
all right,
y'all can cover the COVIDs, the convids, or the pandemic, scandemic, whatever you want to call it.
I was wanting to talk about the Wuhan Institute and see if you guys, what your thoughts were on that.
It's all part of the play. You know, it's a big orchestrated play.
Yeah.
It's an illusion.
Now,
trickery.
You know what the Wuhan Institute was, right?
Yeah.
That was that research facility that was like maybe 6 miles away from Wuhan, the ground zero where COVID was supposed to start.
Where they claimed it was the wet market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I've heard stories that the lead researcher, the female that was involved in all that, actually was disappeared. Like, they don't know where she is now. She just kind of vanished. Yeah. And the weird part about it is that was their freaking that was their research. That research institute, they specialized in researching COVID. You know.
Have you been hearing about all the people that have been speaking out against what was going on? There was a scientist. I just watched this documentary, and of course he didn't want to say his name. He didn't want to be identifiable. And he was discussing about how they had to do stuff. Each one of them had to do little components to kind of put the whole, but the whole quote unquote vaccination together. They had to do some type of like every scientist had their little part to play. So they never told you exactly what your part or what your role in the situation was. You just knew that you were developing this aspect, and then the next person was developing this aspect. And then it was crazy because it got so far out of hand that literally you don't find out until after it's too late. Like
what I'd like to say about the whole COVID situation is all the dancing nurses and and whoever was part of all that, all of y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. I can't believe you would sit by and act like you're doing so much and being so rushed with all these people. It's like a pandemic going on, but you got plenty of time to bust a move in the fucking dance halls and shit.
Yes,
what the fuck?
Yeah. Yes, my mom was on the news with the governor getting a COVID shot. When have you ever seen massive coverage of people getting vaccinated? Oh, I gotta go.
They were keeping quiet because they were getting all kinds of COVID money that they ain't never seen before. So they were like, I'm gonna keep on doing what I just dance it off like it ain't nothing. Fucking asshole, fucking piece of shit motherfuckers.
TikTok has frustrated me beyond measure because it's literally a complete distraction for us to be able to just ignore what's actually going on around us. Because look at me, I'm so pretty and I dance so cool. And it's like I'm just tired of it. It's just like, yo, you really don't feel like it just popped out right from perfect timing. Like literally, look when it came out. TikTok got big right when the pandemic began, and it's just ironically enough was exactly what was necessary to keep people from being bored and feeling like killing themselves. And like these people like die by this shit. Like,
heroes work here. Motherfuckers.
Right, in real time. I gotta go, Roger. I don't want to go, but just talk to me.
Now, the Wuhan Institute, it was associated with Galveston National Laboratory, laboratory in Texas, and then it was also associated with another one in Canada called the National Microbiology Laboratory. So that's something else that I thought was pretty interesting.
Wait, you said Canada?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it was like a contract between Canada and then China.
Yep.
The Wuhan, and Fauci's a big player, and Trudeau, and it's big club, and we're not in it.
I know a lot of people's been discussing, like, what's his name, the guy that was the mayor of governor. And is that Trudeau? No, that's the guy in England.
He's the prime minister or whatever.
Yeah, he's prime minister of United States.
Canada.
Or Canada. Yeah.
Right, Canada.
And
kind of like the president.
You remember that governor of New York, the one that ended up getting fired? He's the one that was.
That's what you're talking about, Mayor Giuliani?
No, Giuliani was governor before him. He was the one that kept getting up on
Bloomberg
on stage and talking all this great stuff about COVID and what they were doing, and come to find out they were like,
you're talking about that one guy, Cuomo.
Yeah, Cuomo.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people said that he was involved in all that too. And earlier when you guys were talking about these companies having the vaccine, I would even go farther as to say they're the ones that was involved with these organizations right here from the get-go, researching
extreme amount of funding. I would like to see what their books look like around that time. Imagine them getting an excessive amount of funding, an excessive amount of investor support, or investor.
Yeah, but I think I ended up getting cut off real quick. Let me run back and hit that link real quick. Oh yeah, but yeah.
As bad as half the other diseases that are killing people consistently. Like, they make the COVID numbers look bad because they'll present it to you. They're showing it to you. They're not telling you how many people are dying of cancer, how many people are dying of AIDS, how many people are dying of heart disease, of liver malfunction.
Social media and the alternative media that has been infiltrated, and now there's probably more bad actors in the alternative movements than there are in the bullshit media.
People that go to quote unquote school,
so
they look like bad actors.
That's how the convid crap got spread so fast, is because they used the new alternative media and pushed that narrative.
When it comes to like media and everything, that's something else that I actually wanted to bring up about this that people aren't really too aware of. Like, you guys are still there, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm still listening. Yeah. I'm just
okay. This is even crazier than just saying journalists, because like the first journalist who documented the Wuhan coronavirus outbreak, okay? People don't know that dude freaking vanished. He got disappeared too. So not only...
Are you kidding me?
No, he's gone. Nobody knows
where
he
is.
What's his name? I got the video.
It's okay if you don't know it now. Maybe later. Yeah.
No, I've got it posted on the chat if you guys want to check them out.
Okay, yeah, I will check it out when I get ready to go. That's why I was wondering.
It's a Chinese name, which is hard to understand. Like,
and he just dropped off the face of the earth.
Now, another woman
it's like
who...
with cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency and COVID people disappearing. Third Aeon is the Aeon of Horus, and controlled by the child god symbolized by Horus. Now, in the new Aeon prophesied by Aleister Crowley during his lifetime, throughout
his esoteric and occult writings. Thelemites believe that humanity shall leave behind the tyranny of Abrahamic religions and enter a time of greater consciousness and self-actualization. Within the Thelemites' religion, each of these aeons is believed to be characterized by their own specific magical formula, the use of which is very important and fundamental to the understanding of Thelemic magic. And that's the definition for it in the Wikipedia, which I doubt you're going to find anything out from the Encyclopedia Britannica, so that's why I used it. Now, the modern Aeon of Horus is portrayed as a time of self-realization as well as a growing interest in all things spiritual, and is considered to be dominant by the principle of the child. The word of its law is thelema, which means will, which is complemented by agape, which is love, and its formula is abrahadabra, which is a pretty good mix between Abraham probably and Kadabra. Individually, which its formula is abrahadabra. Individuality and finding the individual's true will are the dominant aspects. Its formula is that of growth, is consciousness and love towards self-realization. Concerning the Aeon of Horus, Crowley wrote, "A crowned and conquering child who dieth not, nor is reborn, but goeth radiant which goeth radiant ever upon his way. Even so goeth the sun, for as it is now known that night is but the shadow of the earth, so death is but the shadow of the body. That veileth his light from its bearer, heart of the master." And also in his little essays towards truth, the Aeon of Horus is here, and its first flower may well be this, that freed of the obsession of the doom of the ego in death and of the limitations of the mind by reason, the best men again set out with eager eyes upon the path of the wise, the mountain track of the goat, and then the untrodden ridge that leads to the ice-gleaming pinnacles of mastery. Now it goes on with Lon Milo de Quet commented on the connection that the Aeon of Horus had to the age of Aquarius, when he stated that, yes, the Aeon of Horus is coincidentally to what astrologers and songwriters call the age of Aquarius, and what millions of others refer to simply as the New Age. But it would be a great mistake to view this new Aeon simply as another tick of a great cosmic clock. The age of Aquarius, profoundly significant as it is only one aspect of a far greater new spiritual age. Sometimes Crowley compared the word of Horus with other formulas, whose reigns appear to overlap with the Aeon of Osiris and or Isis. From this, the Confessions of Aleister Crowley. There are many magical teachers, but in recorded history we have scarcely had a dozen magi in the technical sense of the word. They may be recognized by the fact that their message may be formulated as a single word, which word must be such that it overturns all existing beliefs and codes. We may take as instances the word of Buddha Anatta, absence of an Atman or soul, which laid its axe to the root of Hindu cosmology, theology, and psychology, and incidentally knocked away the foundations of the caste system, and indeed of all accepted morality. Muhammad, again with the single word Allah, did the same thing with polytheism, patently pagan or camouflaged as Christian of his period. Similarly, Iwas uttered the word Thelema with all its implications, destroys completely the formula of the dying God. Thelema implies not merely a new religion, but a new cosmology, a new philosophy, a new ethics. It coordinates the disconnected discoveries of science from physics to psychology into a coherent and consistent system. So that is for that. But then underneath it, coincidentally, we were talking about Ma'at yesterday with history, and it has an Ian of Ma'at. And it says, Aleister Crowley believed that the Ian of Ma'at will succeed the present one. According to one of Crowley's early students, Charles Stanfield Jones, aka Frater Atchid, the Ian of Ma'at has already arrived or overlaps the present Ian of Horus.
And see, that's what I thought was interesting. No, it's just interesting because we were just talking about that yesterday. I had no clue of the direct correlation, even, and maybe I just overlooked it when I was listening to the documentary I was watching.
Yeah. Now, Aleister Crowley believed that the Ian of Ma'at will succeed the present one, according to one of Crowley's early students, Charles Stanford Jones, aka Frater Atchid Akkad. The Ian of Ma'at has already arrived or overlaps the present Ian of Horus. And then Crowley wrote, I may now point out that the reign of the crowned and conquering child is limited in time by the book of the law itself. We learn that Horus will be in his turn succeeded by Themaist, Thmaist, the double-wanded one, she who shall bring the candidates to full initiation. And though we know little of her peculiar characteristics, we know at least that her name is Justice. So that is what I kind of delved into it, but I didn't know about the Ma'at part. This was a long time ago. The one thing that I get from Crowley when it comes to stuff like the Horus, from the Ian of Horus is back during the Sumerian times, the way they practiced magic was a lot different from the way the Greeks do. With the Greeks, they have these great houses, okay, when it comes to frickin' the years and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
The Sumerians never did that. It was more basic and all of that. And like spiritualists believe that you go in and you put freaking the herbs and everything through the house to bless it and to keep evil spirits out.
Yeah, sage and rosemary. Yeah.
Yeah, and with the Sumerians, they believe that like if you're gonna put sage and rosemary and all that down to keep evil spirits out,
You welcome them.
You do it by the doorways and you do it by the windows, because in their beliefs, spirits couldn't enter through the walls. You see.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. That.
And they also buried their dead in the floors of their houses.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Because that's where they belong. They were buried.
What?
Yeah, that's where they belong.
Your dead people belong in the floorboards? Well, I've been doing it all wrong.
They belong down underneath their houses, apparently. I have no clue why they decided to do that. I just know that they did it.
And that's how they felt, right? I was just thinking.
And see, family members were buried in the floors. They didn't have wood or nothing as floors. It was usually dirt, and they just would dig a hole and bury them there. And when they buried them, they had to go through a ritual to bound the spirit under the ground, because Sumerians believed that spirits could actually come up out of the ground if they wanted to, or if they had the strength to. So their exorcist or their priest, whatever you want to call them, would come out and they would frickin' do a form of magic. And this is what relates me to the Eon of Horus. They would do what today people joke around about, and they think it's just a bullshit, but it's called mumbo jumbo. I don't know if
I say mumbo jumbo. So wait, tell me what it really means.
Today it's a big joke to a lot of people, but
it's a bunch of mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, but back then mumbo jumbo was actually powerful. To be able to speak words that have never been spoken by the human tongue was a lot. It meant a lot of power, or it had a lot of power. So these.
That's why people make a big deal about what I was saying.
So these exorcists would try to come up with words that have never been spoken by humans, and they also believe that, like, even if they were spoken by humans, but they were rarely ever used, those were powerful words too. You see, and that's kind of what I get out of a lot of the stuff that Aleister Crowley got into when it comes to the Eon of Horus and Osiris and Isis and all that. The thing that I was always interested in when it comes to like those parts was like I was saying, it was mumbo jumbo, and I forgot the name of the guy again. He's a professor that is in does college. Professor Hinkle. He does a lot of the Assyrian videos on YouTube and stuff, and he also has his own class where he teaches about the demonology with ancient Assyria and the Sumerians and their beliefs. And he was the one that got me curious about all that stuff, because first of all, he's a really, really good professor. He was the guy that came out and actually got funding to where he could try to rebuild the Ark. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Strange Stories. Last week we got into Mount Fuji, and as well as Mount Fuji, I went and discussed the Suicide Forest, Then I told a couple of other stories that I wanted to go over. The Oron Bachi or Bucci or something like it. It was the Countess's Courtesan's Abyss is what it was. And this week, what I wanted to do was go further and go into the Kappa, discussing the Kappa. But before that, after I finished that show, I went back over some stuff concerning Mount Fuji, as well as the Suicide Forest. And I decided that I wanted to go back over some of it because the story behind Mount Fuji is actually pretty interesting. It actually runs a lot deeper than just what I said the other day. I wanted to cover some of that because it's just a fascinating story. It goes all the way back to to the beginning, basically. And this goes into a lot of stuff that's related to when Buddhism came to Japan, and even before Buddhism. That's something that I wanted to talk about, and there's going to also be some discussion on spirits and what the Japanese believe in, or believed in. I don't know if they still do, when it comes to the spirits in Japan. So before I get started, I do want to say that I am on Skype. If anybody wants to come in and be a part of the conversation, they're more than welcome to. We have a channel on Skype that you can come to. I have the information in the chat. If you guys want to click on the link there for Skype, you can come in if you want to. Also, if you're on Skype and you want to come in, you're more than welcome to. With that being said, if nobody does come in, I'm going to close off the call on Skype here in a little bit, and I can do it myself. I'm fine with doing that. So yeah, if you guys want to come in, though, you're more than welcome. Now, with that being said, I also want to mention something on the wonderful world of weirdness that I got a comment for in there, and they were asking what happened to the old footage that was on there before that I had to take off of the YouTube channel. I'll go over it again, even though this is Strange Stories, and I usually do it on WoW Talk, but I'll do it on here. But if you guys want to see that old footage, you can still see it at Odyssey. Go to Odyssey and look up the wonderful world of weirdness, and all of the old videos from before when John was running the channel is still there. The only problem is we had to take them off because of not copyright infringement, but because of Creative Commons and things of that nature when it comes to using other people's content. Apparently, with the videos, if you use another person's content, you have to alter it in some way with like some kind of conversation, or use it for, an example for what kind of discussion you're having. You can't just be like a ghost sighting. It has to have you talking on there before, or they can get in trouble for it. So the reason why I took all of that down was because we had a lot of it, and we were getting a lot of problems. We were having a lot of problems when it comes to YouTube. So that's one of the bad parts about it that I don't really enjoy talking about. But sometimes this happens in the comment sections where I have to leave a comment to them and let them know what happened, and I figured I would just share it again on the videos. That if you guys want to see the old ghost video sightings and the UFO sightings, they are still on Odyssey for anybody to view. Just go on there and type up the wonderful world of weirdness, and there they are. So, with that being said, this is part 2 from where we left off last week. Long before Fujisan, known to the west as Mount Fuji, became an icon of Japan, it was considered a sacred entity by the ancient people. Legend has it that the mountain was born of divine fire erupting from the earth as a gift from the gods. It was said to connect the heavens and the earth, serving as a bridge for spirits to ascend and descend. The kami, which are spirits of Fujisan, were both revered and feared, embodying the mountain's unpredictable beauty and its devastating power. Fujisan was home to Konohana Sakuya Haim. I hope I said that right. The goddess of blossoms and the mountain itself. It symbolized both fertility and impermanence, embodying the delicate balance of life and death. Her story is one of devotion and tragedy. It is said that she descended to earth to marry a mortal prince, but when doubts about her fidelity arose, she immolated herself in a fiery ritual, proclaiming her innocence and giving birth to her children amidst the flames. This act tied her essence to Fujisan, where she became the guardian of its slopes and the arbiter of life cycles. Nestled at the base of Fujisan lies Okagara, the Sea of Trees. This dense forest is steeped in myth and mystery. According to folklore, the forest grew from the sorrow of those who sought refuge beneath the shadow of the sacred mountain. Over time, Okagara became a place where the living and the dead converged, a liminal space where the boundaries between worlds blurred. The forest's unnerving quietness is attributed to its volcanic soil, which absorbs sound and creates an eerie stillness. For centuries, Okagara has been associated with Yuri, which are restless spirits, particularly those of the lost and sorrowful. The most well-known spirits are said to be the Ubasud, elderly women abandoned in the forest during times of famine, and the Munbataki, souls with no familial ties to perform rites for their peace. Now, right here, I wanted to get into the Yuri. The Yuri are part of the spirit pantheon that is known as the yokai, and well, that's how I pronounce it. It's the yokai. And I wanted to kind of explain what those are. Now, I was talking about the Kappa earlier, and the Kappa are a part of the yokai as well. But as well as them, so are the Yuri. And before I go any further, I wanted to explain what they are. Now, the Yuri are ghosts of people who died with unresolved emotions, or they died from violent deaths. They're often depicted like in white funeral garments with beheveled hair, like all messed up hair, okay? And the Yuri haunt specific places or people, and they're driven usually by revenge, sorrow, or attachment. They're always attached to something. Yuri are central to Japanese ghost stories, and they also have inspired a lot of cultural events like the Oban, where spirits are honored, So, with that being said, I I'll go further with it. But see, the Uri are something that I thought would be important to kind of point out, because this goes into another story that I wanted to add to this, which I am going to add to it. The elderly women that I just mentioned that were abandoned is related to another mountain that's going to come up after this. I've been doing some research on this, and I found out that it's not just Mount Fuji and the Suicide Forest. This is linked to other areas in the Japan. I found one mountain so far that is like the stories of the Suicide Forest, but it's another mountain completely, and it involves the elderly and everything. So after I'm done with Fuji, I'm going to move on to that mountain and go into that, because that one's just as interesting. So Fujisan's presence looms large over Ukugahara, both physically and spiritually. The mountain is seen as a sacred place where the kami, I always have a hard time saying, kami reside, while Ukugahara is often perceived as a space where human suffering manifests. Now, this dichotomy creates a powerful dynamic. The majesty of Fujisan as a source of life and inspiration contrasts sharply with the despair associated with the forest. This kind of goes back to what I was talking about in the last episode too. The cave systems that are below the Suicide Forest that come from these volcanic veins of the mountain are pretty interesting. You have one that is actually a cave of wind, another one that is supposed to be a cave of ice. The mountain itself is fire, which dawned on me after the show last week, but the mountain itself is fire. It's volcanic fire. And then there's a third cave or a system that's there that is supposed to be with bats. Now, I don't know for sure exactly what the bats would represent, but I did want to mention that. Now, the eerie silence and everything from this forest, it resonates when it comes to like the texture or the ground itself. The ground is made out of volcanic rock, which is hard, and I mentioned it also before, where some of even modern day hand tools aren't able to cut through this stone. It's really, really strong. And that, with these caves that run under it that have wind running through them, is something else too. They say that moss is all over these caves, and the moss itself makes an atmosphere in the caves where you don't even hear echoes. So it's completely silent in these caves as well as in this forest. Now, there's a lot of beliefs that really believe that atmosphere has a lot to do with hauntings and spiritual presences and whatever you want to call them. So this is something that I did want to point out. What makes the plot thicken a little bit more for me isn't just only the forest itself, but it's like I dug deeper into it and I found out about these cave systems that are underneath it. And they're vein systems that go right up into Mount Fuji, and that makes it even more interesting to me, because it's supposed to be considered a gateway between the heavens and earth, so it's just something to think about. For me, I found that very, very interesting, and the fact that Mount Fuji is a very, very spiritual place in Japan also stuck out to me as well. So now, with that being said, I will stop talking and I will continue to read. Now, Some legends suggest that the kami of Fuji-san are indifferent to human sorrow. They are eternal, observing the cycles of life and death without intervention. Others believe that Konohana Sakuya Haim herself mourns for the loss in the forest, her tears nurturing the blossoms that bloom each spring. Now, I apologize if I'm messing these names up, so I do apologize about that. Now, in modern times, Lake Gahara has become infamous as a site for suicides, earning it the moniker Suicide Forest. This association is tied to cultural, historical, and spiritual factors. Japan's history of seppuku, ritual suicide, and its emphasis on honor and duty have contributed to the perception of suicide as a complex, albeit tragic, act. The forest's isolation and its symbolic connection to death make it a place where individuals feel drawn to end their suffering. Some bring tents and supplies, lingering for days before making their decision, while others leave behind notes or personal effects. Volunteers regularly come to the forest to retrieve remains, offering prayers for the deceased. From a spiritual standpoint, Oikugahara's association with death may stem from the energy of the place itself. Some believe the volcanic soil imbued with the power of Fujisan's eruptions retain a residual energy that amplifies emotions. Others attribute the forest's somber reputation to the accumulation of yurei, whose unresolved pain lingers in the dense woods. Now, this is where I wanted to actually stop and talk about the yurei, or the yokai, and I wanted to kind of go through some of these yokais so that you kind of get an idea of what they are. I've actually pulled up a list of them. Now, I was talking about the yurei, and I'm going to tell you some of the other ones that are involved. Now, these are yokai. Now, you have the tenju. Now, the tenjus are bird-like yokai with human and avian features. They often have long noses, red faces, and carry fans made of feathers or leaves. Now, tengu are known as both protectors and tricksters. In some tales, they teach mortals martial arts or guard sacred forests. In others, they mislead travelers or cause chaos. Originally seen as a demonic, their image softened over the time to become protectors in Buddhist and Shinto temples. And Shinto is the original Japanese belief system before Buddhism came along, and then when Buddhism came along, they merged together. And the weird part about that is there was a little bit of restraint. You know, people did have their issues with the Buddhist ways, but there was no conflict. It just kind of merged together. You know what I mean? So that's one thing that I did want to point out. We had a pretty good conversation on my other stream last night called Mine's Round Table Weekend event, and that was one thing that we did discuss. So I figured that I'd bring it up here too about the Shinto and the Buddhist. Now, after that, we go to the kitsune, and the kitsunes are fox spirits, often depicted with multiple tails, up to 9 of them actually. They gain more tails as they grow older and more powerful. Kitsune are shapeshifters, known to disguise themselves as humans. They can be benevolent, offering wisdom, or malevolent, playing tricks or causing harm. In Shinto belief, they are messengers of the god Inari and associated with rice, fertility, and prosperity. And then there's Yuki Onna, the beautiful woman dressed in white, representing the snow in winter. She is often pale with icy breath. Yuki Onna lures travelers into snowstorms, freezing them to death. In some tales, she spares kind or virtuous individuals. She embodies the harshness and beauty of winter and serves as a cautionary figure in folklore stories. Now, Rokubi is the next one. By day, they appear as normal humans, but at night their necks stretch to unnatural lengths. They use their elongated necks to spy, scare, or attack people. In some stories, they are unaware of their yokai nature, believing they are cursed. Rokubi reflect themes of hidden duality and the thin line between humanity and monstrosity. Now we come to the Kappa, or the Kappa. These are the entities that I'm going to be discussing here next. Now, they're small turtle-like water creatures with a humanoid shape and a dish of water on their heads, which is the source of their strength. Mischievous and sometimes malevolent, Kappas are known for pulling people into water or stealing their shirikadama, a mythical organ. However, they can also be helpful if treated kindly. They are symbols of water safety. They are symbols of water safety and the dangers of rivers, often used to teach children caution. Now, this mythical organ is very interesting. I'll get into that, I believe, later on, but I just wanted to point out this Shirikadama. That's an interesting story. So now we come to the Napara Bo, a faceless humanoid yokai that looks like a normal person until their face vanishes. Napara Bo scare humans by revealing their black faces. They are generally harmless and enjoy causing fear. They represent the fear of losing individuality and identity. Then you have Jarogumo, a spider yokai that can transform into a beautiful woman. Jarogumo lures men into their web by appearing as an enchanted woman only to trap and devour them. She is a symbol of dangerous seduction and deceit. Then you have the Onai, large, fearsome ogres or demons with horns, sharp teeth, and red, blue, or green skin. They often carry spiked clubs. Onai are known for their immense strength and violent tendencies. They terrorize humans, but can also be protectors or guardians. Onai are used in festivals such as Setsuban, where people throw beans to drive them away and bring good fortune. Now you have Kashiki Warashi, a childlike spirit that inhabits homes. They are often invisible or appear as small boys or girls. Zashiki Warashi bring good fortune to the household they inhabit. If they leave, it is considered a bad omen. They represent prosperity and familial happiness. When I read about this one, it made me think of the opposite of what the black-eyed children would be, because I've been hearing a lot of people have conversations about the black-eyed children lately, and I've heard about them too. It's just here lately I've been hearing a lot about them, and when I read up on this, it just kind of made me think of them So, except for the opposite, they're supposed to represent prosperity and familial happiness. Okay, so now we have the Nurari Hoyan. And this is a humanoid yokai with a large gourd-shaped head. Nurari Hoyan is known for sneaking into homes, acting like the owner, and eating or drinking as he pleases. He symbolizes intrusion and absurdity and the absurdity of uninvited guests. Interesting. So here we have the Uri, and the Uri, was like I said before, I'll read it again. The Uri are ghosts of people who died with unresolved emotions or violent deaths. They are often depicted in white funeral garments with disheveled hair. Uri haunt specific places or people, driven by revenge, sorrow, or attachment. Uri are central to Japanese ghost stories and inspire cultural events like Oban, where spirits are honored. And then you have the Isuku Mogami. The Isuku Mogami. This one is household objects that gain sentience after 100 years of use. The Sukumogami can be mischievous, playful, or vengeful, depending on how they were treated by their owners. They emphasize respect for possessions and environmental mindfulness. I do find that one kind of interesting, that your plate could actually become sentient. I find that really, really kind of cool, actually. So now I could go over to refer to the kami, but I want to go on after going over the yokai, and go ahead and continue with the Buddhist priest. Now the Buddhist priest, when it comes to Fuji-san, the Buddhist priests often perform rituals to cleanse the forest when it comes to the suicide forest, and to guide the spirits to the afterlife. Now, despite these efforts, the atmosphere still remains heavy, as if the land itself mourns for those who pass through its shadowy paths. Now, Fuji-san and Oikagaro encapsulates the duality of existence: creation and destruction, life and death, hope and despair. Fuji-san's grandeur inspires awe and reverence, while Okigahara reminds us of the fragility of the human spirit. Together they form a narrative of balance, where the beauty of life is inseparable from the inevitability of death. Now, with that being said, I do want to move on to Mount Obasu. Now, Mount Obasu is something that I wanted to add into this instead of going the way I was wanting to do it last week. This is a very, very interesting mountain. Just as interesting, if not more interesting than Mount Fuji, to be honest with you. And I just wanted to kind of go over this one and let you guys hear about it. So, Mount Obasuti, located in Nagano Prefecture, Japan, is steeped in legend and sorrowful tales of abandonment. Its name, translated to the mountain where the elderly are abandoned, is derived from the Abasut legend, a folklore narrative where families supposedly left their aging relatives to die in the wilderness during times of famine or hardship. Beyond its folklore significance, Mount Ubasut has become a focal point for eerie stories of hauntings, spectral sightings, and unexpected phenomena. The stories weave together historical anguish and supernatural lore, creating a chilling tapestry of the mountain's past and present. The Ubasu legend provides the foundation for Mount Abasut's haunting reputation. The tale speaks of elderly individuals who were carried to the mountain by their families and left to die either out of desperation or as an act of self-sacrifice. Though historians argue that Abasut was likely a symbolic tale rather than a widespread practice, the narrative encapsulates the human fear of abandonment and the weight of moral dilemmas during the times of extreme poverty. Now, when I hear that, that makes me want to say something that I said the other night with a couple of other people. But when I hear that, I have this I have this belief that Japan is in like this this huge state of denial where they want to deny that certain things took place in their past, and you see that too when it comes to things like in Canada. Canada does that with the skinwalkers when they talk about the Wendigo, okay, not the skinwalkers, but the Wendigo. The Wendigo's story rotates around human cannibalism, and they say the same thing. They say that this is some kind of metaphorical lesson to teach the people that this is bad, and they want to leave out the fact that in a lot of myths and a lot of folklores and a lot of religions, whatever you want to call it, there's a bit of truth to it, you know what I mean? So for me, in my thoughts, when it comes to like the Wendigo, at some point in the past, cannibalism had to have been a problem in order for them to even think of making up stories about the Wendigo in order to prevent people from committing cannibalism. Somebody had to have been participating in the act of cannibalism. And that's a good example for what I believe here, people just don't come out and say, you know what, we need to teach our people a lesson about respecting their elders and not abandoning them on a mountain. People just don't do that. For me, I would have to say that there, at some point in history, people were abandoning their elderly on top of this mountain or at the bottom of the mountain, wherever. And as time went by, it became a lesson for people to learn, maybe, that's how I see it. And you hear that in a lot of different stories too when it comes to these myths. They want to make it out like these were noble lessons that were taught to people in order to do it. And besides that, as you'll hear when I read further on in this, these people not only believe this stuff, but they've been doing rituals and ceremonies at this mountain for quite a long time. So you don't take a story that was made up to teach lessons to children or people and make it a ritual or a ceremony performed at a mountain where it never happened. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense to me. So that's what I wanted to say when it comes to all that. That's something that really stuck out to me a lot right there. So let me go ahead and continue with this. And also, before I do that, let me also mention that a lot of the things I'm discussing here are a lot of parts of Japanese folklore and myth and religious, spiritual beliefs, whatever, that people don't really want to discuss in Japan. All right, these are things that people really try to stay away from, and there is a lot of influence when it comes to a lot of popular movies that have been out, and they were inspired by these stories, which I could probably come up with later on. I've been thinking about that too. I wanted to make this more about scary places, but this series is called Strange Stories. It's not called The Scariest Places in Japan, so I can most likely do that. I've been really thinking about that, and yeah, I might incorporate a lot more of this stuff into it, because a lot of this is very, very interesting. It's really good content. This is stuff that you're not going to hear all the time, or very much of, when it comes to Japan and the history of Japan and a lot of their beliefs. So, I'm actually getting kind of excited about it. From the stuff I've been reading, I've been wanting to actually incorporate it into my ancient mystery show that I have on here, which I'm going to be doing tomorrow. And I wanted to do it, but I also was about to rush myself and leave the topics that I had going on right now and just start on this. And then I thought about it. I was like, no, just finish what you're doing and then go into this, And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to continue with this, because this really gets interesting. It's a good topic that I do need to actually get going. I need to really get into it. So now, the one thing that I have also been debating on is getting into the Abasud in the Moen Botaki. Now, the Oban festivals is one thing as well. To let everybody know what the Oban festivals are, I can kind of give you some information there. Now, the Oban festivals are also known as the Bon festivals, and it's one of Japan's most significant cultural and spiritual observances. Now, this is rooted in Buddhist traditions. It is a time when the families honored the spirits of their ancestors, who are believed to return to the earthly realm during this period. It's celebrated across Japan. Oban is a profound blend of religion, cultural, and familial connection, steeping in centuries-old rituals and beliefs. The origin of Oban traces back over 1,000 years before Buddhist practices introduced from China and India. The word Oban derives from the Sanskrit term alambana, meaning the hanging upside down, symbolizing the suffering of spirits trapped in purgatory. According to Buddhist scriptures, the festival originated from the story of Mokuren, a disciple of Buddha. Mokuren used his spiritual powers to see his deceased mother and discovered she was suffering in the realm of hungry ghosts due to her earthly misdeeds. Distressed, he sought Buddha's guidance, who instructed him to make offerings to monks at the end of their rainy season retreat. Through his act of devotion, Mokuren's mother was liberated, and he danced with joy. This dance of joy evolved into Boden Adorai, a central feature of Oban. Oban is both a spiritual and communal event. It embodies the belief that the spirits of the deceased ancestors return to their families during this time. It is a moment of reflection, gratitude, and familial bonds. The festival serves as a reminder of the impermanence of life, the interconnection of generations, and the importance of filial piety. That's a hard word. And that's in English. Okay, so in the weeks leading up to Oban, families clean and decorate their ancestors' graves, a practice called Ohaka Meri or Mari. They clear weeds, wash tombstones, and leave offerings such as flowers, incense, and food. This act of care symbolizes respect and readiness to welcome the spirits. The festival begins with Makaibi, or welcome fires, lit at the entrance of homes or temples. These flames guide the spirits back to their earthly homes. Similarly, at the end of Oban, Okuribi, or farewell fires, are lit to send the spirits back to the afterlife. In some regions, floating lanterns, known as Toro Nagashi, are set adrift on rivers, symbolizing the spirit's journey back to the spiritual realm. One of the most iconic features of Oban is Oban Adori, a traditional folk dance performed in open space such as parks or temple grounds. Participants dressed in summer kimonos or yukata dance in circles around a raised platform called a yagura. The music and dance styles vary by region, but the themes often revolve around gratitude and the celebration of life. During Oban, households set up Butsudan, or Buddhist altars, or spirit altars, to honor their ancestors. These altars are adorned with offerings such as seasonal fruits, sweets, rice, and sake. Special vegetarian dishes called Shojin Ryori are prepared as they align with Buddhist principles of nonviolence. Families often visit temples to offer prayers and incense for their ancestors. Monks may chant sutras and aid the spirit's peaceful return to the afterlife. Japan's diverse regions have their unique interpretation of Oban, each adding its local flavor to the festival. In Kyoto, Oban culminates with the Daimonji Gonzen Okuribi, a breathtaking event where giant bonfires in the shape of kanji characters are lit on mountains surrounding the city. These fires guide spirits back to the afterlife. Tokushima Prefecture is famous for its Awa Adori, a vibrant and energetic dance performed during Oban. Thousands of dancers in colorful costumes parade through the streets, accompanied by traditional instruments. In Nagasaki, families create elaborate floats resembling ships to carry their ancestors' spirits back to the afterlife. The event is accompanied by fireworks and festive music. In Okinawa, Oban is celebrated with the Aisa dance, a dynamic performance featuring taiko drums and colorful costumes. This dance is believed to entertain and send off the spirits. Oban is deeply tied to Japan's supernatural landscape. The belief in ancestral spirits and their interaction with the living is a cornerstone of the festival. It reflects Japan's syncretic religious practices, blending Shinto, Buddhism, and folk traditions.
And I want to bring it up too that when I say syncretic during this topic, I'm talking about the blending of religions, folklore, spiritual practices. All of that gets blended in together, like the Shinto and the Buddhist blended in together in Japan. So you have a blend of both of them. So I do want to cover that and say that. Now, in Shinto, spirits, which are kami, are omnipresent, residing in nature, objects, and ancestors. Buddhism complements this belief by offering rituals to aid spirits in achieving enlightenment. Now, I believe I did cover the kami, didn't I? Yeah. Now, I can go over that here in a little bit, but here, let me go ahead and finish this up, and I can go ahead and go over the kami and let you guys hear that. Now, during Oban, the boundary between the living and the dead is believed to be thin, allowing spirits to return. This aligns with the concept of yurei, or ghost, in Japan folklore. Now, I've already discussed the yurei, right? And the yurei are often depicted in white funeral attire, symbolizing their connection to the spiritual world. So that's the reason why they are always wearing the white funeral garments and everything. It's because it's supposed to be their connection to the spirit world. Now, while most spirits honored during Oban are benevolent ancestors, there is a belief of malevolent or restless spirits. Lanterns, incense, and prayers are thought to protect against these entities. And this is where you start getting into the darker aspects of it, which I kind of, if you haven't noticed with some of the posts I made, I kind of get into reading about the darker aspects of a lot of these spiritual stories. Basically, I don't even know what to say when it comes to that. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and continue with the kami, and we can then continue talking about this mountain. And I hope this stuff actually is opening up a lot of information so that you kind of get an idea of what I'm talking about when I go through it, So this is basically the kami. Now, kami are central to Shinto, the indigenous religion of Japan. They are spiritual beings or deities that inhabit the natural world, human creations, and even abstract concepts. Kami embody the essence of phenomena, making them both immanent and transcendent in Japanese culture. The term kami does not directly translate to God in the Western sense. Instead, it refers to a wide range of sacred beings or forces. The word kami can be translated, or kami can be translated as divine being or spirit. In Japanese, the kanji character combines the elements for spirit or divinity and lightning or natural force, reflecting the connection between kami and natural awe-inspired power. Kami can be natural spirits representing mountains, rivers, trees, and other natural features. Ancestral spirits honored deceased ancestors. Deified heroes, revered historical figures who have achieved divine status. Abstract forces, embodying ideas such as growth, fertility, or protection. Shinto recognizes countless kami, which are categorized into different types based on their role and domains. Nature kamis are tied to specific landscapes or natural phenomena. Examples include Amaterasu Imakami, the sun goddess,
one of the central kami in Shinto. Then you have Fuji-san, which is what we just went over, which is Mount Fuji and is considered a sacred site embodying its own kami. Now, Mitsuhanami, a kami associated with water sources. Now, after that, you have ancestral kami. Ancestral spirits are often venerated as protectors or of families or communities. Many households have altars where offerings are made to these spirits. Here we go with the Ujigami. These are guardian deities or of specific regions or clans. Local shrines often honor the Ujigami who watch over the community. These kami represents intangible concepts such as Hachiman, the kami of war and the protector of Japan. Then you have Ibisu, the kami of prosperity and fishermen. Shinto does not have a strict dogma or scriptures. Instead, its practices and beliefs are centered on maintaining harmony between humans, nature, and the kami. I just have a hard time with calling it kami, like communist, kami. But anyhow, the kami are not omnipotent or eternal. They are believed to influence human lives, and rituals are performed to honor and appease them. Their presence is invoked during significant life events, such as births, weddings, and harvest festivals. Shinto views the natural world as sacred, with kami inhabiting rocks, waterfalls, and forests. Shrines are often located in natural settings to facilitate this connection. Kami are not inherently good or evil. Instead, they respond to human action, maintaining purity and harmony as essential. Maintaining purity and harmony is essential to staying in favor with the kami. Shrines are sacred spaces dedicated to kami. Visitors cleanse themselves at a purification fountain, offering prayers and make offerings such as coins, sake, and rice. Matsuri are celebrations held to honor the kami. This event often involves processions, dances, and communal feasts. Examples include Gyan Matsuri, celebrating the kami of Yasaka, celebrating the kami of Yasaka Shrine in Kyoto. Kanda Matsuri, a major festival in Tokyo honoring the kami of Kanda Shrine. Offerings and rituals are performed to ensure the kami's favor. Rituals may involve prayers, chants, and symbolic gestures, often conducted by Shinto priests. Shinto mythology, recorded in texts like the Kanjiki and Nihon Shoki, describes the origins of the kami and their interaction with humans. The creation myth features Izanagi, and Izanami, the primordial kami who gave birth to the Japanese islands and other deities. Their stories introduce themes of life, death, and purification. Amaterasu, the sun goddess, is considered the ancestor of Japan's imperial family. Her myth underscores the divine origin of the emperor's authority. Susanoo, the kami of storms and the brother of Amaterasu, is known for his chaotic nature. His battle with other kami highlights the balance between order and chaos. So that takes us back to where we need to be again. I wanted to read that stuff to kind of give you guys a background of everything that's being discussed here, you know what I mean? Now, I did want to go over those topics for that reason. Now, we have the Oban, but here we also get into the Abasut and other rituals that pertain to that. Now, the Abasut and the Matabasut is Japanese folklore, and now Japanese folklore is rich with stories that reflect the complexities of human emotions, cultural practices, and moral dilemmas. Now, two significant and haunting elements of this tradition are the tales of Ubasut and Munbatoki, each embodying themes of abandonment, despair, and the spiritual consequences of social hardships. Ubasut, meaning abandoning an old woman, is a term rooted in one of Japan's darker folklore traditions. The tale describes a practice in which elderly individuals, often women, were taken to remote mountain locations and left to die. These stories typically arose during times of famine and extreme hardship, when resources were scarce and families could not afford to care for all their members. In its most famous version, the elderly were left on Mount Abasut, often referred to as Nagano Prefecture, or other remote areas, to die of exposure or starvation. The name of the mountain, Obasut Yama, translates to the mountain where the elderly are abandoned, cementing the tale's place in Japan's cultural consciousness. The origins of the Ubasut stories are ambiguous. While there is little concrete evidence to suggest that this practice was widespread, the tale likely emerged as a symbolic narrative reflecting societal fears and ethical dilemmas during the time of extreme poverty. And right there, that's where I come up with, like, it just doesn't happen that way. I don't believe so. I don't believe that these people came up with these ethical stories of morality because they wanted to prevent it from happening before it actually happened. In most cases, I would say that it was happening and they had to do something and come up with a story to stop people from doing it, you know what I mean? Especially being around my parents, you know, I've learned how they are too. Like, at a certain age, they start feeling bad about themselves because they have to depend on other people. So, you know, just take and throw me in a ditch kind of stuff, you know what I mean? They have that attitude. So I could see that as being something that the elderly would probably voluntarily sacrifice themselves. But that's not the whole case either, you know, it could be something else. So now, the practice of kimakakushi, spiritual abduction, in the Shinto belief in the connection between humans and nature, may have contributed to the Ubasut legend. The mountains were considered sacred places where kami spirits resided, and leaving an elderly person there could have been interpreted as returning them to the divine. The Ubasut tale is not just a story of cruelty, but also of sacrifice. In some versions, the elderly willingly go to the mountain to relieve their families of the burden, reflecting a deep ingrained sense of duty and selflessness within the Japanese culture. Now, the term Munbotiki translates to unconnected Buddhas,
and refers to the spirits of individuals who die without familial ties to care for their graves or perform the necessary rituals for their peace in the afterlife. These souls are considered mu'in, unconnected, unable to find rest, and thus wandering the physical and spiritual worlds. Manbotuki often appear in folklore as restless spirits, sometimes seeking vengeance or expressing sorrow for their neglect. Their stories are tied to Japan's deep-rooted belief in ancestor veneration, where the living are responsible for tending to the graves and the spirits of their ancestors. The concept of Manbotuki emerged from the Buddhist influence on Japanese culture. Buddhism emphasizes the importance of funeral rites and prayers to ensure the peaceful transition of the soul into the next life. Those who die without descendants or familial connections are thought to linger as ghosts or spirits unable to complete this journey. During Japan's feudal era, the rigid class system of frequent wars often left individuals without family ties, contributing to the proliferation of Munbotiki or Munbotiki. Historical records from the Heian period or the Han period, which is between 794 to 1185, mention the Monmano, or unconnected things, which include abandoned graves and wandering spirits. In some cases, Moen Botaki were victims of social ostracism, such as criminals, outcasts, or individuals who died far from home. The absence of a proper burial or the neglect of their remains compounded their spiritual unrest, giving rise to tales of hauntings and curses. The Ubasut narrative has inspired various works of art, literature, and even theater in Japan. For example, the No play, Abasu, dramatized the tale of an elderly woman abandoned on a mountain, exploring themes of sacrifice and familial duty. In the Edo period, woodblock prints and poetry often depicted the somber image of an old woman gazing at the moon from the mountainside, symbolizing loneliness and resignation. Moen Botoki are central to certain Buddhist rituals in Japan, particularly the Sageki ceremony. Sageki, meaning feeding the hungry ghosts, involves offerings of food and prayer to appease wandering spirits and guide them towards peace. Temples and shrines often dedicate spaces to Moen Botoki, where communal rituals are performed to honor these forgotten souls. The practice reflects a communal sense of responsibility for the dead, transcending familial ties. Both Ubasut and Munabotoki have strong ties to Japan's haunted landscapes, such as Okagara, the Sea of Trees, or Suicide Forest. The forest's reputation as a place of abandonment and despair echoes the theme of Abasuti, while its association with restless spirits mirrors the tales of Munbotoki. So I wanted to cover that and all the stuff that I just went over, the kami and the yoki or yokai, however that's pronounced, all of that stuff before I continued with this story, because I think that it needed to be explored. The Hungry Ghost is another thing that I do want to get into, but at this point I believe that maybe I should add this to maybe Ancient Mysteries later on and kind of go through it, because there's a lot of Zen Buddhism
that's associated with this, as well as their pagan beliefs and stuff like that. So I think maybe that would be perfect for that, or maybe I could also add it on to my my stories for Earth, another channel that I have going. But I am making plans to get deeper into that, because I think that's something that needs to be discussed. I've been hearing a lot of people on the internet lately talking about samsara, and I was discussing this last night as well with Jeffy, and I believe that maybe setting something up where I could do some streams discussing samsara would actually be beneficial, because a lot of people who discuss samsara, I don't feel as though they really have a true understanding of what samsara really is. I've heard people make mentions to escaping samsara. Well, I mean, if you're a Buddhist and you believe in samsara, or you believe in Buddhism, then there's no escaping it. The only way I personally feel that you could escape it is don't believe in Buddhism. You know what I mean? Like, I believe that we personally create our own hell, and when we die, if we have these strong beliefs in Buddhism or Christianity or whatever, those are going to create our afterlife. So if you have a fear of samsara and you're wanting to escape it, in my opinion, you should stop worshiping Buddha. I mean, it's that simple, you know what I mean? Because when you go, or you're counterproductive to the beliefs that you're worshiping, then you're going to suffer the consequences, in my opinion, of what that causes, so, and that's just my take, but, and I could be wrong, but that's just how I feel about it. I've made no claims to being Christian or Buddhist or Muslim or Hindu, none of that. I've never made no claim to it, but I do respect a lot of the spiritual principles, and that's my take, my objective viewpoint of it is what I'm saying. So, now, with that being said, I'm going to get on with this mountain. Now, according to local lore, the spirits of those abandoned at the mountain never found peace. Their anguish is said to linger, permeating the air and the land itself. Visitors of the mountains have reported strange phenomena, such as disembodied voices, cold drafts, and ghostly apparitions. These apparitions are often attributed to the restless spirits of the abandoned elderly, forever seeking solace in the afterlife. Well, Abatsu itself remains a debated practice. The tale of Mount Abatsu's hauntings have persisted for centuries. Local oral historians recount numerous encounters with the supernatural, often passed down through generations. One of the most enduring stories is that of a ghostly elderly woman who is said to wander the mountain paths. Clad in a tattered kimono, she appears to hikers and travelers, asking for water or food. Those who attempt to help her report feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow, only to find her gone moments later. Locals believe this spirit is one of the many abandoned on the mountain, eternally reliving her final moments. Hikers on Mount Abatsu often speak of hearing whispers carried by the wind, even when they are alone. These whispers, described as faint and indistinct, are said to resemble pleas for forgiveness or cries of despair. Some visitors claim the voices grow louder and deeper when one ventures into the forest areas of the mountain. creating an unsettling sense of being watched. In recent decades, Mount Abasut has become a site of interest for paranormal investigators and thrill seekers. Modern accounts of hauntings suggest that the mountain's spiritual energy remains potent, with numerous individuals reporting eerie encounters. One particularly chilling phenomenon is the appearance of a ghostly lantern, often seen floating along the mountain trails at night. Witnesses describe it as a faint, flickering light that moves with an unnatural rhythm. Those who follow the lantern report feeling disoriented, often losing their way and finding themselves in unfamiliar parts of the mountain. Some speculate that the lantern is carried by a spirit leading the living astray as a form of vengeance or as a cry for attention. Another widely reported phenomena is the sighting of a phantom procession. Visitors have described seeing a line of shadowy figures slowly making their way up the mountain, carrying what appears to be bundles of baskets. These figures vanish upon approach, leaving no trace behind. The procession is believed to symbolize the families who once carried their elderly relatives to the mountain, replaying the sorrowful act of perpetuity. Mount Abasut's haunting reputation has also influenced local spiritual practices. Temples and shrines in the region often hold ceremonies to honor the spirits of the abandoned, seeking to provide them with peace and closure. Abasut's rituals. Some Buddhist temples near the mountain conduct sagaki, feeding the hungry ghosts. Ceremonies offering prayers and food to appease restless spirits. These rituals aim to guide the wandering souls towards enlightenment, releasing them from their earthly anguish. In Shinto tradition, offerings are made to the kami, the spirits of the mountain, acknowledging their presence and seeking their protection. These practices reflect the belief that Mount Abasut is a liminal space where the boundary between the living and the dead is thin. Mount Abasut is often compared to Okigahara, which is the suicide forest, Japan's infamous suicide forest. Both locations share a reputation for being sites of despair and supernatural activity with deep cultural and spiritual significance. While Okigahara is associated with modern tragedies, Mount Abasut's haunting tale stems from historical and folkloric roots. However, the themes of abandonment and unresolved anguish unite the two locations, making them poignant reminders of the human capacity for suffering. Both sites are believed to harbor strong spiritual energy, attracting those seeking solace or an escape from their struggles. This energy is said to amplify paranormal activity, drawing visitors with an interest in the supernatural. Today, Mount Abasut attracts visitors not only for its haunting reputation, but also for its breathtaking views and cultural significance. Pilgrims and tourists alike leave offerings at the mountain, paying their respect to the spirits and acknowledging the mountain's storied history. Now, I did not realize how much information I had there, so let me look at the COPPA and see how much information that I have there. Yeah, so what I can do is I can come back later and I can go through the COPPA and get that going, because I kind of that the kappa doesn't really fit in with the story here. I'm also wanting to go over the Kayataki tunnel later on, which I can go over, but the kappa really doesn't fit in with a lot of the stuff that I've covered tonight, so I don't really want to end this with talking about really good content and then ending it with the kappa spirits, because they aren't really deep into a lot of this information that I've given. So this would probably be the best time for me to end this, because it would be the perfect time to end the stream, and then I can come back and do that on a different stream, and it would make it sound a lot better. So with that being said, I hope you guys did enjoy. I will check the stream to see if anybody has made any comments, which usually nobody does, but I still like to go through and say or see if they did, and tell everybody hi. So I do have a comment from Koopa High. He says, "What it do, fam?" And I say, "What it do, bro?" And thanks for making a comment in the chat. And other than that, no, we don't have anything else that needs to be shared. So I'm going to go ahead and end this, and thank you guys again for watching. If you have any comments, make some comments in the comment section. I really love to have conversations about this stuff, so I'd appreciate it if you did it. And with that, thank you for watching, and good night. Last week we mentioned some important cities, and we've also been mentioning some important people in history that really don't get focused on. That Carmi, you said you have the notes for Philo, right?
Philo of Biblios, but I don't know if this is the right. Also known as Hernanius Philion. Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's right. Okay, okay. I was just making sure. Yeah.
Or Hyranius of Philon of Biblos. Yeah.
Philon.
Now I've got he lived between 64 through 141 AD.
Yeah, those are the same notes that I have. Philo of Alexandria as well, for the Hellenized Jewish philosopher. Oh no, that's someone different. And then okay. Philo wrote wait, am I supposed to be reading or not yet?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So Philo of Biblius, also known as Hyranius Philon, was an antiquarian writer of grammatical, lexical, and historical works in Greek. He is chiefly known for his Phoenician history assembled from the writings of Sanhedrin. Philo was born in the 1st century in Biblius, in what is now Lebanon. He lived into the reign of Hadrian, of which he wrote a history, now lost. His name, Hyranius, suggests that he was a client of the consul Suffectus. And can I just look that up? The consul was the highest elected public official in the Roman Republic. Okay.
Now, right there, my notes, it says that he was representative of the Roman consul Herennius Severus.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
just had to look up what Consul Suffectus Herennius Severus threw from whom Philo may have achieved the status of a Roman citizen. Philo wrote a dictionary. Stop. We can stop or
No,
keep
go
going.
ahead. I
Okay.
just commented. I made it a little, yeah.
Philo wrote a dictionary. I was making sure I was not cutting you off. Philo wrote a dictionary of synonyms, a collection of scientific writers and their works organized by category, a catalog of cities with their famous citizens, and a vita of the empire Hadrian. Some of his work is known to use, some of his work is known to use by titles only. Others have survived. That doesn't make sense. Some of his work is known to use by titles only. Okay. Others have survived in
Now, right
fragmentary.
here, I can kind of elaborate on that one from what I
Okay.
got from it. Like you said, he wrote numerous works of, well, they say it differently. They say grammatical, lexical, encyclopedic, and historical importance. He wrote in Greek about specific authors and famous people and their work, especially Emperor Hadrian. And if nobody knows, Hadrian is Hadrian's Wall. That, I don't know if you remember hearing about that or not.
Hadrian's Wall?
Yeah. There's a whole thing on that. So his most important work is the translation of Phoenician history by Sanchuniathon or Chuniathon. This work was thought to be made up, but since 1929, archaeological evidence from Ras Shamra Ugarit of clay tablet texts dated to 1400 through 1200 BC proved him true. Alright, so I'm done there. You can continue. I went a little bit over.
No, I mean, where I'm at on the acquisition, I guess I was more so the word in the way they said it. Only, let's see, some of his work is known to use by titles only. Others have survived in fragmentary quotes in Christian authors. Among his works were on the acquisition and choice of books, on cities and their famous men, epitomized by the grammarian Aelius Serenius, and one of the chief authorities used by Hesychius and Stephanus of Byzantium.
Yeah, Byzantium. That's when the Rome split into two halves. There was East Rome and West Rome, and then eventually it turned into the Byzantine Empire. West Rome.
Only. Nothing is. Oh, this is talking about this guy. I was seeing with the. I'm looking up Byzantium, but when it does, it only talks about the Stephanus or Stephanus of. On synonyms of which there is extant and epitome, by it's not epitome. Is it? Am I saying it wrong? Epitome. Yeah, I am saying it right. It just doesn't look right when I say it out loud.
That's the way those intellectuals are. They like to throw in wordy stuff.
And I mean, I'm looking at it. It's epitome. Okay, I don't know what's wrong with me, but probably I'm sober. No, I'm just joking. But he is chiefly known for his translation of the Phoenician history of Sanchuniathon, who was said to have lived before the Trojan War. Of this work, considerable fragments have been preserved, chiefly by Eusebius, and that's what the name of the book is. Eusebius, You told me yesterday. And yeah, and when I saw the name and I read it, I'm like, oh yeah, I know that name. Eusebius and the Preparato Evangelica, or how to say it?
Yeah, that's it. That's the
Preparato Evangelica. The presence of euhemeristic.
So you do me a favor right there, okay?
Okay.
copy and paste that into a note so that you never have to ask me that question again.
The name of the book?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hate saying that name. I hate it.
Eusebius.
No, the book.
Oh,
I know. I can say Eusebius.
It's the Preparatio.
Evangelica Hysteria.
Evangelica.
Hysteria. Sicarica. I would have hated having to live back during that time period in that region, because, I mean, can you imagine having to use, like, Latin words?
But imagine that this is probably so normal for them. We probably sound like we got problems when we talk and they listen to us. Like, what are you speaking? The language is that. To them, this is normal, and we sound like the crazies.
Yeah.
The present, they present a euhemeristic ratio of Phoenician theology and mythology, which is represented as translated from the original Phoenician. Santa Trinithian was thought by some scholars to be an imaginary personage whose name is formed from that of the Phoenician god Sancho. However, Edinburgh professor PBR Forbes wrote that 14th century BC documents from Ras Shamra, ancient Ugarit, published since 1929, have proved conclusively that Santa Trinithian is doubtless a verity in view of the many correspondence between him and these fresh texts. Philo's Greek Phoenician history was so extensively quoted by Eusebius of Caesarea in his 4th century work, Praeparito Evangelica, that the fragments have been assembled and translated. Eusebius' quotations often have an agenda contrary to Philo's original intentions. The source of Phoenician religion are quoted simply in order to disparage. Philo's passages show a jumbling together of Phoenician lore with Greek mythology, Zoroastrian beliefs, and ancient Egyptians' beliefs concerning the ibis-headed god Thoth, who is, and that's how we got on him, who is Philo, who in Zoresian, hold on, I'm skipping lines, okay, who in Philo is called Tatus or Totus. In Philo, as among the ancient Egyptian, Totus or Thoth is given characteristics that were much argued in 4th century Christology, everlasting, unbegotten, undivided allusions to serpent veneration mingled with the cult of Thoth are also found. So can I again say everlasting, unbegotten, undivided allusions to serpent veneration mingled with the cult of Thoth are also found. According to Eusebius, Philo discovered secret mythological writings of the ancient Phoenicians assembled by the Phoenician writer Santa Trinithian, who, according to Eusebius/Philo, transcribed the sacred lore from pillars in the temples of Biblius. Philo also translated all or some parts of the work in his Phoenician history. According to Porphyra, that's why I knew about them being rocks, Santa Trinithian wrote a history of the Jews based on information derived from Hirambo, a priest of the god Jevo, and dedicated it to Abelbal or Abelbal. Abelbal or Abelbal.
That's what we went over previously, and got to remember that part is kind of it's not conclusive. You know
it's not definite. Yeah,
that was something they believed a while back, but they found that what they were referring to wasn't actually fact.
Porphyry.
Now, Philo of Byblos on this one also mentions that he had a considerable reputation for honesty in his work, which archaeology confirmed. His Greek translations represent a valuable source for our knowledge of the Phoenician
Canaanite religion. So right there, you're getting a connection with the Phoenician and the Canaanites.
And the Canaanites, yeah.
You see.
And then it says compare the genealogical tables at San Trinithian. So I'm just going to click San Trinithian, but I already had his page. But now that's the end for Philo Biblius, and then I clicked on San Trinithian, and it says probably from Phoenician, also known as Sanchonethio the Baritian, was a Phoenician author. His 3 works, originally written in the Phoenician language, survive only in partial paraphrase and a summary of a Greek translation by Philo of Biblius, recorded by the Christian bishop Eubius. These few fragments comprise the most extended literary source concerning Phoenician religion in either Greek or Latin. Phoenician sources, along with all of Phoenician literature, were lost with the parchment on which they were written.
Okay, so now we get to the cool stuff, okay? Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Ancient Mysteries, otherwise known as Ancient History, which I had on the Praetorian, but I switched over to Strange Stories and on YouTube, as well as Wonderful World of Weirdness. Now, today I am going to continue where I left off. I was wanting to get into another area, another topic that I was wanting to get into. I've been pretty excited about things, but as I continued to pull up all the information that I needed, where I left off last week, I decided that I wanted to continue in this direction because it actually goes into some pretty interesting stuff. So with that, I am going to continue with the area that I was talking about concerning Cassius, and go further into that with the myths that started out with the Phoenicians and the Canaanites and all of the groups in that region, which actually connects to the Sumerians as well as the Greeks. So for people who are into this kind of discussion, this is where it starts getting a little bit more interesting. So with that being said, let me go ahead and start with my readings and see where we go. So the myth grows richer and more intricate with the introduction of Cassius, Lebanus, Anti-Lebanus, and Brathi as descendants of light, fire, and flames. Each of these figures can embody distinct aspects of their elemental lineage, creating a multifaceted generational myth that explores cosmic forces and their influence on creation and existence. Let's delve into their roles and relationships within this expanding mythos.
The name Cassius suggests strength and resilience, possibly derived from cas, to strike or cut, reflecting a fury, dynamic nature. Cassius embodies the pioneering spirit, representing action in the pursuit of discovery. He is the manifestation of fire's transformative powers, using destruction as a means of forging new paths. In cosmic terms, Cassius might symbolize the blazing force that clears the way for creation, much like a wildfire revitalizing a forest. As the bridge between raw elemental energy and spiritual refinement, Lebanus continues to represent purification and divine connection. His essence aligns with the sacred rituals that honor the cosmos, elevating the primal energies of his lineage to a higher purpose. Lebanus could be seen as a figure who guides humanity in understanding and balance between chaos and order. Anti-Lebanus suggests opposition or balance to Lebanus, reflecting the duality of complementary forces. Anti-Lebanus embodies reflection and opposition, not as a source of conflict, but as a balancing force. He represents the shadow of Lebanus's light, illustrating the cosmic principle that every force requires its counterpart for harmony. Anti-Lebanus could symbolize the cooling and tempering aspect of fire, ensuring that creation does not spiral into unchecked destruction. The name Brathi evokes imagery of flickering flames, suggesting a restless, vibrant energy. Excuse me. Brathi represents the I have a hard time with this one. Ephemeral and ever-changing nature of fire, the flicker of inspiration, and the unpredictability of creative forces. She could embody the spark of genius, fleeting but capable of igniting profound change. Brathi's role in the cosmic order might be as the bringer of inspiration and the keeper of life, of life's fleeting moments. Together, Cassius, Lebanus, Anti-Lebanus, and Brathi form a complete cycle. Cassius, the bold initiator, blazing trails. Lebanus, the sanctifier, refining and elevating. Anti-Lebanus, the counterforce, maintaining balance. And Brathi, the spark, bringing inspiration and unpredictability. The four siblings embody the evolution of elemental force, moving from primal creation to the sophisticated cosmic dance. Their interactions reflect the dualities and complementaries within the universe, creation and destruction, light and shadow, permanence and transience. The siblings could be as extensions of the classical elements, which is fire, and that's Cassius, and then air, which is Brathi, earth, which is Lebanus, and water, which is Anti-Lebanus. Their roles mirror cycles in mythology, the seasons with each sibling representing a phase of transformation. The balance of yin and yang as seen in Eastern philosophies. Myths often feature sibling dynamics that drive the narrative forward. The Titans and Olympians in Greek mythology, for example. So you have that going on. Now, Cassius, the flame of ambition, represents humanity's drive to explore and innovate, often through struggles and adversities. A symbol of fire's dual nature, destructive yet essential for renewal. Libinus is the sacred guide, which embodies the spiritual journey, leading humanity to higher understanding and purpose, and represents the sacred connection between the divine and the mortal. Anti-Libinus is the balancing force, a reminder that every action has an equal and opposite reaction, emphasizing the importance of balance in all things. It also reflects the necessity and restraint and contemplation. It also reflects the necessity of restraint and contemplation. Now, Brathy is the spark of life, and that highlights the fleeting, precious nature of existence and the beauty of impermanence. It inspires creativity and the pursuit of the ephemeral, that's a hard word to say, ephemeral. The tale of Cassius, Labanus, Anti-Labanus, and Brathy enriches the generational myth of Ian and Protagonus, adding layers of complexity and resonance. Each sibling represents a unique facet of the elemental forces, contributing to a harmonious cosmic cycle. The stories of now after that, I was going through the elements and how that relates. Now this goes back to what I was discussing before with the four winds, and it also kind of it does actually dive into a lot of Indo-European beliefs, which I'd also been discussing. So just fill everybody in who hasn't watched the previous episodes if you want to kind of get an idea of what I was just discussing. That is something that I was discussing earlier that you can catch on some earlier episodes that I have been having as well. So that is there. Now after that, what I want to get into is relating a few stories that I'd gone over last year, and this year I want to kind of elaborate on them a little bit more. And the reason for that is, like I said before, we kind of went off track last year. It was good episodes, don't get me wrong, we did discuss a lot of good stuff, but there was things that I wanted to actually dive into when I came into these stories, and I wanted to talk about them. So with that, the first story is the stories of Semiramis, Unis, and Ninus. Now the stories of Semiramis, Unis, and Ninus come from a blend of historical records, mythological accounts, and ancient legends. They are associated with the early history of Mesopotamia and the ancient Assyrian Empire. Over time, these figures have been enveloped in layers of mythology, often blending fact and fiction. Semiramis, or Shamu-Rammat, is believed to have been a real historical figure who lived during the Neo-Assyrian period. She was the wife of King Shamshi Adad V, who ruled between 823 to 811 BCE, and the mother of Adad Nirari III. Now, Shamu Ramad ruled as regent after her husband's death until her son came of age. She is one of the few women recorded in ancient Assyrian history to have wielded significant political power. Now, Semiramis became a legendary figure in Greco-Roman traditions, where her story was greatly embellished. She was transformed into a mythical queen of Assyria, often credited with founding Babylon and constructing its iconic landmarks, such as the Hanging Gardens. However, these attributions are considered fictional. And I was debating on bringing this up, but I figured it was noteworthy, so I figured I would mention this. There's been also speculations on the things that actually occurred when the Jews were taken into captivity by the Babylonians. Here in recent discussions, there are some people who are speculating that maybe it wasn't Babylon that they were taken into captivity to, because at the time that this was supposed to have taken place, the Assyrians had sacked Babylon and brought it to the ground, destroyed everything. And there's evidence to indicate that what they did is they moved everything that concerned Babylon to Nineveh, and that for a time period they were actually calling Nineveh the New Babylon, or Babylon. So there's speculation that kind of insinuates that instead of being taken to the actual city of Babylon, that the Jews were actually taken to Nineveh, where that they called it Babylon because that was what they knew at the time period. You know what I mean? I mean, people didn't travel very long distances, so maybe they just weren't aware that this was Nineveh. They might have thought of it as Babylon, you know. So that was something that I did want to bring up. I didn't have it in my notes, and the reason for that was I did not know about this information until after I'd done all of this, and later on I learned it. But I was kind of debating on bringing it up at this moment, but then I was like, you know what, actually that's a good thing to actually bring up. So I did want to mention that. I did check out the time period too. This, at the time during the captivity, it would have been around the time that Assyria did sack Babylon, and Babylon sat empty and deserted for a certain amount of time period. So that's something to take into consideration. Now, the myth of Semiramis was said to be born of a goddess and raised by doves. This divine origin contributes to her legendary status. Semiramis married Onnes, O-N-N-E-S, an Assyrian general, but her beauty and intelligence caught the attentions of King Ninus, who took her as his wife after Onnes' tragic death. She is credited with leading military campaigns across Asia and Africa, demonstrating exceptional strategic acumen. In one story, she is said to have conquered parts of India. Myths claim that Semiramis founded Babylon and oversaw its construction, including massive walls and the Hanging Gardens. Some accounts suggest that after her death, Semiramis was transformed into a dove, symbolizing peace and divinity. Onnes was an Assyrian general and the first husband of Semiramis. His story is more mythological than historical and serves to highlight Semiramis's beauty and ambition. Onus fell deeply in love with Semiramis and married her. However, her extraordinary beauty and intelligence drew the attention of King Ninus, like I mentioned before. Now, Ninus demanded Semiramis as his wife. Onus, overwhelmed by despair and humiliation, is said to have taken his own life. This tragic event marked the beginning of Semiramis's rise to power as Ninus's queen. Ninus is a legendary king of Assyria, often credited with founding the city of Nineveh, one of the great capitals of the Assyrian Empire. While Nineveh was indeed a historical city, there is little evidence to support the existence of Ninus as a real historical figure. Ninus is portrayed as a great conqueror who united Mesopotamia and expanded its territories. He married Semiramis after her husband Onus's death and shared his rule with her. In some versions of the myth, Ninus died early in their marriage, leaving Semiramis to rule alone. Greek and Roman writers, including Diodorus Siculus, perpetuated the legend of Semiramis and Ninus, blending historical and mythical elements. The image of Semiramis as a powerful and sometimes controversial figure influenced medieval and Renaissance literature. While much of the legend is fictional, it reflects the grandeur of the Assyrian Empire and its cultural and military achievements. Semiramis has been depicted in various works of art, including paintings, operas, and plays, often emphasizing her beauty and strength. The tragic story of Onus adds a dramatic element to the myth, symbolizing the sacrifice made in the pursuit of power. Now, with that, I'm going to go into some stuff concerning another character that I brought up last year, which I have mentioned a couple times this time, and that is Sanachinathion. That's Sanachinathion of Berytus, or Berytus, however you would say that. So, Sanachinathion of Berytus, a Phoenician historian, was reputedly writing in the pre-Christian era, is a figure shrouded in mystery and controversy. His works, as cited by later authors like Philo of Byblos, claim to preserve the ancient religious traditions of the Phoenicians. These texts have been interpreted as an attempt to rationalize or historicize the mythological framework of the Phoenician pantheon. Among the deities he mentions is a god referenced to as Teuo, or Teuo, or Teu, in transliteration. This figure has drawn attention, especially in arguments framed against early Christians, where Sanachinathian's writings sought to contrast ancient pagan traditions with emerging Christian theology. The name Teo, which is Teuo, or Teu, appears to stem from the Proto-Indo-European root Deu, and I've mentioned Deu in a few previous episodes, which these words stems from the Proto-Indo-European root Deu, which is linked to celestial or sky deities. In in Sanchuniathon's context, Teo is often associated with the heavens or divine authority, aligning him with other sky gods in Indo-European and Semitic traditions. Phoenician religion was heavily influenced by neighboring cultures, including the Egyptians, Mesopotamians, and Greeks. The inclusion of a figure like Teu may represent a syncretic blending of a local deity with Indo-European or broader Mediterranean traditions of sky worship. Sanchuniathon sought to demystify the gods, presenting them as deified historical figures or natural forces. In this light, Tueu might not only represent the sky, but also embody principles of cosmic order and authority. Sanchuniathon's writings, as preserved and adopted by Philo of Byblos, were often used by pagan philosophers in late antiquity to critique Christianity. They emphasize the antiquity and legitimacy of pagan traditions, presenting them as ritual and historically grounded in contrast to the new Christian faith. Tueo may have been cited as an example of a god representing eternal cosmic principles, suggesting that these ideas predated and perhaps superseded Christian concepts of divinity. Tuau appears to be a localized manifestation or linguistic variation of a broader archetype. As mentioned earlier, Tuaz shares etymological roots with Dyu, which is Dyeu, and represents justice, sky, and cosmic order. This connection reinforces the idea of Teuo, which is Teuo, as a celestial authority figure. The Greek Zeus and Vedic Dyaeus Pitar represents the sky and fatherly authority. Tuo or Tueo may be a Semitic adaptation or parallel of this archetype. In the Phoenician and broader Canaanite pantheon, El is a chief deity often associated with creation and the sky. Tuo could be a linguistic or conceptual derivative responsible in specific representing a specific aspect of El or another high god. The appearance of Teuo in Sanchuniathon's writings supports the idea of a universal archetype of a sky god, emphasizing light, authority, and cosmic order across diverse cultures. The Phoenicians, as maritime traders, likely integrated foreign influences into their religious practices. Teuo may reflect an amalgamation of local Semitic beliefs into Indo-European or other neighboring traditions. By invoking figures like Teuo, Sanchuniathon sought to establish the legitimacy and sophistication of Phoenician theology, contrasting it with what he perceived as the novel and less historical nature of Christian beliefs. The figure of Tiuo, as referenced by Sanchuniathon, represents a fascinating intersection of linguistics, cultural, and theological history. While his precise identity remains speculative, the name's etymology and association with the Proto-Indo-European Dayu root suggests he was a sky god or a celestial authority figure. In Sanchuniathon's polemical writings, Teuo likely served as a symbol of the antiquity and legitimacy of pagan traditions, standing in contrast to the rising influence of Christianity in the ancient Mediterranean world. Now, after that, I'm going to be diving a little bit deeper. We're going to go into another interesting story, which I think a lot of people are going to be able to correlate with another story, which is quite interesting. But this is according to ancient mythology that most people don't hear about. So let me just read this and let you guys draw off of it what you may. Now this starts out with a guy by the name of Abibalus. Okay, Abibalus, also known as Abibal, which is Abibaal, was a king of Tyre in the 10th century BCE, and the father of the renowned king Hiram I. While historical records about Abibalus are scarce, his significance lies in his role as a stabilizing figure in Tyre's monarchy, and as the progenitor of a lineage that led to one of the city's most prosperous eras. Abibalus ruled during a period when Tyre was solidifying its position as a dominant maritime and trading power in the eastern Mediterranean. Tyre's wealth came primarily from its extensive trade networks, including the export of Tyrian purple dye, a luxury item highly prized in antiquity. Abibalus ensured the stability of Tyre by establishing a strong dynastic rule. This stability allowed his son Hiram I to ascend the throne without internal conflict and to focus on expanding Tyre's influence. Abibalus is remembered primarily through his son's achievements. His role is fostering a stable and prosperous kingdom. His role in fostering a stable and prosperous kingdom laid the groundwork for Hiram I's successes. Now, Hiram I, the son of Abibalus, is one of the most celebrated kings of Tyre. Now, he ruled from approximately 980 to 947 BCE and is renowned for his architectural achievements, trading alliances, and contributions to the prosperity of Tyre. Hiram expanded Tyre's territories and influence through both diplomacy and commerce. Under his reign, Tyre became the dominant Phoenician city-state. He strengthened Tyre's maritime power, expanding its trade routes and establishing colonies, including settlements that would later grow into Carthage. Hiram undertook significant construction projects, including the expansion of Tyre's harbors and buildings and building of temples and palaces. He is credited with connecting the mainland city of Tyre to its island counterpart via a massive causeway. This engineering feat improved the city's defense and made trade engineering feat improved the city's defense and trade capabilities. Hiram formed a famous alliance with King David and later with King Solomon of Israel. This alliance was cemented through trade agreements and mutual support. Hiram provided materials such as cedar wood and skilled labor for the construction of Solomon's temple in Jerusalem. In return, Israel supplied Tyre with agricultural goods. Hiram's alliances with Solomon is prominently featured in the Hebrew Bible, particularly in 1 Kings 5 and 2 Chronicles 2. These accounts emphasize his generosity in the cooperative relationship between the two kingdoms. Hiram's reign marked the zenith of Tyre's power and influence in the ancient world. His diplomatic and economic policies set the stage for Tyre's enduring success. While King Hiram I's achievements are well documented, details about his immediate successors, including his sons, are less clear. The historical records suggest a period of relative stability following Hiram's reign, but there is little direct evidence of his sons' reign or their specific accomplishments. After Hiram I, Tyre continued to thrive as a major Phoenician power, but it faced increasing competition from other city-states and external threats, including Assyrian and Babylonian expansion. Hiram's descendants likely inherited a kingdom at its peak, but were tasked with defending its wealth and influence against rising powers in the region. The combined reigns of Abibalus and Hiram I represents a golden age for Tyre. They established the city as a cultural, economic, and political hub for the ancient Near East. Their legacies are intertwined with the broader history of the Phoenicians, whose innovation in trade, navigation, and culture influenced civilization across the Mediterranean. The stories of Hiram I's contributions to Solomon's temple have made him a figure of interest in biblical and Masonic traditions. These accounts highlight the interconnectedness of ancient civilizations and the importance of diplomacy and trade in fostering cultural exchange. Although Tyre faced challenges in later centuries, including sieges by Alexander the Great, the foundation laid down by rulers like Abibalus and Hiram I ensured its place in history as one of the great cities of the ancient world. Abibalus and Hiram I exemplified the leadership and vision that characterizes Tyre during its peak. While Abibalus laid the groundwork for stability and prosperity, Hiram I elevated Tyre to unprecedented heights through his architectural achievements, trade alliances, and diplomatic acumen. Together, they represent the golden age of Phoenician civilization, a period that left an indelible mark on the ancient world. The myth of Semiramis, Hiram I, and their associated narratives are steeped in themes of creation, construction, and the interplay of divine and mortal realms, which resonate with the cosmic and elemental mythology. We've just, with the elemental mythology we've just explored. By examining the symbolic elements of these historical and mythical figures, we can draw fascinating parallels and possible connections with the myth of Aeon, Protagoras, and their descendants such as Cassius, Lebanus, Antilebanus, and Brathi. Now, these are what I was discussing before I got into those stories. So with that being said, let me go ahead and just keep going forward. Now, Semiramis, the legendary queen of Assyria, is often associated with great feats of creation and construction, particularly the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, though this attribution is debated. Her story intertwines with themes of ambition, ingenuity, and a desire to leave a lasting legacy, traits that align her with Cassius, the bold pioneer. Semiramis's role as a creator mirrors the transformative power of fire represented by Cassius. Just as fire forges new paths, Semiramis's achievements symbolize humanity's ability to shape the world. Semiramis's ambition, while monumental, also reflects the dual nature of elemental forces, constructive yet potentially destructive, much like the interplay between Labanus, the sanctifier, and Anti-Labanus, the balancer. Her legendary status and enduring tales could be likened to Brathi, embodying the fleeting yet profound impact of inspiration. Hiram I of Tyre is famed for his collaboration with King Solomon in constructing the Temple of Jerusalem. This act of building a sacred space aligns with themes of sanctification and the elevation of the divine, connecting him to Libanus, the purifier and spiritual guide. Hiram's work on the temple reflects the refinement and spiritual elevation that Libanus embodies. The temple serves as a bridge between mortal and divine, much like Libanus's role in the cosmic cycle. Hiram's cooperation with Solomon represents harmony and collaboration, akin to the complementary roles of Libanus and Anti-Libanus in maintaining cosmic balance. The eternal flame in the temple, often associated with divine presence, resonates with the lineage of Aeon and Protagoras, who birthed the forces of light, fire, and flames. Cassius is fire and action, representing the bold ambition and creative force seen in Semiramis's legendary accomplishments. Labanus is sanctification, which aligns with Hiram's role in creating sacred spaces and elevating the divine. Anti-Labanus, which is balance, reflects the necessary tempering of ambition and creation, ensuring harmony. Brathi, which is inspiration, mirrors the spark of genius and fleeting impact of both Semiramis's legend and Hiram's architectural contributions. The duality of creation and destruction is evident in both Semiramis's and Hiram's tales. Semiramis's ambition led to the monumental achievements, but also carried destructive potential.
Similarly, Hiram's sacred work required balance and cooperation, reflecting the interplay of opposing yet complementary forces. Both the mythological and historical narrative historical narratives emphasize the relationship between the moral and the divine, creation and destruction, and ambition and balance. These themes are central to the mythology of Aeon and Protagonus and their descendants. Semiramis' creative ambition echoes the primal forces of Aeon, driving the cosmos forward. Hiram's role as a sanctifier and constructor parallels Protagonus's refinement of creation, elevating it to divine harmony. The children of light, fire, and flames, Cassius, Labanus, Anti-Labanus, and Brathi, serves as archetypes for the forces that Semiramis and Hiram channel in their stories. Semiramis embodies Cassius's fire and Brathi's spark. Hiram reflects Labanus's sanctity and Anti-Labanus's balance. In a broader sense, the myths of Semiramis and Hiram can be seen as human manifestations of cosmic principles. These stories of Semiramis and Hiram resonate deeply with the elemental myth of Aeon and Protagonus, illustrating how human legends often echo cosmic principles. Through their ambition, creativity, and balance, Semiramis and Hiram embody the forces represented by Cassius, Labanus, Anti-Labanus, and Brathi. Hypsiranius and Oasis are also figures that I want to bring up. Now, Hypsiranius and Osus are figures from Phoenician mythologies as preserved in the fragments of Senenchnathon as well. If you didn't hear me earlier, he's an ancient Phoenician historian whose work was later recorded by Philo of Bablos, which is later on in history. But these figures are significant in the cosmogony and mythology of the Phoenicians, representing early humans' interactions with nature, survival, and the development of society. Excuse me. Now, the name Hypsiranius translates roughly to high heaven or exalted sky, reflecting a connection to celestial or atmospheric elements. He is often depicted as a figure representing the heavens and their influence on early humanity. Hypsiranius is credited for the invention of shelters made of reeds and rushes, an important step in humanity's evolution. This aligns with the civilizing aspects of myth, where he introduces order and structure into human life. His name suggests a link to the heavens, possibly as a counterpart to his brother Usus, who is connected with earthly and fury elements. Together they embody the balance between the celestial and the terrestrial. Hypsiranius's rule as a creator and innovator places him in the lineage of mythological culture
of mythological culture bringers who help humanity survive and thrive. The name Usus is associated with the earth and primal fire. He is often depicted as the first person to make use of fire, a transformative discovery that marked the turning point in human development. Usus is credited with the invention of fire by rubbing pieces of wood together, an act that aligns him with the archetype of the firebringer, found in many mythologies such as Prometheus in Greek lore. He is also noted for creating the first raft and venturing out to sea, symbolizing humanity's expansion and exploration of the natural world. While Hypsiranius is linked to the heavens, Usus represents the primal fury and adventurous spirit tied to the earth. His actions demonstrate humanity's ability to manipulate and conquer the natural world. Hypsiranius, which is heaven, represents order, shelter, and the stability of civilization. His connection to the heavens suggests inspiration from above, reflecting the divine or cosmic guidance in humanity's development. Usus, which is earth and fire, embodies primal energy, creativity, and the drive to explore and transform. His connection to fire and the sea highlights humanity's ingenuity and adaptability. Together, they illustrate the duality of human existence, balancing the celestial and the terrestrial, stability and adventure, order and chaos. Hypsiranius and Usus appear within the broader framework of Phoenician mythology, which emphasizes the interaction between natural elements and the divine. These myths often focus on humanity's relationship with the cosmos and the gods. Sanchuniathon's account of Hypsiranius and Usus often offers insight into how the Phoenicians viewed their ancestors and their achievements. These stories serve as allegories for the early stages of human civilization. The mythological themes in the story of Hypsiranius and Usus resonate with other Semitic traditions, such as the Akkadians and Canaanite myths, where early figures represent fundamental elements of existence and survival. Hypsiranius and Usus represent the progression from primal survival to organized civilization, symbolizing humanity's ingenuity and ability to adapt to its environment. The interplay between the celestial and terrestrial forces in their stories echo broader mythological themes of duality and balance, where opposing yet complementary elements drive progress. Now, after that, I want to go into another thing that was mentioned by Sanchuniathon, which is the race of Hypsiranius. Now, there's another way that was pronounced apparently, but I'm going to say that right now because it's a hard word to say. But the race of Hypsiranius being connected to Agrias and Helios suggests a link to the Phoenician mythological tradition and the works of Sanchuniathon, a supposed pre-Hellenistic writer who chronicled earlier Phoenician mythology. According to Sanchuniathon, as preserved in fragments through, Philo of Byblos, like I've mentioned before. Hypersuranius was a mythical figure tied to early civilization. His lineage or people are associated with Agrias and Helios, whose name reveal their archetype roles. Agrias means hunter. He represents the skills of hunting, a key component in early human survival and the domestication of animals. Helios means fisherman. He symbolizes the mastery of fishing, another fundamental skill for sustaining early communities. These two figures are personifications of essential subsistence essential subsistence activities in early human societies. And my reading is really bad, and my pronunciation, not my reading but my pronunciation, so I apologize about that. Reflecting humanity's evolving relationship with the natural world. So these two figures are personifications of essential subsistence activities in early human societies, reflecting humanity's evolving relationship with the natural world. The connection between Ellipsiranius and Agrias and Helios likely stems from the mythological narrative of Hypsiranius as a figure tied to the heavens. Hyps equals high or sky. His race or people, the Ellipsiranius, would then symbolize a group blessed or guided by celestial knowledge and innovation. Hypsiranius or Ellipsiranius represents a figure of advancement, perhaps one who brought humanity closer to understanding the natural world through observation of the skies and patterns of the earth. His children, Agrias and Helios, could symbolize humanity's transition from foraging and wandering to a more structured, skill-based society that thrived on hunting and fishing. In Sanchuniathon's narrative, early figures like Hypsiranius and his descendants are semi-divine, representing humanity's gradual mastery of the environment. Agrias and Helios, as part of this lineage, would symbolize foundational cultural heroes akin to other mythological archetypes like Cain and Abel in the Judeo-Christian tradition, representing agricultural and pastoralism. And then there's Romulus and Remus, founders of Rome, with ties to survival and innovation. As a seafaring people, the Phoenicians deeply valued fishing, Helios, and hunting, Agrias, both of which sustained their maritime and land-based communities. These figures likely served as symbolic ancestors or archetypes for these critical skills. The story of Ellipsiranius and his race reflects universal themes found in mythologies worldwide: the hunter-gatherer phase of human development and the transition to skill specialization and subsistent strategies. Agrias and Helios, while tied to Phoenician mythologies, also echo broader European mythological traditions, where foundational skills and innovations are often attributed to semi-divine figures. You have Prometheus, bringer of fire, representing humans' mastery of technology. Then you have Cernunnos, a Celtic deity tied to hunting and animals. In this sense, the race of Ellipsiranius can be seen as a metaphorical bridge between the celestial, heavenly innovation and the terrestrial, earthly survival. The race of Ellipsiranius, represented by Agrius and Helios, symbolizes the development of essential survival skills in early human societies, rooted in Phoenician mythology and preserved in fragments of Sanchuniathian's work. Their stories reflect humanity's connection to both the heavens and the earth. Now after that, I'm going to tell you about Chrysor. Now Chrysor, whose name translates to golden sword or golden armed, from the Greek Chryse, meaning gold, and or meaning arm or sword, is a figure found in Phoenician mythology, as recounted by Sanchuniathian as well. He is a character imbued with mythic grandeur in embodying innovation, craftsmanship, and the human drive to conquer nature through skill and ingenuity. His story blends celestial symbolism with terrestrial mastery, making him a fascinating figure in ancient lore. Chrysor is said to be a descendant of the primordial gods and linked to the first humans who tamed the natural world. His epithet, Golden Sword, suggests not only martial prowess, but also a connection to metallurgy, craftsmanship, and the divine mastery of tools and weapons. Chrysor is often associated with the invention of tools and weapons, particularly those made of bronze and iron. This aligns with his role as a mythic figure who symbolizes the leap from a raw, untamed world to one shaped by human ingenuity. The golden aspect of his name implies divine favor or celestial origins, making him as a semi-divine hero who bridges the mortal and the divine realms. Some accounts link Chrysor to the development of plowing and farming, as the sword could also symbolize the first plowshares, which brought fertility and abundance to the land. Sanchuniathian, a Phoenician historian whose work survives in fragments, which again I'm going to mention was preserved by, later it was preserved by writers like Philo of Byblos, identifies Chrysor as a pivotal figure in humanity's advancements. He is described as a master craftsman who tames fire and worked metals, symbolizing the transition from Stone Age to Bronze Age. A warrior and protector whose tools of war also served as instruments of civilization. A figure deeply connected to the cosmos, often portrayed as wielding the power of the sun or stars through his golden weapons. Chrysor is also associated with the god Hephaestus, which is Greek, or Ptah, which is Egyptian, and Ptah is also Ptah, which is Egyptian, both of whom were divine craftsmen. This connection highlights his role as a cultural and technological innovator. The golden sword or golden arm is a critical symbol in Chrysor's myth. Gold represents divine purity, purification, and immortality, Gold's incorruptible nature makes it a fit symbol for a hero who brings the moral and divine. Sword is a dual symbol of destruction and creation, representing the transformation of power, of tools and technology. Chrysor's association with metallurgy ties him to fire, a force both feared and revered in ancient cultures. By mastering fire, Chrysor embodied humanity's ability to harness nature's raw power for creative purposes. Chrysor's potential connection to plowing reinforces his role as a bringer of civilization. In many ancient myths, the transition to agriculture is marked by divine intervention or heroic innovation, making Chrysor a parallel to figures like Triptolemus, a Greek mythology who spread the knowledge of agriculture. Osiris in Egyptian mythology, who brought farming and order to humanity. Chrysor shares traits with several figures from other mythologies. Prometheus, which is Greek, who stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity. Tubal-Cain, which is biblical, and that's the first metal worker and craftsman mentioned in Genesis. Then you have Cernunnos, which is Celtic, a deity associated with the natural world and abundance. Then you have Cother-Wakasis, which is Ugaritic, and that's a Phoenician craftsman god responsible for making divine tools and weapons. Chrysor's story, though fragmented, offers insights into ancient views of progress and civilization. He represents the human capacity to innovate, adapt, and transform the world. As a mythical inventor, Chrysor embodies the importance of craftsmanship and ingenuity. His golden sword symbolizes the dual role of tools as instruments of both war and peace. For the Phoenicians, Chrysor likely served as a symbol of their maritime and metallurgical prowess. So that is what I wanted to go over this week. I was, like I said, going to change over to something else, but then I reviewed this and I was like, no, this is actually good stuff. So I did want to go through it, and heck, I might continue with this too. I don't know for sure at the moment, but I may just do that. This is actually turning out interesting for me. So with that being said, I hope you guys did enjoy. I am going to go ahead and first check to see if anybody made any comments to me or anything in the chat. I did get another follower on Twitch, Waka Fool. Thank you for following me on Twitch. I do appreciate that. And also, nothing is on Kick, but I should post in the chat that this is live stream. Ancient Mysteries. I've been doing that in my chat because I don't really put anything much in there. Most people put bots and everything on there, but I've never done it, so there is nothing on Kick, but it's not bad to have it on there. I did get a comment for another video on Rumble, but that's empty too. There's 3 people watching supposedly, so thank you guys for watching. I appreciate that. And 2 people are watching on YouTube. Peggy Witherspoon made a comment. Could that be Mystery Babylon instead of America? I don't know exactly what you say. Oh, she goes on to say, what I meant to say is there are some who believe that America is Mystery Babylon. Well, I know that a lot of people have their theories on Babylon, or not Babylon, but the United States or America being like Atlantis and stuff of that nature. So, with me, I know that Babylon was well established. The one thing that I find kind of interesting is the thing I said about Nineveh. That is pretty interesting when you look at the time period. So I would mention the whole thing about people believing in the Americas being Atlantis. I believe Francis Bacon even wrote a book called the New Atlantis, New Atlantis, which he coined back then. And I know there's some people who believe that the Bermuda Triangle down by Florida is actually where Atlantis was and stuff like that. But those are the things that I know when it comes to America. There are people who believe that maybe Egyptians came to America and they have tombs that are down in the Grand Canyon. I've heard of that. There's other people who believe that Anastasia, however you would want to say, the Indians in the southwest part of the United States is associated with the Aztecs, and they in turn are from from Asia, from the Russians or Russian steppes and stuff, and they migrated across the Rainbow Bridge, which would have been the ice between Russia and Alaska, which later melted away. There's a lot of people who do believe that, so that is the best answer I could possibly give to that. So I hope I said enough to where it's adequate. So if anybody wants to make any more comments, I'd feel all right with answering them. But if you're in the chat and everything, and I do appreciate that, Peggy. Those were good questions. I appreciate that a lot. So, yeah. It looks like I am done. I'm gonna get out of here before anybody asks me any more questions, because that scares me. I'm a timid kind of guy, so I hope you guys did enjoy. If you did enjoy, please like, subscribe, share, send me money, make me rich, because I am a poor boy. I need all the money you can give me. So with that being said, I'm going to end this stream, and thank you again for watching. Goodbye. In the heart of the Illinois wilderness, there's a place where the shadows linger longer and the nights hold on to every whisper. They call it Frankfurt Woods, a place where the trees are so dense they seem to swallow the light. Long ago, the woods were home to a small settlement, thriving and full of life. But as the story goes, one fateful night, a thick fog rolled in, unlike any seen before. It was an unnatural mist. They said one that glowed with a faint, eerie light. From within the fog, there emerged a figure, draped in tattered robes, its face hidden beneath the hood. The villagers named this apparition the Phantom of Frankfurt Woods. It roamed the settlement, and wherever it passed, the crops withered, the animals grew sick, and the air turned cold. Panic took hold on the villagers, and one by one they fled, leaving behind their homes to the mercy of the woods. But not all made it out. Some say they saw the phantom's face, a visage so horrible that their hearts stopped on the spot. The settlement was abandoned, reclaimed by the forest, but the phantom remained. To this day, hikers tell tales of a chill that creeps in their spine, of a fog that seems to follow, and of a figure that watches from the trees. So if you ever find yourself in Frankfurt Woods as the sun dips low, be wary, for the phantom might just be waiting, and you might just become part of the legend. Service, you gave them permission to pretty much go into your phone and do whatever they want.
Right, and you don't read all that stuff because we do upgrades all the time on those iPhones. They're constant, so and they'll tell you, oh, it's working out the bugs, but it does weird things.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Gerald was going to get, my boyfriend was going to get the new 16, and he didn't because he doesn't want all that AI stuff on it. Yeah. So he's letting his phone go a little longer because he said, I don't want to deal with that.
I've actually been going pretty straightforward on this AI stuff. Phones and AI are a perfect example of bad combination.
Yeah.
Because with facial recognition and how they're coming up with these avatars on these deep fake videos.
Yeah.
I've been finding out that a lot of that has to do with divination, and like the people in California who are putting all this stuff together, they're literally using a form of divination for computer science, and it's actually hitting off pretty good. A lot of the stuff that's going into this AI when it comes to that is pseudoscience. Like scientists are really against it. They've been trying to get rid of it for the last 2,000 years, and it just keeps popping up over and over again.
Well, and I don't like that facial recognition. It's almost like, because I pay a lot of bills online and stuff, and I'll go in there and it keeps wanting me to do this facial recognition. That was another thing it did when it upgraded my phone. All of a sudden I go in to use a password and it said, can you use your facial ID? And I was like, I never signed up for it. And then you'd have to go to the bottom and skip over it. And it's like it's pushing you. And like, I swear it doesn't take your password, some of these places. They just want you to do that facial recognition. You get so frustrated. And they want you to do it, but I won't do it. I'll just change my password or something. Because
just take the mark already. Just take the mark already.
Take the mark of the beast.
Just take the mark of the beast already. Yeah. You have to do it. You can't buy or sell without it.
Don't scare her now. Don't scare her.
That's where all this is. That's where all this is headed. I mean, it seems to be anyway.
And actually, I have already, like some
You've already taken the mark.
Prep. Ask you if they can record your voice. They've done it to me a few times, like insurance companies and stuff, and I'll be like, no. But then they'll say, well, we're going to record your conversation. And I let them do that because I have to get my answer.
Yeah.
I found that passage in that book I was telling you guys about. The book. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The book was it was called Monsters: An Investigator's Guide to Magical Beings, and it was written by John Michael Greer, and it has chapters on. Hold on a second. It has chapters on vampires, ghosts, werewolves, creatures of fairy, mermaids, dragons, spirits, angels, and demons. And it also has chapters on ritual magic and natural magic.
Ooh.
I think this was a book I got from Scholastic back when they actually sold good stuff about kids not being like transsexual pedophiles and stuff. But anyway.
Oh, gotta bring the pedophiles and the transsexuals into this. My
Yeah,
goodness.
we don't want to know into the Diddy world.
Yeah, but anyway, in the chapter about demons, on page 166, it says the epidemic of anorexia nervosa, that disastrous amplification of our culture's dieting mania that causes several thousand deaths a year, is a fine example. In an uncomfortable number of cases, people suffering from anorexia have reported hearing voices in their heads encouraging them to starve themselves, or even describe the presence of an entity inside them who is involved in the disease. Few medical or psychological treatments have been shown to work effectively with anorexia. Exorcism, either religious or magical, may be an option worth trying, although such methods should always be used alongside competent medical care, never as a replacement for it. And this passage was actually written in the section about demonic obsession in this chapter about demons in this book.
Wow.
And that ties right, isn't that ties right into what we were saying.
Yep.
And she was so angry about things that she burnt a Bible in that drug.
Yeah.
Because she was mad. She had a child that hydrocephalus, but that was from the eating disorder. But yeah. The thing was
No. With what you say, it was from the eating disorder. What he's reading there is true, and it was also a demonic possession or obsession, if nothing else.
Yeah.
So.
And I noticed that around Sam too, back when he was getting real hooked on heroin. I would always feel the presence of something else around him that was making me uneasy, not just the situation itself. I think there was a spiritual, and he even said a number of times it was like there was a reaper over him.
Oh yeah, like telling you about
The what?
Leo was shaking. He would get scared sometimes. Usually he'd either be in pain or scared. So he was shaking real bad, it said. He was with Sam. And you could tell him the rest.
I asked Sam, I was like, why is Leo shaking so bad? And he's like, he probably sees this reaper standing over me. And this was when he was really getting hooked on heroin hardcore. So it was, I think there was definitely a spiritual component to that too. I mean, this book doesn't appear to touch on that too much. It just touches on the anorexia having a spiritual component to it. But based on what me and Sam both experienced, it's not too much of a stretch to say that goes for drugs too. I mean, especially when you consider, like, well, let's take heroin for example again. It comes from a plant. It comes from the opium poppy, which that's a living, breathing thing with a spirit all of its own. So and it's the same with alcohol. It's created from living things, from plants. So it's not too far fetched to say these substances do have spirits that maybe of the things they're made from.
I wonder if that's where the term comes from then, right? The spirits. Or
Could be the spirit of the corn they use to make, whiskey, or that plant they use to make tequila. Those plants have spirits too,
Right.
So,
that's strange. It's funny. After your dad passed away, it was like there was nothing in our house anymore, and you had moved out. So I'm in this big house, and my friends had always talked to me about scary stuff that happened there. So my two coworkers are like, "Aren't you scared to be there now?" And I was like, it's weird. I thought I would be, but it's like whatever was in the house, it's like everything's gone. Everything. Like I said, Austin moved out, a month before Marty got sick, my husband, and then he passed away, and I was like, but it's like there's nothing there at all. I said that's almost scarier than having spirits around, So I'm wondering if something with your dad left too.
Yeah, I think he had a poltergeist attached to him from issues he didn't deal with, because it's like you repress that stuff. It's like building a dam. The river turns into a lake, and the lake is the poltergeist in this analogy, Yeah, but if you guys, this book, Roger, I don't know if you ever have a chance to get your hands on it. It's chock full of all kinds of. It's a treasure trove of information that's helped me make sense of a lot of this stuff. It was called, again, for our viewers, it was called Monsters, An Investigator's Guide to Magical Beings by John Michael Greer.
I got into the animation, to be honest with you. It's hard to find, but if you look for it, they have an animation about it. It's a demon that has an insatiable hunger, and that usually goes around looking for children to devour, and when it devours the child, it takes on the presence of that child. So you have little children running around eating people.
Now that's not like we were talking about Krampus earlier, that because I watched that movie and it's kind of creepy, and that's a kind of a demonic thing. It's supposed to I think they initially scared kids, but
it kind of sounds like what Roger was describing, actually.
Right.
The Krampus.
And
that it's a mythological creature who is often depicted with horns and a demon-like face, according to myth, which likely originated in what is now Germany and Austria. The creature punished children who behaved badly. He was thought to have been part of rituals for the winter solstice.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's perfect. That's perfect for this show, being the winter solstice / Christmas special.
But what Rob he says, he's known to chase bad children around with sticks or chains, hitting them and even kidnapping them as punishment. But he doesn't take over their souls, I don't think.
Well, there's an evolution in the Krampus story. Like now, he actually abducts them and sticks them in his bag and takes them with him.
Yeah. I saw that was in the movie. If you ever watched the movie, it was crazy.
I did a really, really cool story on Krampus on my storytelling one. I have a compilation of scary stories. Actually, I did it on our channel too for the Fireside Stories. And it's coming out. It's going to be about Krampus, this next one, I think.
Oh, cool.
Was that episode 12?
Yeah, I believe it's either that one or it's the one before it, 11 or 12. But I've been dealing with a lot of the stories that are involved with the Wendigo. So
yeah,
I got some cool Wendigo stuff in there too.
That's
we got
What is that again? I know I've seen. Is it
It's a
something
type
to
of
do with
demon.
But it's got something to do with Indians, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Is it Indian?
See, what happened was like Indians, like especially in North America, Canada, and the United States, when wintertime came, it got extremely cold, and some of them wouldn't prepare for the wintertime. And rather than starve to death, what they would do is they would resort to cannibalism and start killing and eating other humans. So the Wendigo was set up to where it would teach a moral to people that if you decide to participate in cannibalism, you turn into this evil demon that would be haunted by insatiable hunger.
Wow.
And see, we come back to demons and eating again.
Well, I still think there's Canadians up there that are eating humans. Like,
yeah, cannibalism exists everywhere. I mean,
well, especially in Saskatchewan, they've had some situations where students have been disappearing that were supposed to be going to school, and the government still refuses to admit that these students have been disappearing and stuff.
Hi, this is Summer Todd. We're having a show tonight called Creepy Christmas Happenings for the winter solstice, first day of winter today. So we're going to tell some things, share some experiences that have happened with us, and you feel free to call in with anything that's happened to you. First, I'm going to kick off with Austin telling a story about something we did Christmas Eve with Alexis. We had a little bit too much to drink, and it's I know you shouldn't do stuff like that so it's kind of like using the board. So I didn't feel really good about that. But like I said, it's Christmas, and we didn't think anything was going to happen. So I'll let Austin kick off with that. So Austin Todd, my son, you can start in if you'd like.
Okay. So we have been reading about how Alexa says creepy things and about how it supposedly talks to dead people and plays songs that like deceased loved ones would have liked to have heard and stuff. So it was that Christmas Eve we decided to test it. So we asked it to play a song that my deceased cousin Sam would have liked, and that my deceased father would have liked, and my wife's son, he asked it to play a song that his recently deceased friend would have liked, and then it proceeded to play. The first song it played was a Lyle Lovett song, which was really off the wall for Alexa to just play randomly, but it was off of. Not only was Lyle Lovett an artist my dad loved, but it was also off the one album he had by Lyle Lovett when I was a kid. So that was really weird. And then it played a Pink Floyd song, which my dad was pretty into Pink Floyd too, but mainly that was a big thing me and Sam shared. And then it played a song that was a favorite of Kevin's friend. I forget what the song was. And then it played another song, but we didn't know what that was. But that turned out that was a song that my sister had on an album that Dad had bought for her for Christmas years ago too, later on. So it was like it played songs that my dad and Sam and this deceased friend of my wife's son would have liked, and it was really weird. It freaked us all out pretty bad.
Yeah, and I know somebody suggested this, and it is true. They said to me, well, if you buy stuff from Amazon and you have Alexa, because it's through Amazon, it can see what music that you've ordered and stuff. But I don't believe it could have tied anything to those people. And I hadn't ordered anything. I think I did order that Lyle Lovett album, but not from Amazon. I think I got it from somebody else. So I don't see how it tied into all those people. So that was really freaky. It was really scary. And, you know, we were like, it kind of sobered us up a little bit, because we were like, oh, maybe we should have done that. I don't know. Everybody was kind of just, you know.
Yeah, that was freaky.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was our freakiest Christmas happenings, I believe. Yeah, and the strange thing about the one with my daughter, because I was telling her about it. She had been here earlier, I believe, and she left, and but anyway, I told her about it, and she was like, Mom, don't you remember that album that he bought me? I was like, no, you know, because it's been a few years ago. And she said, yeah, that was that song that we liked together or something. And I was like, wow. So tied her in kind of something that would have made sure she knew about it too. So I feel like it was her dad maybe reaching out to everyone. It was strange. Yeah, and I don't know, sometimes maybe if you're on Christmas break and stuff, maybe you're just a little more relaxed. You'll have things happen. I know one night I was watching TV and I fell asleep and on a love seat, and it was by the wall, and something hit my arm and just woke me up. It's like something punched me. And so I was like, oh my gosh. And I wake up, and you know, we had cats at the time. So I thought, well, maybe it's my cat. But then I'm like, well, if it was my cat, he would have to bounce off the wall, because he wasn't even around anyway. And he couldn't have done that because it was in a corner, and like a kitten, he didn't do stuff like that. It was like somebody literally woke me up and hit me. So it's like, what the heck? So that was another scary thing, but I remember it was on Christmas break. And so, yeah. But
is your cat in there now? Cyan?
No, he's outside. Because Gerald's here, and he makes him sneeze. He's been running around outside.
That was Gerald sneezing.
No.
It sounded like a cat meowing.
No. That's weird. Was it Roger?
Oh, is that Rogers?
Yeah.
Oh, is that a cat meowing outside your door or something,
Yeah,
Roger?
That's probably my cat. He annoys the hell out of me when it comes to like sitting down and do streaming on the computer, because I'm on here so long that he goes to the door and bitches at me.
Oh yeah.
He's like,
yeah.
Also, that was your cat.
Yeah. I forgot.
You can't see me, right? You can't see me, or I'd show you Wilbur. He's laying with me right now.
So you guys were drunk when that happened, though, right?
Well, we weren't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't real drunk, but you know, we'd all had a little because it was Christmas Eve.
Oh, trust me, I could almost bet you were drunk.
No, well, you know, but
we were.
Like, I wasn't falling down drunk. I was
well,
like, we were cold.
That's still. I mean, you don't have to be falling
we
down
were,
drunk.
No, we were just like happy drunk, you know, just having a good time drunk. But I did warn Austin when he said that we were going to do it. I said, I don't think that's a good idea. I think maybe his wife did, April. She did too. But then, you know, we're like, oh, nothing got happened.
I didn't really believe it would. I didn't really believe it would do that. So.
Yeah, because we were sitting around playing cards, you know, like you do on a holiday. You do something. You have been playing games or something, and we were like kind of getting bored. I think we were playing cards, weren't we, Austin? And we word, and we're like, well,
yeah.
You know, we're gonna do something real stupid.
Well, it was just like the other day. Jaffe mentioned something too, and a lot of people in 12-step programs bring this up about alcohol is considered a spirit.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So that could actually be a part of it too, because you guys had introduced.
That's funny.
You guys introduced alcohol into your system, and then you did a seance. Is that what you did, or a Ouija board?
Kind of.
Well, I guess you might say that, but you ask Alexa stuff. You know, like people ask her. Like if you ask her, like there's one question you ask her, and she has a weird answer to it. and some people just play around with her. I don't think it's a good idea, but yeah, I mean, we did ask her stuff that we probably shouldn't have asked her.
About demons.
Yeah. I mean, it's considered playing with a board, I would say, if you're a priest or something.
Now it's interesting.
But what?
He had a moment. Give him a second. He moves around really, really fast.
Talking to Mom about that last night, about how I think, like...
Sit still, bud.
I was talking to Mom last night about how I'm not moving.
Okay, so something's going on with your audio. It's every time you start talking, it cuts in and out.
Yeah, try it again.
Because this is going to be good. We got to hear all of it. You can't.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, try it again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Can you hear us?
No, I was gonna. That's funny. You should mention alcohol being a spirit, because Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Yeah, you're just cutting out when you said alcohol being a spirit.
Okay. So I was gonna say it's funny you should mention alcohol being a spirit, because last night I was telling Mom, I think,
He's cutting out real bad.
He's sitting over in the corner. He's afraid that his wife's gonna be
okay.
You're afraid of your wife, aren't you?
I don't think is she there?
No.
There, hey, stay where you were.
No, she went.
That right there is perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yes, that is perfect.
Huh?
Wherever you're at right now is perfect.
I didn't even move. I had my phone hooked up to a sound link. Maybe that was what it was.
That's what it was.
Right now. So go on. What were you talking? You said about that. What you were talking about last night?
Oh, last night I was telling Mom about how a lot of modern rehabilitation therapies have it all wrong, and that they don't realize that addiction's actually a spiritual illness at its root, and the substances that's being abused are living, breathing things that are fueling the said spiritual illness.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, that's the misconception that a lot of people who haven't been in those programs don't understand. Like, especially this time of year, you're going to hear a lot of people talking about alcohol and spirits, and how like these spirits influence people. You know what I mean? Believe it or not, they really are into a lot of the spiritual aspects. And I'm not just talking about the holding hands and doing the serenity prayer and stuff like that. I mean, they believe in a lot of the stuff that, well, you've heard me on Jaffe's show and with you guys and stuff, you know. I mean, this is everyday conversation around 12-step programs.
Really?
Yeah. They really do believe in this stuff. They're worse than I am, believe it or not. If they can be, if there is such a thing.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting too. Yeah.
And it's like an issue that a lot of people don't like to talk about, which is sex, okay? And they believe that sex is also the same way when it comes to addictions, and also like bad spiritual juju and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And people who have eating disorders, same thing.
Yeah.
It's all
Battery
spiritual.
40%. Connected to Nokia C2 US.
Oh man, he turned on the Nokia.
What is that?
The Nokia.
Who did? The cat did, or
Austin? Austin did.
Austin. What?
Yeah, he's
How did
playing
he
with
do
the
that?
devil. I heard it.
Huh? Yeah, that wasn't me, was it?
No, that was Austin.
You know, it's odd that you say that about people with eating disorders, because my sister had some demonic stuff happen in this place she lived in, and I'm relatively sure she had an eating disorder, and she had a lot of issues. And the house she lived in, there was all kinds of odd things going on. So I always wondered about that, but I didn't think it had anything to do, like, with that in particular.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who do believe in that stuff, and I personally think that Alexa just kicked your son off the stream because she didn't like what he had to say.
She does some odd things, and my partner, he doesn't like her at all. So, and actually, I shouldn't say that because tonight she'll probably scare him or something. So,
Are you there, Austin? He's gotten muted out, I believe.
Yeah, he needs to get back in, right?
See, that's the thing about technology. I just do. I don't like too much of it. Some of it is good, okay, but but they're like this phone thing for one thing. People are just buying into it like it's a real big deal, and it's not. It's actually
the iPhones and stuff, or
all of them. I mean, I've been this way ever since the BlackBerry. When they came out with the BlackBerry phones, I didn't like it. I didn't like the way that, first of all, the spell that it puts over people when they get their phones. You know what I mean? Like they're in a complete trance and everything rotates around their telephone.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what my partner and I were talking about, because we worked at the university, and so we'll drive through there, and these kids will like just walk right out in the street looking at their phones. They don't even know what's going on around them. And it's like the whole world. And then you see it here when we're driving, like we'll get behind somebody, the light turns green and they're just sitting there. And he's like, why are they sitting there? I said, they're on their phone. They're on their phone. They start, and they're just mesmerized. They forget about the light, and you have to beep at them. And so what's he doing? He's got like hearts, did you see? But yeah, I don't know. What's going on there?
Down where the heart is at the bottom. If you hear somebody saying something that you like, you can go down there to that heart and click it. That's me doing it right there. So
I just did it too. But so and another thing we noticed, we just upgraded our iPhones because they always have these upgrades on them constantly. And we upgraded them, and I was talking to him, my boyfriend, the other day, and he said, listen to this. And he pushed a button, and it says, you are now being recorded. And I said, really? When did that? Where is that? And he said, it's on the left-hand corner now since we upgraded. He said, when we're talking, you can push it, but it'll tell you, you're being recorded, because I heard it. And he said, but I can record our whole conversation. And he said, it's real easy. It's like right on the screen now. And he said, that was one of the things that came in with the upgrade. And I was like, that's really kind of creepy.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like an upgrade to me, to be honest. I mean...
Well, it is, because that wasn't on there before. And it's like this little round circle on the left all of a sudden. And it, like when he pushed it, and then he took it off, and then he pushed it again, and it says, you're now being recorded. Is that okay or something? So person's recording you. But I didn't like that at all. I was like, ew, I don't like that.
No, I don't either. I've had my issues with them doing it. And then see, the thing of it is it's like when you turn around and you go in and you say that it's okay to do it, so you just given them permission to do it at any time they wish. If you haven't read the
right,
what do they call that,
the disclosures, the disclosures. Yeah. Well, I didn't even know that was an option. And two, I think it says it really quickly. So like, let's say I was talking to him, and I'm walking over to a door, or I'm starting to listen to something, and as well as talking to him, I might miss it.
Yeah.
He could push it, and he'd be like, "Oh, she didn't hear me, so now I'm recording her." So that's what him and I were talking about. It's like it's pretty easy maybe to slide it in there. I hear your cat.
Yeah, he's yelling at me again. So what I am going to do, man, is I'm going to let him out and hopefully, well, I don't know, I don't want to leave you here by yourself. So we'll actually talk for a little bit, and I will be back and I'll comment on that.
Okay.
We'll
Yeah, you go ahead and let him out. It's only going to take a few minutes. I'm going to try to get Austin back in here. I texted him, I think, and see what's going on.
I'll be right back. It's just I have to open the door and close it. That's it. So I just don't want the sound of my creaking door on here when I go to do it.
I'm going to see if he...
Actually, somebody else took care of it.
Oh, okay. Great.
Oh, he came in on me. He jumped on my lap. He decided he didn't want outside. He wanted to come in here and harass me. So.
Yeah, they know when you're doing stuff. That's how cats are.
Mm-hmm. He's like, "What are you doing in there?" Meow.
They're very needy. And the two that come here, they're going all over the neighborhood and acting like they're everybody's cats. So everybody's feeding them, and they're getting so fat.
Oh, my cat does that too.
They're both.
Yeah.
So.
My cat, he goes from neighbor to neighbor, and I think when he disappeared, and that's what it was. One of them tried to take him in, and he didn't like that idea, and finally broke free. So,
yeah.
So.
Is he neutered though? Is he neutered cat?
Oh no. I'm gonna let my dude hang free, dude.
Well, that's the thing, you know. I worry about them, but they've been in this neighborhood of 2 or 3 years before they started coming to my house. Because the woman next door, she kind of quit feeding them because when my dog died, I started feeding them a little, and so she kind of let me do it. But they know this neighborhood. They know how to get around.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, I just for me personally, I don't like the idea of like going in and having his stuff snipped. You know what I mean? It's just I mean,
I just know, like with the kittens, you know, there's too many of them, all that. But I'm like, I'm not keeping them in the house. If I was going to keep them in the house, I might do it and let them in and out. I never believe in just like locking them in the house. I don't like that because when I lived out in the country, we had 3 cats, and they came in and out, you know, but they would use a litter box. I had a litter box in the house if they did, and if it was real cold, they come in and stuff. But mostly, I liked it to where they could run around and do what they want to do, you know. So, because that's what they like.
No, I've been able to get your chat to where it'll be on the stream too. If somebody does do a chat in
okay.
In thing, it'll be seen on the streams for YouTube.
Okay. Austin, are you back in?
Yeah, I can hear you guys and everything now. Can you guys see me and hear me?
I can hear you. Don't worry about seeing you.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
That's
okay.
That's a blessing right there. So just
what?
That we can see.
Well, nobody can. Oh.
No, not the other way around, dude. Just the fact that we can hear you, that's a blessing. So.
Okay.
So we've got you back now. I noticed you were trying to run your mouth whenever we were talking. So let us know what was going on, and because I know you had some good stuff to say there. Because I could see the blue around you just popping. You know what I mean? So.
Okay, I don't know exactly where I left off.
We were talking. We were talking about spirits.
I left off when I was talking about the substances that people abuse being living, breathing things, and I was talking about that in particular in with my experiences with heroin, because I never realized it until I did heroin. I had done a lot of other drugs and had drank and stuff, but I didn't realize it until I did heroin that a lot of all these substances I've used and stuff throughout the years, they're actually living, breathing things. It was something that had never really occurred to me until then.
Well, you know what was funny when you cut out is Roger was talking about how eating disorders can
Yeah,
play.
that was the last thing I remember him saying, and then I suddenly couldn't get any audio in. I didn't know what was going on anymore, and I had to drop out of the call and back in.
And see, that's what was interesting. I was talking about my sister, and all the things that happened at her house, and you saw pictures of her. I was relatively sure she had an eating disorder, so you know that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so maybe that was something that made it so she was more vulnerable, to things.
Yeah, that could be actually a really good case on that, because I mean, it's like I said, it's always being brought up about that, and that's the thing. When these 12-step programs, a lot of people who haven't been involved with them don't really know, because all you have to have is like television to rely on, and they give you a half-assed story about it. Like, there's nothing true on TV when it comes to these 12-step programs.
No,
No.
that's just malarkey. Yeah.
You know, like they had that
Yeah.
one they had that one movie. What was it? Clean and Sober, where
Yeah.
the sponsor came in and searched your house for drugs and shit. Sponsors don't do that stuff.
No. No. No.
No.
You know, so.
No, I
Yeah.
mean when I did heroin, it was like the drug itself spoke. It came into my life at the right time when I was going through particularly difficult situations, and spoke to all of my problems in just the right way, because it was like it was luring me in. And then when I finally got really sick on it, it was like the craving for it was starting to take hold, or the oppression I was under was broken. And that was when and then for after that, I didn't crave it anymore. But I was one of the lucky ones, or well, not lucky is not a word I like. The blessed ones, because I do believe that a good the Lord stepped in and pulled me out for some reason from that, because it's like a form of demonic possession, you know.
Yeah.
And Sam, of course, he went over the deep end. He became completely possessed by the stuff, and ultimately it killed him.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's so weird. My sister was having at her house. She was having it was demonic stuff. Like she came home from work. I know I've told this story a million. Where she came home from work and all of the kitchen chairs were out, all the cupboard doors were open, and she went outside and waited for her husband home because she was. There was just a lot of stuff going on in that house, and around it seemed like.
See, I've always said that there's been, you go according to like, if there's physical, emotional, and spiritual, and they're all the same. You know what I mean? You can't count one out without the other.
Right. They all tie together.
Yeah. And,
What's happening?
we're having issues.
Yeah, what's happening?
Austin is.
I'm still here. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Like
I muted you because we're getting feedback from your stuff. When you come back, just unmute. But yeah, that's what it was. His phone was causing some feedback and everything. So
now it seems okay. I don't know, but I'm hearing to see.
It was that chatter, man. It's that damn telephone stuff, man. You know what I mean? That's what we were talking about before, with this technology and everything. And like you were talking about with, you guys were doing, what was it, Alexa?
Yeah.
You know, and then look at here, you know, all of a sudden he's having problems with his phone and stuff like that. And then Alexa pops up in the middle of it. And that's when his audio and everything started screwing up.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask him about that. He didn't, but now I guess he's gone again. I don't know.
Well, he said he had to step away, and then while he was gone, I muted it out. So he should, as long as he, there he goes. He's back.
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah.
I went I went into my library over in the next room and I was grabbing a book I was looking for a passage in it where it talks about it, but I'm gonna mute my microphone, look for it for a few seconds.
Did you hear Roger talking about the new iPhone feature though when Jill and I upgraded our phones?
Yeah, it's not really an upgrade. It's not really a good thing.
Just something new you can do. You could do it anyway, but you had to go into your settings. But now it's right on the screen when you're talking to the person. It's a little, you can just push it right there. Because Gerald said, yeah, I just noticed different. And since we upgraded.
Terms of service, that's what I was thinking of. The moment you signed over that terms of service, you gave them permission to pretty much go into your phone and do whatever they want.
Right, and you don't read all that stuff because we do upgrades all the time on those iPhones. They're constant, so and they'll tell you, oh, it's working out the bugs and stuff, but it does weird things. Actually, Gerald was going to get, my boyfriend was going to get the new 16, and he didn't because he doesn't want all that AI stuff on it. Yeah. So he's letting his phone go a little longer. Because he said, I don't want to deal with that.
I've actually been going pretty straightforward on this AI stuff. Phones and AI are a perfect example of bad combination.
Yeah.
Because with facial recognition and how they're coming up with these avatars on these deep fake videos.
Yeah.
I've been finding out that a lot of that has to do with divination, and like the people in California who are putting all this stuff together, they're literally using a form of divination for computer science, and it's actually hitting off pretty good. A lot of the stuff that's going into this AI when it comes to that is pseudoscience. Like scientists are really against it. They've been trying to get rid of it for the last 2,000 years, and it just keeps popping up over and over again.
Well, and I don't like that facial recognition. It's almost like, because I pay a lot of bills online and stuff, and I'll go in there and it keeps wanting me to do this facial recognition. That was another thing it did when it upgraded my phone. All of a sudden I go in to use a password and it said, can you use your facial ID? And I was like, I never signed up for it. And then you'd have to go to the bottom and skip over it. And it's like it's pushing you. And like, I swear it doesn't take your password, some of these places. They just want you to do that facial recognition. You get so frustrated. And they want you to do it. But I won't do it. I'll just change my password or something. Because
just take the mark already. Just take the mark already.
Take the mark of the beast.
Just take the mark of the beast already. Yeah. You have to do it. You can't buy or sell without it.
Don't scare her now. Don't scare her.
That's where all this is. That's where all this is headed. I mean, it seems to be anyway.
And actually, I have already, like some
You've already taken the mark.
Prep. Ask you if they can record your voice. They've done it to me a few times, like insurance companies and stuff, and I'll be like, no. But then they'll say, well, we're going to record your conversation, and I let them do that because I have to get my answer.
Yeah. I found that passage in that book I was telling you guys about. The book. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The book was it was called Monsters, An Investigator's Guide to Magical Beings, and it was written by John Michael Greer, and it has chapters on. Hold on a second. It has chapters on vampires, ghosts, werewolves, creatures of fairy, mermaids, dragons, spirits, angels, and demons. And it also has chapters on ritual magic and natural magic.
Ooh,
I think this was a book I got from Scholastic back when back when they actually sold good stuff about kids not being like transsexual pedophiles and stuff. But anyway,
Oh, gotta bring the pedophiles and the transsexuals into this. My
Yeah, we
goodness.
don't want to go into the Diddy world.
yeah. But anyway, in the chapter about demons, on page 166, it says the epidemic of anorexia nervosa, that disastrous amplification of our culture's dieting mania that causes several thousand deaths a year, is a fine example. In an uncomfortable number of cases, people suffering from anorexia have reported hearing voices in their heads encouraging them to starve themselves, or even describe the presence of an entity inside them who is involved in the disease. Few medical or psychological treatments have been shown to work effectively with anorexia. Exorcism, either religious or magical, may be an option worth trying, although such methods should always be used alongside competent medical care, never as a replacement for it. And this passage was actually written in the section about demonic obsession in this chapter about demons in this book.
Wow.
And that ties right, isn't that ties right into what we were saying.
Yep.
And you know, she was so angry about things that she burnt a Bible in that drug.
Yeah.
Because she was mad. But she had a child that hydrocephalus, but that was from the eating disorder. But yeah, the thing was
No. With what you say, it was from the eating disorder. What he's reading there is true, and it was also a demonic possession or obsession, if nothing else.
Yeah.
So.
And I noticed that around Sam too, back when he was getting real hooked on heroin. I would always feel the presence of something else around him that was making me uneasy, not just the situation itself. I think there was a spiritual, and he even said a number of times it was like there was a reaper over him.
Oh yeah, like tell you about
The what?
Leo was shaking. He would get scared sometimes. Usually he'd either be in pain or scared. So he was shaking real bad, it said. He was with Sam, and you could tell him the rest.
Oh, I asked Sam, I was like, why is Leo shaking so bad? And he's like, he probably sees this reaper standing over me. And this was when he was really getting hooked on heroin hardcore. So it was, I think there was definitely a spiritual component to that too. I mean, this book doesn't appear to touch on that too much. It just touches on the anorexia having a spiritual component to it. But based on what me and Sam both experienced, it's not too much of a stretch to say that goes for drugs too. I mean, especially when you consider, like, well, let's take heroin for example again. It comes from a plant. It comes from the opium poppy, which that's a living, breathing thing with a spirit all of its own. So and it's the same with alcohol. It's created from living things, from plants. So it's not too far-fetched to say these substances do have spirits that maybe of the things they're made from.
I wonder if that's where the term comes from then, right? The spirits.
Could be the spirit of the corn they use to make, whiskey, or that plant they use to make tequila. Those plants have spirits too,
Right.
So,
that's strange. It's funny. After your dad passed away, it was like there was nothing in our house anymore, and you had moved out. So I'm in this big house, and my friends had always talked to me about scary stuff that happened there. So my two coworkers are like, "Aren't you scared to be there now?" And I was like, it's weird. I thought I would be, but that it's like whatever was in the house, it's like everything's gone. Everything. Like I said, Austin moved out, a month before Marty got sick, my husband, and then he passed away, and I was, but it's like there's nothing there at all. I said that's almost scarier than having spirits around. So I'm wondering if something with your dad left too.
Yeah,
I
think he had a poltergeist attached to him from issues he didn't deal with, because it's like you repress that stuff. It's like building a dam. The river turns into a lake, and the lake is the poltergeist in this analogy. Yeah, but if you guys, this book, Roger, I don't know if you ever have a chance to get your hands on it. It's chock full of all kinds of. It's a treasure trove of information that's helped me make sense of a lot of this stuff. It was called, again, for our viewers, it was called Monsters, An Investigator's Guide to Magical Beings by John Michael Greer.
I got into the animation, to be honest with you. It's hard to find, but if you look for it, they have an animation about it. It's a demon that has an insatiable hunger, and that usually goes around looking for children to devour, and when it devours the child, it takes on the presence of that child. So you have little children running around eating people.
Now that's not like we were talking about Krampus earlier, that because I watched that movie and it's kind of creepy, and that's a kind of a demonic thing. It's supposed to I think they initially scared kids, but
it kind of sounds like what Roger was describing, actually.
Right.
The Krampus.
And
that it's a mythological creature who is often depicted with horns and a demon-like face, according to myth, which likely originated in what is now Germany and Austria. The creature punished children who behaved badly. He was thought to have been part of rituals for the winter solstice.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's perfect. That's perfect for this show, being the winter solstice / Christmas special.
But what Robert, he says he's known to chase bad children around with sticks or chains, hitting them and even kidnapping them as punishment. But he doesn't take over their souls, I don't think.
Well, there's an evolution in the Krampus story. Like now, he actually abducts them and sticks them in his bag and takes them with him.
Yeah, I saw that was in the movie. If you ever watched the movie, it was crazy.
I did a really, really cool story on Krampus on my storytelling one. I have a compilation of scary stories. Actually, I did it on our channel too for the Fireside Stories. And it's coming out. It's going to be about Krampus, this next one, I think.
Oh, cool.
Was that episode 12?
Yeah, I believe it's either that one or it's the one before it, 11 or 12. But I've been dealing with a lot of the stories that are involved with the Wendigo. So
yeah,
I got some cool Wendigo stuff in there too.
Is that again? I know I've seen. Is it?
It's a type of demon.
But it's got something to do with Indians, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Is it Indian?
See, what happened was Indians, especially in North America, Canada, and the United States, when wintertime came, it got extremely cold, and some of them wouldn't prepare for the wintertime. And rather than starve to death, what they would do is they would resort to cannibalism and start killing and eating other humans. So the Wendigo was set up to where it would teach a moral to people that if you decide to participate in cannibalism, you turn into this evil demon that would be haunted by insatiable hunger.
Wow.
And see, we come back to demons and eating again.
Well, I still think there's Canadians up there that are eating humans.
Yeah. Cannibalism exists everywhere. I mean,
well, especially in Saskatchewan, they've had some situations where students have been disappearing that were supposed to be going to school, and the government still refuses to admit that these students have been disappearing and stuff, and it's an interesting story.
Yeah,
I
there's a
think
lot of that weird stuff about disappearances that make you wonder.
Well,
Hmm.
my cat's doing the
there's that
cannibal.
cat.
There's that cat. He doesn't like
Yeah,
hearing about
isn't
cannibalism.
that funny?
He's at the door.
Isn't that funny? I mentioned the story about the cat, and your cat's been acting up the whole time,
He's
and he doesn't.
he's a troublemaker.
Maybe he knows something.
He
Oh, Wilbur's bugging me. He was laying here, but now he keeps leaning on me and pacing around now.
he
No,
doesn't.
He,
he
maybe
probably has
maybe
They don't
he
like this
could.
conversation.
It could
Yeah.
be. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Maybe the cats and dogs don't like what we're talking about.
He probably has to go out. When did you take him out last? Maybe he's.
A few hours ago, so I might take him again real fast. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll mute my microphone and I'll come back here in just a minute.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it is funny though that your cat is carrying on. Cats are interesting creatures. So. Mhm. Are you still there, Roger?
Yeah, I had to let the cat out.
Yeah.
He
I was.
just
Go on. I'm sorry.
he's a ruffian. He can't cope with himself, so he puts me through hell and torture.
Cats are interesting creatures. They seem to know so much. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
You
No, what did I miss anything? Anything
know?
good?
No, he went out to take Wilbur out, but we were. I don't know. I was just thinking of the cats I've had in the past, and they're strange. You know, it's almost like they're psychic or something.
Well, you know
More so.
they call them familiars too.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And like there's a lot of people who believe in witchcraft and stuff like that who believe that we have a familiar guide.
Well, I know. You know, I think I told you the story about the nursing home where my dad was, and the cat would always come into the patients' rooms that were going to pass away by the next morning. And so he was in my dad's room. My dad was really, we knew he was going to go anytime anyway. But so we went out to visit him, and the cat was there. And that's what one of the nurses said. She's like, yeah, that cat, he's the best predictor. You know, so she said, if you should say your goodbyes tonight, because she said he's never wrong. So we did, and like I said, he passed away the next morning. Yeah, so it's so odd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really wish that I didn't mute that out last week, because there was a lot of good stuff that was being discussed there, and well, I think you guys actually covered a lot of the good stuff when it comes to that. You know, I really didn't have very much good information to pass on there, so.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I think you guys did when it comes to like the cats and especially with the whole thing when you guys were talking about you know, stuff that's in the house. You know what I mean? And how you become close to it.
Yeah.
You know, I think that also has to do with the whole thing with familiars and animals and because there is a connection. You got to admit that. Like, and a lot of people talk about like dogs, but let's look at horses. You know,
horses and donkeys are horses and donkeys are very unique too, especially donkeys. They say they're very, they bond very closely with their owners and things. I've never had donkeys. I've had horses and ponies. Ponies are like that too. Yeah.
Then you have the mules, which are like hybrids of donkeys and horses.
Yeah.
You know.
What's weird about the cat that keeps coming here now? The one especially, he likes to come in every now and then, and I think you heard me tell Austin that he wasn't in here because Gerald he makes Gerald sneeze, and he's a Siamese. He's got white fur, and it's so funny because Gerald will come here and stay a few days, and then when Gerald goes away, that cat knows when he's gone. He just does, because he'll come to the door and then he'll start really meowing and stuff and just wanting in. And I'm like, how does he know that he's gone? He knows he's gone, because I'll let him in, a little bit more when Gerald's not around. So I'm like, he knows. I don't know. Maybe it's just, he sees him leaving the car. I don't know. But a lot of times he doesn't appear to be out there. So I have no idea. Or maybe he just knows, hey, that guy's car's not in the driveway. But he knows something,
I've given up on trying to figure it out with my cat. I just know that he's stalking me somehow. Like, especially like if those can of soups that have like the little handle that you can pop open the top.
Mm-hmm.
I've got tons of those, and every time he hears me pop that thing, I don't care where he is. He could be in the neighbor's yard, and he could hear that, and bam, he's at the front door.
Does he think it's cat food?
That's what I think it is. I think somebody's giving him that real uppity up cat food too. So when he
and even the cheaper stuff now has the pop tops.
Yeah.
They could give him dog food or cat food with that.
He's got like this extra radar in the back of his head. He goes, "Oh, I heard that," and he just comes running, dude.
They're really smart. It's crazy. It's just crazy.
Like, have you ever been sitting out in the cold weather and your cat comes running at you with his face all freaking shriveled up, and he's just staring at you while he's running? He's going, "Meow, meow."
They just do strange things. They just strange.
And he doesn't even stop at me. He goes right straight to the back door.
Yeah.
It's like, open this door. That's all he cares about. He doesn't care about me at that moment. He just wants out of the cold.
Right.
So.
But I was reading about this woman that has a donkey, though. He got hurt real bad, and she just talks about how unique he is and how he just seems to know what she's thinking. And his jaw was broke because 3 dogs attacked him, and he's pretty bad off. I haven't checked on him today. He was on Facebook, but he's in bad shape, and they couldn't get him to eat, and even though they were giving him IVs, they were afraid it wasn't going to be enough. So she decided to bring in some hay from home and try to get him to eat, and he did start eating. But she said he's just amazing. He's a therapy donkey. He works with disabled kids and people that are, in hospitals and stuff. And so now, if he survives, he's going to be crippled and he's going to have some issues. But he'll continue to do the therapy if they can get him, rehabilitated here or get him well. So.
Yeah. Is he an older?
No, I don't think he's very old. I think he's probably maybe 4. I don't know. There's another little donkey that was with him. He got a little bit, but so they're together. She has a rescue or something where she has them. So yeah.
But we better get Austin in here because we're starting to talk old fart talk.
Yeah.
What?
You better come up with like a cool summertide topic, because me and hers.
Yeah, we're supposed to be talking about Krampus, I think.
Yeah.
We were talking about Krampus, and we talked briefly about the Wendigo, and.
But you know what I said was.
And then I had to take Wilbur out.
I said, was it like you heard that where I said it's weird we were talking about my cat. I thought it was my wasn't. And then now his cat's been acting up all night.
Oh yeah.
How I thought it was him with my arm, but it wasn't.
Siam and Tiger haven't been around lately, have they?
Oh yeah, they're here every day Tiger's, he'll come and he usually leave, but Siam tries to stick around. But I was telling Roger what's very odd about him is he knows now when Gerald's gone, so he tries to hang out more because if Gerald's here, I won't do as much because it makes Gerald sneeze and stuff. So as soon as Gerald's gone, he'll be at the door. It seems like he knows, and he'll be wanting in and be in. Like if I walk outside, he'll bother me. He doesn't do that when Gerald's here. It's like he knows something.
No, we named Tiger after our nickname for Roger, and then we named Siam. That was actually John's idea. That was actually, remember that, Mom? That was actually
Yes, I am.
old John. Yeah, to name him Siam because he was a Siamese cat, and you were like, yeah, that's also Sam I Am scrambled around, so we just named him Siam.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. John and Roger both played a part in you naming your two cats that come around.
That's strange. Now this
it is.
There's something else that have you guys heard of the Hungry Ghost?
No.
Yeah, I have, but I'm not too familiar with the details of it.
It's an Oriental spirit. No.
Oh, maybe I have.
No.
What is it exactly?
The Oriental spirit for the Hungry Ghost is the same as what we've been talking about with the insatiable hunger, and it's always hungry. And that's kind of what I get whenever I hear stories like this. Like it's weird how it spreads. It goes all the way across the world. You always hear these stories about these evil spirits or demons, because there is a difference, but you always hear about them with this insatiable desire for frickin' food or just hunger, you know what I mean?
That's odd because I was watching a show the other night about Ted Bundy, and I didn't know this, but he would bite his victims.
Yeah.
Like that's what one of the detectives said. He said the creepiest part about him was he would bite chunks out of the women he attacked, and I didn't know that. And he's like, I've never seen anything like that. It's so demonic. Yeah.
I don't know. That could be control too.
Yeah.
Like an animal kind of thing. Like if you watch, like two cats, you know what I mean? Two cats especially, if one's a female and one's a male, the male's usually got his teeth in her neck, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I hadn't thought about that.
So I ain't gonna dive deeper into that, but you kind of get the gist of it,
Yeah, that could have been what it was.
Because dominance and control. And Ted Bundy was a real control freak. A lot of people don't realize that. And he was methodical. He didn't just do those murders; he thought them through.
Yeah, they were diabolically calculated down to the last ridiculous detail.
Well, we were having a conversation about monsters too before, and I thought that was a pretty good thing too, because a lot of people they bunch up demonic stuff with spiritual, ghosts, and then when you say monster, they just clump everything together, and there isn't. It's actually there's a big difference.
Yeah, the conversation about monsters started because of that book I got out, and it had hold on, let me go through here. Yeah, there was chapters about there was chapters in it about ghosts and angels and demons and spirits, but there was also chapters about vampires and werewolves, creatures of fairy, mermaids, and dragons.
Dragons. That's funny. Like the Irish, though, swear, they see the fairies and the trolls and all that stuff. They swear they've seen.
Actually, John's talked about that a little bit.
Yeah.
being over in the UK where that's a common thing, he's talked about that a little bit.
And
They
it's
even
with the pagan groups over there. It's really a big deal. Like whenever we were talking, Summer, I mentioned about the well in that house.
Yeah.
If you had an open well that was underneath the house, that could have had something to do with pagan
Oh, we did
beliefs.
in the old house I used to live in, right under. It was under the dining room, because they built the kitchen, or they built the kitchen room out there and over it. So, and it was right under there. So we never really filled it in completely, but yeah.
Yeah, in the Creatures of Fairy chapter, it opens by saying the entities covered in this section are perhaps the most interesting and certainly among the strangest of all the monstrous beings we'll be examining. It's hard to sense this from the images and accounts in current popular culture, though. The beings known nowadays as fairies have suffered more at the hands of the Halloween consciousness of modern commercialism than any other of those diverse creatures we have called monsters.
Wow.
Well, and of course, it also suffered with the LGBTQS thing or whatever the hell it is now. But this book was written before all that woke madness took hold. Yeah. But and it goes on to say, the confusion begins. The confusion begins with the very terms we use. The word fairy or fairy comes from the Latin verb facere, to enchant, and actually means a state, condition, or realm of enchantment. The word fae, in turn, comes from the same root and means an enchanted or enchanting being. This is the term that will be used here for a creature or fairy, both fae and fairy, entered in the English language with the Normans, which invaded the modern day Britain back in 1066. That's why they're common there. And they came to be used as synonyms for two older English words, elf and elfhame.
Oh. But they're good. They're not like Krampus. Krampus is like a demonic figure, right? With the horns and the...
Yeah, elves aren't necessarily malevolent like the Krampus or the Wendigo or the Skinwalkers or what have you. The same degree of confusion appears in our culture's standard image of fays, or rather images, or even in their modern forms, the folk of fairy change shape easily and are unnervingly hard to pin down. The most common image of a fairy is a tiny human figure, usually female, with wings borrowed from one of the cuter flying insects. Pointed ears and sometimes little antennae curving up from the forehead serve as identifying markers. Clothing tends towards the fluffily medieval, sometimes a magic wand tipped with a star completes the kit.
There's fluffy what, chicks?
Fluffily medieval clothing. Worn by fluffy fairies.
That sounds sexy.
You know, what's not that it's not really off the subject, but I was watching, of course, a lot of the stuff on YouTube about Diddy and Jay-Z and stuff is just crazy. Not all of it's true, of course. But I was watching this thing about Beyonce being a witch, and it was really kind of interesting. I think she has kind of stuff like that in her routine, her music routine, and everything.
Well, Kanye, okay. That's one person that everybody always keeps forgetting about was Kanye West. Now he's openly admitted that there's a lot of stuff with MK Ultra and the Illuminati going on in Hollywood. So there could be something going on with all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but you know what the problem is with him is he's ruined his credibility because he's done so many crazy things and he was off his meds for a while. I think he's bipolar or something, but now he's okay. But I think there's some truth in there, and a lot of people are looking at it now saying, "Hey, he obviously wasn't off his rocker when he was talking about some of
Well,
this
he
stuff."
could have been off his rocker. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, the thing of it is like there's a lot of things that you really got to take a look at now that 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 everybody laughed about before, especially with the day and age and the way things are going. Like Hollywood has always been crazy, but this new stuff that's happening in Hollywood is just off the freaking wall, dude. I mean,
Well, what's really scary? I watched this video about P. Diddy. It was just a little short one. And all the stuff they showed, I mean, it was like, how did we not know? Just like you'd watch him on a talk show and he'd say this. And I guess people always just kind of thought, kidding. But when you put it all together, it's like it's been there all along. The way he is, and it's been there all along, and everybody's like, oh, no big deal. Because it's like, it was like, it's like somebody doing something in a community and it's a police officer or something. They're right in the community and they're right underneath everybody's nose, but nobody knows it's them. They're doing something evil. Well, it's like him. It's like he just was right out there. Like in an interview with Justin Bieber, he's like, yeah, I've told Justin not to talk about what me and him do or something. I was like, and there it is. But at the time, I might even seen it. And I kind of
they had all these videos of him grooming Justin Bieber too. I mean, it was.
I know, but then I've seen a few of them, and I never ever thought anything about it. But I wasn't big into him. But I'd watch it, and I was like, oh, he's just kidding, no big deal. But now you look back on it. It's funny. I guess that happens with anything. You'll look back on stuff, and you're like, oh, now I understand why that person was acting that way, or why that person said this. But in front of you, you don't. So there's some of that.
Also, kind of think too about what we're talking about. I mean, we started talking about monsters. We started talking about fae and fairies, and then, insatiable hunger. And it all just kind of led us to Hollywood and P. Diddy and Justin Bieber. And
Beyonce being there is where she does the show, she's dressed like a witch.
Well, I was told. Remember the other. Oh.
What?
I just said divination is all I said. So go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's weird too. Remember how we were talking about the other day about we were talking about Garth Brooks and P. Diddy and the whole Epstein thing and how we think it was all interrelated, Mom. Yeah. And then I mentioned how Ellen, you're talking about how Garth Brooks is trying to get a house over in Ireland, and I was saying that was weird because Ellen and her partner fled to England recently, and they blamed it on Donald Trump getting reelected. And then we started talking about that guy that DJ used to be on her show Twitch.
Yeah.
Now the interesting thing about him is if you look at how he spelled his name, it was spelled in such a way as to imply witch. Like the T was lowercased, but then the W was uppercased. So it was like it was witch.
Where did he ever call himself that, I wonder? I never really looked that up.
I thought that was, and to tie the end of this conversation, I thought that was one of the things that struck me when I was reading the article about him and how mysterious his death actually was. Because for years I thought it was just a suicide because he had years of mental issues and stuff and just finally gave up. But
did he? I don't think he did have any mental issues. Not Twitch.
No, not. I don't believe so now. When I read that article that you sent me, you should link. I mean, you should probably, if you have that article, maybe give it to Roger to link in the description of this video, because that was a very, very interesting article, and it was interesting. But one of the things that struck me was it was interesting how he spelled his name, and it ties into the whole witchcraft occult thing in Hollywood too.
Yeah, I just wonder. There doesn't seem to be any reason why he killed himself, and they didn't say what the suicide note supposedly said. And his wife said he didn't have any issues with suicide, and they seemed happy together, or didn't have any depression issues. I don't know. The whole thing is still so strange.
You're talking about Epstein himself?
I'm talking about Twitch was one
Oh,
this
yeah.
black man that was on Ellen. If you look him up, you may if you never watched her show, you wouldn't know him probably.
He was a
my partner.
he was a DJ that was on Ellen's show last couple seasons.
And he was he was on Dancing with the Stars, I think.
Yeah, he got famous through that, and then Ellen picked him up as a DJ on her show and a dancer on her show.
And see, I've actually been on another show with a guy by the name of Naroki 5, and we actually had a conversation about Ellen and about her old relationship with what's her face? I forgot her name, but she was real famous.
The one that died in the car wreck.
Right now, the car wreck.
It's going away from me too.
The
car. What's her name?
The whole situation behind that by itself was pretty suspicious. So, like,
wasn't her Anna something? I forget. Oh, go on. I'm sorry.
She ends up flipping out. People don't realize this, or they don't remember it for some reason, but she ends up flipping out, and she ran into like 3 different, maybe 4 different structures before she finally had a collision. Like she literally flipped out and was racing down the street, slamming into shit. Okay.
Wow. And you know that there was another man that used to be on her show. Actually, he played an elf. This is funny, Austin. He played an elf.
Back to the creatures of fairy thing, huh?
Yeah, but
it's weird how all this stuff's interrelated.
And he used to play. Well, he's played on several shows, but he played on our show. He died the same year. He had a heart attack in his car and hit a wall, and somebody said he was going to get a prescription that day. I mean, he was in his 60s, but he seemed like he was in pretty good health. And then, he passed away. And there was Twitch, and there was her, Anne Heche, isn't it? Yeah, Anne Heche, Twitch, and this little guy. So, and everybody was like, oh my God, why are these people around Ellen dying? So, but I don't know that she had anything to do with it. I kind of, at that time.
Well, I mean, of course, you're not going to hear her having anything to do with it. I mean, you know what I mean? Nobody in their right mind, or supposed right mind, is going to say, there's a little bit of witchcraft involved in this stuff. So,
yeah.
I know that Twitch and her were really close. That she would take vacations with him and his wife and the kids. They had kids, and Twitch and his wife. They were pretty tight. And that was so weird. Like I said, he ended up committing suicide in a hotel room where he shot himself. And that's always, that method of suicide, I don't know how sure you always are. Maybe if you're a good detective. You never know. Sometimes it can be homicide.
Now we need to be careful because we don't want to scare a bunch of these little girls. You guys do know, like, this is the first episode you guys are doing on Kick, right?
Yeah, I knew that, but I didn't know what the demographic of the site was.
Well, I mentioned it on the Operation Secret Santa Claus. Like we got some pretty tough competition, so it's a lot of them are the trendy chicks that moved from Twitch and went to Kick so that they could like work in their bikinis at working wood and stuff, So
really,
really,
yeah, it's some really stiff competition. Yeah.
Oh God, well, we probably don't stand a chance on there then.
I mean, how do you compete with something like that? You know what I mean?
You don't.
And I'm talking, I'm not metaphorically saying working with wood. I mean, they literally like wood chop working with wood.
Oh.
And I mean, in a bikini, dude. Come on, like that's.
Yeah, they.
Think about it. Us Neanderthals, I mean, what's the 2 things we're interested in? Chicks in bikinis and woodworking, wood shop.
Yeah, because I do wood and stone carvings.
You know,
Okay.
put them together, and like there's just no competition.
Best of both worlds. There's nothing can compete with that. That's
Okay. All right.
But everybody's been talking about it. So Mark Wojcicki, or the guy that
Yeah.
he's been asking me about maybe going in there and giving it a try. So I finally decided to give it a try and see what happens.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I got it started up on Kick, and then I'm still keeping Rumble and X and YouTube going, because YouTube's our main channel for the wonderful world of weirdness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
YouTube they need some kind of I don't know, like you see so many things on YouTube and you click on it and it doesn't even pertain to what it says. It's just bait.
They have a lot of clickbait.
Yeah.
To get you to watch or start watching videos, they have a lot of clickbait on there.
And it's not even relevant to what it says the topic is.
That's why it's important that we come up with a good topic whenever we do this one. And like whenever I come up with it, I know how crazy and outlandish we get. So I try to come up with something, in the name. That,
yeah.
So.
But we're not we're not doing clickbait stuff.
Well, I mean, if you want to talk about like the whole functioning behind it, like we at least make the topic, the name of it, to pertain to what the actual conversation is.
We've gotten away from Christmas a little because
well, who likes
because we were talking about witches but we
were talking about Christmas creepies, though,
Yeah, this is Christmas creepies.
And the one guy played the little elf on Ellen, too, so that ties into Christmas big time. But was the last time you played the elf, and I think he died.
Too, and in this book I'm reading, too, it says another version of fairy creatures shows up at a different time of year, as fays are among the few uncanny beings to break out of the late October monster ghetto. Dressed in a bright green version of Victorian working class Sunday best, the leprechaun puffs his pipe, brandishes shamrocks, or pulls his heels near an improbable looking pot of gold coins every March. Spin the year's wheel almost another turn, and yet another version appears manufacturing toys at the North Pole under the watchful eye of Santa Claus.
Yeah, see, he's been digging. He's been waiting for this moment so he could read that.
Yeah. Yeah, and it goes on a little bit to say, other than small size, outdated clothing and a bad case of excess cuteness, it's hard to see anything that connects the butterfly wing girl in the gauzy dress with the chubby Irish sprite and the Christmas toy maker.
I can't believe that we don't, all the stuff that happened in our old house, that we didn't have more Christmas stuff happen, but, because we're probably forgetting about it.
It was just overshadowed by so many other things that did happen there.
And you got to remember, Christmas, in all fairness, is usually the time of, getting together with the people that you love and having a good time. So, I mean, I can understand why it didn't happen during that time of year, because you had good feelings, you were with your family.
Yeah, but people do tell a lot of ghost stories and stuff around Christmas when they get together sometimes,
Yeah, there's that one song, It's the Most Wonderful Time of the Year, where they say it'll be scary ghost stories, which I thought was more of a Halloween thing, but I guess it can be a Christmas thing, too.
Sometimes people get together and tell stories. I know we always did, like, at our house, that's kind of, if we spent a lot of time together, we'd sometimes get to that subject about some spooky stuff. But yeah.
You know what winter solstice is, though, don't you?
It's what, the shortest day of the year? No. What?
Well, definitely that, but
winter represents death.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
According to the pagans. So whenever the solstice comes, you're going from the living to the dead. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's basically what it is. In like old pagan beliefs, even in England, okay, well, especially in England and Wales and Ireland and all that, wood and trees represented life because it had life flowing through it, where stone represented death. So when you seen stuff that were structures made out of stone back then, they usually represented death. And if it was made out of wood, wood structures, it represented life.
Hmm.
So, and a lot of people don't see that when they see that. What is it? The circular. I keep forgetting it. I'm having
Stonehenge.
Stonehenge, yeah.
Yeah.
They don't understand those stones are representing death, not life, because they've had they've had hinges before, where
there was also supposed to have been like a wood hinge nearby it.
Right. And it
that's what. Yeah.
Huh. They have one site where there's petrified stone that is petrified wood, and it was so spiritual that they put it inside of one of the mounds, and they're doing research on it now to find out what date it was. But that was like the most powerfulest magic to them, was that petrified wood.
Wow.
And they almost,
because that's life and death combined.
Exactly. Don't get.
Now, I know John said there was a.
Don't get me started on the sacrifices in the swamps, the soggy bogs.
The bog mummies, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, also, I just remember, not to change the subject, but I did just remember something weird that happened. Remember when you, and this is terrible, everybody's going to think we're demonic or something. You were playing with you were little though. You were, I didn't know it, but so we had a board in the house. At that time, I just thought it was a harmless game. So, I think we played it a couple times, but I didn't know that Austin decided it was okay to play it alone. And so we put up a tree, and my daughter, she just decorated it almost all by herself. It was beautiful, just beautiful. And so the next day, we've had cats for a long time, and they never bothered our tree. But this year, one of the cats decided to knock it down, so he knocked it down. And she was just freaking out and everything, and it was terrible. But we got her back together. But then we had that same week, somebody broke into our house and stole one of the Christmas gifts that my husband had bought for Austin. It was a guitar. And because I think Austin went to school, maybe he had been talking about it, so we thought maybe it was from somebody from school, and they stole it. I think there was
it could have been.
And
it could have been.
Yeah, and so, but anyway, so we had a break-in, and then what else happened? Something else happened that week. Austin, I always forget what it is. Something else back.
Sure, it was a break-in.
Yeah, because they tore up the.
Yeah.
Well, you said he played with the Ouija board, didn't you?
I did play alone in that room, so.
But actually, yeah, that's where they busted the desk. They were looking for money and just like quick. It was pawn shop stuff like guitar and a ring and a gun and stuff like that with money. Yeah. But so there was that, but there was something else that happened that same week. And so I told my husband, I was like, I'm so sick of this week. Everything awful's been happening. And then Austin said, well, maybe I shouldn't have played with the board alone in the library. And I was like, oh my God. I said, don't ever do that. You know better than that. Of course,
I played with it alone in the most haunted room of the house.
I'm just completely disappointed with you two, like getting drunk and playing with Ouija boards.
We were doing stuff. We were doing stuff with occult stuff back then. We shouldn't have really been doing.
Well, that was you though. I wasn't involved in that, but I could.
No.
But and this thing with the Alexa, we were just goofing around because I didn't even think about that being funny until
People have been talking about that with Alexa though, Summer. Like a lot of people have been saying they don't trust technology, especially Alexa.
Well, my boyfriend says you can they can use her if there's a crime in a house. See what's
Yeah.
recorded.
That's
So
kind of good, but it's also kind of bad, isn't it? The fact that you have this
Hmm.
device that's sitting there watching you 24/7.
or
I remember
listening to.
back in the '60s, people used to say, "Well, you got to watch what you say on your phone. The government might wiretap you." And nowadays, people are like, "Government wiretap? Can you tell my freezer to turn off in 5 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Government wiretap? Can you order something for me from Amazon, please?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and
And
they have
send a drone to my house with a government wiretap on it to deliver my package."
I
my
had.
watch has that thing on it now. You can set it up from somewhere else to start whenever you want it to. The new one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
So
know, I remember growing up where like my uncles and all them were just completely against AT&T because AT&T was creating Big Brother. So
yeah.
And I think they were.
and
Hmm.
they said that it was all going to start with the payphones.
It did.
Mm-hmm.
It did.
And look at where we're at now. Now everybody, well, was like we were talking about. Everybody depends on their phones now. You know, it's
Yeah.
Well, but they're like in a trance. It's what we were saying about the students at Miami. They just like walk in front of cars and they don't, or they don't even push the light like they're supposed to cross. They'll just get, they don't, they're always looking at their phone, always, or in cars.
it's
And you'll see people.
it's divination, and that's where we're talking about with the AI, with the facial recognition. See, whenever they come up with those deep fakes, where like, have you seen these videos where they have Donald Trump or some hot
Hmm.
chick with big boobs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What they do is they do facial recognition with multiple images and they combine it to create that character.
And that's what's that theory with music, because I was talking to Austin about that, is how they could create. You don't really know if it's the person singing anymore. So what's that going to do to the music industry?
Well, they did. There's a channel now on YouTube. It's called Obscurest Vinyl, and it's just one of many channels that puts out music by artists from the 50s and 60s. Well, from the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, so on and so forth. These old artists with all these weird songs and stuff.
Yeah, no.
And these artists never existed.
Right.
Yeah, they have entire bodies. These artists have entire bodies of work, entire catalogs of work, but they never existed back really existed. They were creations of AI.
That vinyl one that you were talking about, what was it called again?
Obscurest Vinyl.
Yeah, that's the one I go to. My favorite one that he does on there is Satan My Master. I love that song.
Yeah, there was that.
It's called Satan My Master.
That makes sense. Yeah, and then there was the first song I saw off that channel came up in my feed one day when I was on YouTube. It was a song by an old they were one of those bands back in the late 50s with the brass section.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what they were called, but the song was called it was like a 1958 recording of a song called "I Glued My Balls in My Butthole Again."
That's like my second favorite one.
And then they had like a band. There was a band that supposedly covered it in the 80s.
Yes.
And they did like a synth goth mix of it.
Yes.
And but neither one of those bands that did that song ever really existed.
Never existed. All fictitious.
Yeah, they never exist. They never really existed. But they take like the AI takes like the sound of an old vinyl record, and it takes voice recognition from people, and then puts these songs together, and then throws the old vinyl sound over it to make it sound old.
Yeah, the one that I was talking about was in the 50s, like you said, and
yeah.
And that one.
I glued my balls to my butthole again.
Not that.
That's what it's called.
The one about Satan.
Oh.
The one about
okay.
Satan is back in the 50s, and then I glued my balls to my butthole was actually one that I liked too. I thought that was actually pretty funny. That's the bad part is it's seductive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny, but it's not really a good thing because we're going to start getting a false history. People are going to start thinking these artists really existed. Like a few months back, you remember, Mom, a few months back, I told you that there used to be this British pop star back in the 80s that you may have forgotten about. And his name was, he was called Rank Dong. And I said he was really up there with, he was really big around the same time that Simply Red and George Michael and Genesis and all them were out. And one of his biggest hits was "Teach This Old Dong New Tricks." Remember that?
Yeah.
And the thing is, you believed me for a minute because I sent you the link and you listened to the song but you didn't remember him. And I was like, "You don't remember him, Mom, because he never really existed." You didn't.
There was a lot of wonders in the 80s, though, so I thought,
Yeah.
you know,
I can't believe.
Yeah, I thought
I can't believe you did that.
I was trying to play. That's funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was trying to play it off like that it was just a one-hit wonder she may have seen on MTV back in the 80s and forgot about.
Yeah.
But in reality, he never real. I'll have to send Roger that video. That was a funny one, but he never really existed.
And they see like old people that are older than us, like a lot of them are like impulsive liars. Like if I would have done that to my dad, he'd have been like, "Yeah, I remember that band." You know what I mean? He would have point blank lied like he remembered it and shit. So. You know what I mean? Like the fishermen, you know, in the hook, you know, baiting a hook kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and every fisherman catches big fish, you know.
Oh, they always catch a lot of fish, and they're always big ones.
That's the way my dad is.
They're always record setters, you know.
Did they just start like embellishing stuff? And like, you know who I saw that actually is back to Hollywood, but Cher, she was like embellishing all these things. Well, I don't know if she's embellishing. Maybe she really did, but she was like all these guys she slept with and all this stuff. And I'm like, it's pretty gross because like she's what, almost 80 now. And I'm like, nobody wants to hear about that now.
I do. I love gypsy sex, dude.
She's like, I got this new book. And I almost slept with this man and this man, and I'm like, who cares about that now?
Well, no. you know, she actually is a gypsy, though, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, she is.
I've never been too interested in her, but yeah.
Back in the 70s, she came out with this song. Was it the
Gypsy
70s?
Yeah, that was a good song back in the day.
You know, that actually, she was a gypsy. I mean, her family are full gypsy heritage, and that right there brings you to another whole category because, like, a lot of them, or all of them, pretty much were converted to Christianity, but at one time they had their roots in magic and
yeah, they did.
You know, and paganism, I don't know if I would go as far as to say paganism, but because nobody really knows where they came from, you know what I mean? But it's
what, the paganism?
No, the gypsies. They don't know for sure where they came from, so I don't know how you would even say they were pagans, because
yeah.
Were they Romans? Were they descended from maybe some of the barbarian tribes that ultimately brought down the Roman Empire, or?
Well,
maybe
there's old ancient texts in the empire. What? Oh my goodness, I'm having a brain fart. Iran, Persian, in the Persian Empire, where they mention the gypsies, and it goes back into a lot of the Aryan migration patterns. And like today, most people refer to the Romani, you have the Rom, but there's also the Rom, the Dom, and the Lam. There's 3 tribes of Gypsy. And the Rom are the ones that everybody knows of. That's up in England and Spain and Italy and all that. Then you have the Dom, which is around India and Afghanistan and countries like that. And then the Lam are the garbage collectors. They're the ones that like to go around and collect garbage because they think they're saving the world by collecting it and organizing it and sorting it out. It's an interesting story. I did a whole thing on strange stories.
Oh. Okay.
And it's a pretty good story. And they have the only language that is discombobulated is the best way of saying, like, there's no root to it, you know what I mean? Like, you can take and try to analyze their language and you can't connect it to an older language.
Because you can trace a lot of other languages back. But not that one.
Those hoodoo women.
Right.
They are too.
Hoodoo women. You want some good? You want some good?
Another thing we could discuss too is the Santa Satan connection. That's one thing I've always been like really interested that like Santa is an anagram for Satan, but where did that come from? Do you know, Roger?
Well, I've been hearing a lot about that here lately on Jaffe's pirate radio, and like he's big on Santa Claus, and he gets upset because people say that Santa and Satan aren't the same thing. So, but where Santa came from was created by Coca-Cola. Okay, now before that they used to call him Saint Nick.
Yeah.
And now Jaffe has a hard time understanding this. That was a change. You know what I mean? Before that, people didn't call him Santa Claus. They called him Saint Nick. You know what I mean? And
so he was like a Catholic saint.
Yeah, he was a Catholic saint. So
he was in the pantheon of Catholic saints.
Oh, yeah, and that's why I was reading about Krampus. The Catholics, were really pissed about that, and they've always tried to say, hey, you can't talk about him, or Chris Krampus is not real, and yeah.
Chris Kringle.
The Catholics hate Krampus.
See, and Chris Kringle is another aspect that people don't want to, like, when it comes to this whole controversy with Santa Claus. They don't understand Chris Kringle was actually another name that's introduced into it. Not just Saint Nick, but you got Chris Kringle, you got Krampus, and Krampus, isn't it? I don't know if it's Krampus or Krampus.
Krampus, I think.
But,
yeah. I thought it was Krampus, but I'm not sure. I don't know anything about the Krampus.
I grew up in that time of Crump, where all these crazy rappers started crumping, hardcore crumpers.
They're hardcore crumpers.
I have to say that because, like I said, we are on kick, so I have to impress all those younger ones. Talk about how cool. Right. Talk about how cool.
Trying to be cool.
Yeah, that's a bad mistake. That's like saying a dad joke.
Kind of. That's what it sounds like.
Well, I told somebody the other day. Oh, it was Mark. He told me a joke, and I said, "You better not say that to your kids."
Does he have kids?
Huh?
Does he have kids?
Yeah, he's got like 6 or 12 of them. Dude's
6 or 12 of them.
He's like dropping babies like felon,
oh my
dude.
God.
What, Mark Wozniak?
Yeah, dude. I mean, the dude. Every time he turns around, a baby drops.
I didn't know he had a bunch of kids.
Yeah, freaking. That's the one thing he takes credit for. That's the one thing I'm good at. He's like having babies. Yeah.
That's funny.
I love hanging out with him. He's got some good stuff. But
yeah, I haven't talked to him in a little while.
He's always on. They just finished up that Nancy show, the Vixen's Vault.
And
Yeah, Nancy Planetta.
yeah, they had that one on there. And what was it? They have censorship sucks. And
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
so they got that going on, and then there's another guy, Jack. He does this other one that you guys would probably like. They talk about the secret space program and remote viewing, things of that nature.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not.
That'd be cool.
Well, I know you. I should have said you, but because I know. I know the difference between you and your mom. Your mom's not really the remote viewer kind of fan, I can tell.
Not as into the CIA secret mine projects and stuff as I.
Believe it or anything. I just haven't really done a lot of, really hasn't grabbed my attention enough, I guess, to investigate it a whole lot. But, yeah, I
mean,
believe in UFOs and aliens. I think I'm not sure about, because there's too many accounts of that. So.
Well, I want your sanity to be like normal, so I don't.
What, Santa?
Yeah, I know. I said I want your sanity to be somewhat normal.
Oh.
Like
Santa to be somewhat normal.
She just called me Santa.
I mean, you do look like Santa, though, don't you, Roger?
No,
well, I wouldn't say that. My beard is gray.
Do you have a big long beard though? Still, don't you?
Yeah, it's still all the way down past my titties.
Is it really?
Past my titties.
You saw him in here in Austin.
I saw him on the first episodes of Campfire Stories.
Yeah.
That's where I found out what he actually kind of looked like.
I even had the lights out when I did that one, so that it would give that mysterious, evil aura of a horrible wizard saying a scary story.
It looks like there's an ambulance here or something.
Yeah, you look like looks like some kind of cross between wizard and Santa Claus.
Oh yeah.
Well, Santa Claus, man, he ain't bringing me no presents. I'm gonna say that right now. Hey.
You're on the naughty list.
I'm always on the naughty list. I like being on the naughty list.
You just get a lump of coal.
No, he doesn't even send that to me no more.
Oh man, you're on the naughty list.
He's like.
You're on the naughty list of the naughty list, so you don't even get nothing now.
Say that in a nice, soft voice. You're in the naughty list.
He pees in your Christmas tree bowl.
You guys are crazy. So I mean, it was almost 9:00, so I was, I'm getting hungry. So we're talking about hunger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now
it's that demon.
Did
you now did we cover all the Christmas creepies that we wanted to cover more or less? Is there anything we missed?
I don't think so.
Now, for me, technically, I didn't want to cover any. I've already gone through this stuff in the fireside stories, so I'm good.
Yeah.
But like you guys, you did a really good job on it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, like, now that book, what's the name of that book again?
It's called Monsters: An Investigator's Guide to Magical Beings, and it was written by John Michael Greer.
Okay, so
his last name was spelled Greer.
Okay, yeah.
So now, don't get scared, Summer. Okay, like don't.
I don't scare you. See, really.
Well, I know a lot of this stuff was pretty sensitive tonight, so.
I lived in a big old haunted house.
Well, I mean, a haunted house is a lot different than talking about demons that want to eat you.
Yeah. It is. If too many people lump all that stuff together, like you were saying, Roger.
Yeah, it's just too. We're talking about like hardcore demons that are out there to do you harm, and like that story I was want to talk about the hungry ghost or hungry spirit.
Yeah.
They say that you have to create noise to cast them away so that they don't because of demonic possession and obsession and all that.
Really?
You know, they used to have festivals where they would bang things together and make a lot of noises in a parade, and that was to cast off these evil demons.
Oh my God! Did you see? Speaking of parades, did you see that guy? Where was that ran through that parade in that car? Just went flying through there. They showed it on the news, isn't it? Well, did you see that?
That was over in England. Yeah, I saw something about that earlier. Wasn't that over in England
Yeah, Jeremiah
or something?
showed it. Like, I wish I'd never seen it. They showed it. They showed him going. I mean, he was flying, just went right through there. And they did that to a parade or something here at 4th of July, didn't they? It's really scary when you get the video running through like they're just going through.
Well, if they would just ban those military style assault cars, things like this wouldn't happen.
Well,
That's what they need, car control.
Last time it was a van. Like, if you remember, they did the same thing in England. What was it, 6 years ago?
What was that?
They ran through that Christmas festival with that big truck.
Lorry. Yeah.
Oh yeah, now I remember that. So, that's terrible. Now we're really scared.
It was like 5 or 6 years ago. So.
Yeah. Oh, that's a Christmas creepy.
Well, not really.
This year is bad for people. This time of year is bad for people that have depression, and if they've lost people they've cared about, this is they'll start thinking about that too. So it's a good time of year, but it's also bad for a lot of people. Oh, I know, Austin. Here's a story you can tell, and then we'll just wrap this up. Remember, and actually this is very strange to me, it was the last year your dad was alive. Do you remember the phone call he got?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what that was. Yeah.
Well, yeah, he got a wrong number. It was the guy called, and or did your dad call him? I can't remember now.
I think he got a wrong number calling him.
Yeah, I think so Marty, my husband, called somebody, or they called him. I can't remember which. But so anyway, the guy was like, "You've got the wrong number," and I think my husband said, "Well, Merry Christmas anyway, to you and yours." And the guy said, "I don't have anybody. I don't have anybody at all. And this is not a good time of year for me. Everybody I know is dead." And it was creepy. And so, but that was Marty the last year that he was alive. Because he said, the guy told him, he said, "Everybody I know has died. And so I'm alone at Christmas. So I don't have anybody." And Marty said the guy was kind of mean to him. I was like, well, it's a bad time for him, obviously. How'd you get a hold of him? Or I don't remember now. I think he called Marty. No, because he didn't have anybody. So Marty must have accidentally called him. Yeah. And it was a wrong number. Marty's like, God, I was kind of creeped out because he depressed me. He made me so depressed. Do you remember that now, Austin?
Yeah. Didn't Dad try to say something to? I forget. Dad tried to say something to him about that.
We'll try to bring him up. He was like, "Well, I'm sorry. Try to have a Merry Christmas." And the guy was real nasty to him. I was like, "Gosh, just leave him alone."
That's creepy because that was Dad's last Christmas.
Yeah.
So that's what makes that particularly creepy.
Yeah. That is pretty bad. That kind of creeped me out just hearing it, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a Christmas creepy for sure. That's the Christmas creepy of Christmas creepies, I'd say.
And then you see some of these people that run into parades, it's like that. It's a bad time, I guess.
Well, the one guy that ran through that parade, and I think it may have been Paris, France, but he did it in July. He was a Muslim that was trying to kill a bunch of people.
Was it in July?
There was a parade in Paris in July and he drove a lorry through the parade and killed a bunch of people, but he was a radicalized Muslim
Yeah, but this one that just happened, who was it? What was going on with him? Something was going on with him mentally too, I think.
I don't know the story about this
Yeah.
one that just happened today. I have to look at the news and read up on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, since you guys are bringing all this up, let me take a little bit of time too to let everybody know, this isn't really the best time of year for a lot of people. I mean, a lot of us are sitting around, we have Christmas trees and presents and family, but also take into consideration when there are people out here having hard times, and they usually do have a hard time this time of year between, I like to say Thanksgiving or Halloween. A lot of people say Thanksgiving, but
I think Halloween.
Yeah. So keep it in mind if you got family or friends that you know who have like mental illness or suffer from depression. Take time to go over and say hi to them.
Yeah, reach out. Well, I guess we should wrap this up because I'm hungry.
She's hungry.
It's also been
hungry.
You watch, her boyfriend's gonna be disappeared. Something's gonna happen.
He will.
He wandered down upstairs, but so anyway, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, and hopefully it's I know it's a bad time for a lot of people, but I hope everybody's trying to find some kind of happiness with the holiday here. So we'll just end the show and or Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone.
Same to you, Summer. Same to you, Austin.
Same to you, Roger.
Bye.
Bye.